Now, Socotra, we didn't discuss who's going to be the one opening, so let's just both start talking at exactly the same time.
Same time?
Wait! Yeah. So basically what we're going to do is talk about the drafts. Yeah, okay. But never mind, guys. Socotra is too professional.
We're going to, I like intrinsically can just not, I don't want to talk over you. I don't want to do that. That would be terrible. But at any rate, Road to Red Bull Wololo continues today, right here. You found the right place. We do apologize for a little bit of a delay there. We have had some back-end issues we're trying to iron out. There's, as always, a huge amount of people in the background ironing things out, getting things ready to go. There's a lot of people behind, besides just Whammon and I, who make this thing possible. I could just start shouting out names, but I'll do that a little bit later. But we've got a draft to look at. Again, technical issues. We're not going to be able to put it up on the screen right now, but we can talk about it. We've got Valdemar and Scarlet Devil coming right up in just a couple minutes. Whammon, I'll let you take it away. What our drafts are going to be here.
So for you guys who are, or I mean all of you, cannot see what we see right now. So I'm going to link the draft for you guys in Twitch chat. So if you are sitting in Twitch chat and you want to look at what we're talking about, you can go click on that and see, hey, this is the maps that have been chosen. So Voldemort and Scarlet Devil, both of these players deciding we're not going to be dealing with water. They instantly banned out Socotra, Kawasan, and Holy Island. And Frisian Marshes coming through, so maybe Voldemort feels like he knows how to work with that at least a little bit. So how do you feel about the fact that we're just getting a lot of land maps outside the top 8?
I feel like, I don't know, I feel pretty ambivalent about it, to be honest. I think water is something that I think all these players can play. Maybe they just don't feel like doing it today. I think sometimes when you look at maps, I mean, it's a little easier to draft around water sometimes. Usually you have a couple picks in mind that you want to use on specific water maps. Without that in the calculus, it gets maybe a little easier just to kind of pick your strongest civs and go from there. I'm not reading too much into that. I think they expect to play water later today, possibly. So,
well, when I think of water maps, I think of something that can snowball pretty quickly. One decision can lose you the game pretty fast. And for these guys, this is everything. A lot of them don't, like, because today here we have Voldemort and Scarlet Devil, and for those of you asking, Demu was not able to play today, so Scarlet Devil being the next seed substituted in, and he's going to be the one facing off against Voldemort. So, I mean, Scarlet Devil, reigning all the way from China, it's pretty late for this man, but he is used to these kinds of games. But I'm very surprised for him going for these very standard picks. He went for Dry Arabia and Hill and Dale. And what we've seen in recent weeks with these maps is I'm excited for a little bit of Golden Horde action coming out between these. And from what I see, I said this, and then I see nobody drafted Golden Horde. Because Golden Horde has been looking so crazy on those maps, but neither of these players feeling comfortable with exactly that. So, guys, we do...
Well, none of them were banned. The Golden Horde wasn't banned out of the ban list either for either of these players. So it just really wasn't in their thought process at all, it seems. I guess they just prioritized other stuff.
Yeah, I can definitely see that there's a difference in bans and picks when it comes to, let's say, the top 16 versus the top 8. I feel like a lot of these players have different types of priorities, but we do see something that's quite apparent with all of these. And that's the fact that Byzantines is prioritized, Sengoku, Malians, and the Macedonians. So these ones are getting a lot more action out here. And for those of you who want to look at the Civ draft, I've linked it in the Twitch chat as well. So you can go and click through that to see exactly what we're looking at. One main thing is Japan, Ottomans, banned very, very often.
That was probably my first thing. I think Ottomans has kind of been, at least to me, I feel like Ottomans has been probably the most powerful Civ of late. And right next to Japanese. I feel like those two are kind of neck and neck for just being really, really powerful. I've seen a lot of tournaments where people just kind of immediately ban those two off the bat. Not surprised by that right now. I think Ottomans has a really strong ramp. I think Japanese has a lot of tools in their toolkit that they can use. But what's left over is kind of the usual suspects in my mind. I'm looking at like Scarlet Devils. You got Malians, Byzantines, Ayyubids. You see those sneaking through the draft all the time. Valdemar's side, you got the French, Macedonian, Zushi, Rus. A lot of those normal suspects again that we see these kind of, they're not quite the S+++ tier civs. They're like the A++ civs that sneak right underneath that. And those are usually the ones we see so frequently being played here at these S level tournaments.
And something you mentioned just before we switched into the real stream mode, so secretly on Discord here, Socotra was commenting on the fact that there are so many good civilizations right now that it feels pretty difficult to get a bad draft. But for game one, we did see that there came 2 picks out of this on each side, as we do. But I'll link that in the chat as well, so you guys can see Voldemort chose Macedonians and Chinese for Dry Arabia, while Scarlet Devil went for the Byzantines and the English. And this is the second time English is being picked in any game that I'm like, woo, is English back?
On Dry Arabia, yeah.
On Dry Arabia!
Seems pretty good, especially when Hill and Dale is in the lineup, right? We've got Hill and Dale, so that could be a good pick on that one. Obviously, you got other saves that could be good there too. Yeah, I'm not sure what it is about English that's really, really on top right now. I mean, they've always been a okay civ, and they're so defensive. The longbows are such a good unit. Getting the king out early could be so good. I mean, I don't know the English would ever be bad. It's been a long time since they've been in a bad spot, but yeah, interesting that he picked that here. But as it is, it's going to be Chinese against Byzantines. Valdemar taking Chinese, Scarlet Devil with the Byzantines. So it'll be a little more of a, I don't want to say slower matchup, but both these civs take go a little slower than maybe some super hyper aggressive early game civs.
And the fact that Scarlet Devil let Chinese go through but banned Macedonians tells me that China, being such a strong civilization, he's still more willing to play against this. And Voldemar sniping out the English instead of sniping out Byzantines, it's also something that just from all the games we've watched, it is absolutely bananas. And I can't wait to find out why he's done that, because this is the type of information we're here to get, trying to understand why these guys are pulling out tricks like that. But now, Byzantines, this civ, it does well. But what he's going to need to do is he's going to need to not die to the Chinese pressure that they get once they do the professional scouts, or most of the time, you don't even need to go pro scouts with China at the moment, because when you're up against Byzantines, if they play just a little bit greedy and aggressive, you're just going to go out and get the deer yourselves. So that's the thing about China. They can adapt to things pretty quickly. Or Byzantines, they like a bit of breathing room. China sometimes gives them that. These two are pretty close match for that.
That's kind of what I was thinking. Like, they both like a little breathing room. They both can kind of slow it down. English can get a little, I mean, I don't really get too aggressive early outside the king, but they can put a little pressure. I actually like the English and the Chinese matchup as English. I think that's a pretty close matchup, but I kind of like English ever so slightly. I think the stats will probably show it's pretty even overall. I wonder if Valdemar, and again, it's so hard to get into these guys' heads because they ban and counter pick their civs, anticipating what their opponent's going to do. So I'm sitting here wondering, did Valdemar choose Macedonians and Chinese and ban English, hoping that he wouldn't have to play Chinese into English, hoping that maybe Byzantines would be a bit better? It's one of those things where, like, I always want to get into their minds and kind of know. It's such a hard concept to kind of know, like, what are they angling here for? Because there's a lot of mind games that go on into these drafts that it's not always super easy and apparent to us, the viewers, to see. So and it's different for every person too, right? Everyone's going to have their priorities.
And thinking about the rest of the draft as well, we now know what we're going to be seeing that first game, but for the rest of it, you have to keep in mind, we still have King of the Hill, we have Frisian Marshes, Dry Arabia, and Hill and Dale. These maps, I mean, Voldemar chose the weird ones, right? He went for King of the Hill and Frisian Marshes. So it tells me he's ready with some plays, because a lot of the times when players pick these maps, especially if it's their prior picks, they're used to pulling out the stops to make this work. And Scarlet Devil, he's the kind of guy who takes down anyone on a good day. But he's not been very consistent over the last few months. So one moment he's taking down the top of the top, the next moment he's gone for a little while. So I'm actually excited to see if Valdemar can take down someone like Scarlet Devil, considering the fact that he has these maps in front of him. But now with Baldland, we have a map that is quite open. And thinking of the two civs that we have in front of us, China and Byzantines, you're not really considering that, hey, these are your top civs on that map.
I don't know. I think, yeah, maybe not. the question is like with China or something like Zhu Xi. I mean, Valdemar has opted for. Valdemar's got both of those. We should remember he's got Chinese and Zhu Xi's, and these civs, while different, are so similar in certain ways, right? They can both do the pro scouts thing. They can both get a lot of tempo and food from that. So I wonder if he thinks of like something like that on Baldland. Go get the deer, grab those in with maybe Zhu Xi. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Zhu Xi pick on that map, or a French pick. He's got French in his back pocket as well. I could see that just as easily being pulled out on Baldland. So Baltimore, I think, has got a lot of good stuff to work with here. Scarlet Devil, likewise, though, has Malians. He's got Ayubids, Delhi. So, like, again, like I was saying, both of these drafts look really, really good in my mind. I think they both have some really good civs. I think the map pool isn't, again, with no water, there's a little bit easier of a time calculating what you need to do here. It's pretty straightforward, and we can't understate too that Valdemar was expecting to play Demu. He was not anticipating playing Scarlet Devil. That was kind of a last second change. Demu had to step out. In comes the alternate with Scarlet Devil. So how much does that change the calculus for Valdemar? Probably not a whole lot. I would say he's definitely the favored matchup here, right? He's probably the higher seeded player. So he expects to win this match. It's expected that he would, perform pretty well here. So it's on to Scarlet Devil now to kind of throw a wrench in that and try and see, can he squeak through? Can he make something happen here today against what is in most people's minds going to be the higher rated opponent?
Oh, of course. And the thing is, Valdemar, we haven't seen him take a series from last week either. This is someone who's a prominent coach in the community that has a pretty big YouTube channel as well. And he's so good at explaining these concepts. But every single time in these high pressure environments, you ask yourself, can you execute them at that way that you preach? And I think most players, when everyone has a plan, as a wise man once said, everyone has a plan until there's a knight on your gold. And then everything falls apart. But we'll see if Valdemar can break that curse and get into game one. So, ladies and gentlemen, Valdemar here to take down. Let's see how it goes.
I'm pretty sure it was Mike Tyson who said that too. Everyone's got a plan until a knight raids their villagers. I'm pretty sure that was Mike Tyson.
Yeah. And Mike Tyson, wise man. I mean, prominent French player, right?
Yep, prominent French player. We apologize again for any kind of overlay issues we're having. Again, there's been a lot of technical stuff in the background that our team is trying to figure out. So ignore the 0-4 for the time being. This is game number 1 on Road to Red Bull Wololo with Scarlet Devil facing off against Valdemar. Valdemar here in the yellow as the Chinese in your eastern corner. And in the western side, we got Scarlet Devil in the purple playing as Byzantines. You can see the first 2 cisterns already coming up.
And that feels pretty good to have 2 out so quickly. I would like to see if we still have any villagers out there on the stone for him to keep building these up. But with those little dots there, I am assuming he's going to be sistering this up for a while. Yes, there we go. 2 more villagers on there. The Scarlet Devil, he's going to be expanding that system. Of course, with no mill opening on the berries, this is going to mean we're going to get a standard all opening in our feudal age, while Valdemar on the other side already aging up with that Imperial Academy, and it's coming in pretty quickly here, considering we are Byzantines on this side, and we only started our age up right now. Feudal is about to hit for Valdemar, and then he gets to decide what he wants to go for next. And he's still on gold, though.
Yeah, he's on gold because he's going to go for pro scouts, I think. I feel like that's going to be what he's going to go with. I mean, on this map especially, you've got all those deer in the middle of the map, just kind of sitting there waiting. And with Byzantines being a little bit slower, not going for anything too aggressive early, he could get a pack or 2 back home pretty quickly if he wanted to.
Now, getting this amount of control in the early game is going to be important for him to be able to just snatch as much as he needs. And honestly, China has that ability. A lot of people, when they're playing China, they like to do a little bit of raiding or just get a handful of spears to get out on there anyway. But when you're going for the stable already, makes sense. You go for a few scouts, you get a horseman in there, and you're good to go. And we do see that Imperial official already supervising, making sure everybody drops off just right here. Now, the age up is still a far way away here for Scarlet Devil, but we can see that next cistern on the way too. Already going for the straggler tree means we will be seeing a response pretty quickly. And I'm wondering if this is an instance where you also just open with your Limited, pretty standard again. but this is Scarlet Devil. So every time I make a call,
yeah. I'm looking at the tower there that he's got going on those on his not cistern, on the berries. Scarlet Devil building a tower right next to his landmark. He is going to play very defensive here. I'm thinking this is just a quick, fast castle play, which I don't know. That's going to just give Valdemar all the deer. I'd be surprised if we see too many units coming out of Scarlet Devil early.
Yeah, we've been seeing this a little bit with the Chinese players, especially. The fast castle play has been pretty good. The thing is, it's usually good because your opponent cannot capitalize as much before the age hits. But China, they're pretty good at just responding, and with unlimited food, they're going to be perfectly okay. But we do see he's got quite a few villages there on wood as well. The Scarlet Devil is going to be chopping and getting a few upgrades there too. Now going for horticulture, which just tells me he wants to capitalize on those berries as fast as he can.
Pro Scouts clicks in right now. So Valdemar is going to start getting those back homeward bound as fast as he can. He already has the first couple scouts heading out that way. He's got 3 scouts in the field, 1 more in the queue. So he's just pumping those out. He's going to get a lot. Scarlet Devil's not going to have much of an answer to this besides his own scouts to pretend to harass a little bit. So Valdemar is going to be sitting very, very nice as far as food goes for the next couple minutes.
And with all those scouts, it's not going to be a difficult amount to really capitalize on. But you see, he's already opened up with an archery range. He's getting his first 2 archers. So those limited A that Scarlet Devil is now planning on making, they are not going to hit as hard as they want to. So now Scarlet Devil, he is already shutting down 1 scout. And that deer being left over out here just means that Valdemar is going to need to keep an eye on it and drag it all the way back manually.
I'm really a little nervous for Scarlet Devil. He's got a couple of horsemen in the queue now, so he does want to contest this, but it'll go nice into these archers. Valdemar has making his own horsemen as well now, but Scarlet Devil's going to have a couple. I'm wondering if it's going to be enough. I'm just thinking Scarlet Devil might be a little slow on the uptake here. These horsemen coming out a little bit late. Now, archers aren't going to do much now for Valdemar. I'm just thinking back to that tower, though, on the berries in the back of his base. That was such a defensive play, and there really isn't that kind of aggression coming from Valdemar just yet. You really could have maybe invested those into production building a little earlier, pumped out a couple of horsemen maybe just a little earlier. We see he even put some stone into that tower, so it is a very fortified spot, which probably will pay for itself later, but for now, I wonder how much tempo he might have lost on that play.
Well, Scarlet Devil knows the risk of playing against someone going pro scouts. When you're up against anyone going pro scouts, they have access to the stables. The moment they have the scouts out, they're getting what they need. Those horses can follow pretty quickly, especially with all that food income. But yeah, like you said, it was a very early one. Scarlet Devil probably just anticipated a little bit more problems along the way. Now, with his horses, it looks like he's going to try to shut down some of these pro scouts, and he's been doing a pretty good job at that. He's been mostly everywhere, and him building that barracks early on, I believe he cancelled it and just went straight for the stable after that. Pretty smart call here, because of course your opponent is going to expect limited A. Oh, but look at that again, another deer just being dropped down, a scout getting a little low, and now a barracks coming out from Valdemar. He sees this horse commitment and realizes, hey, I probably need units that handle horses well.
Yeah, that's a direct response to the horsemen that have been popping out. Right now, 3 cisterns in for Scarlet Devil, so the economy at home's doing pretty all right. He's got some sheep still sitting around. More deer coming in. And this is kind of the smart thing, is you got to start splitting up a little bit. When you have a bunch of horsemen on one pack, you got to start finding the other packs. And thankfully on this map, there's a lot of packs to go find. The tricky thing is your scouts are vulnerable and slow. So Scarlet Devil trying to slow this down as best he can. We do have a couple of horses back and forth. Some cat and mouse being played. That horse needs to just keep them away. Spears now on the field. Coming in for Valdemar, able to start shooing them off.
And just like that.
Yep.
Yeah, you see Valdemar now using those horses as they were intended, but one of the villagers does go down, even with Akratoy being active. This is a good pickup for Valdemar. But of course, you're playing against the Byzantines. The Byzantines, they like this breathing room. They like this tempo. One villager is not going to hit too hard when you're on your 3rd cistern with that boosted economy already. So it doesn't feel like you're that far behind. But at the same time, this is a man with a lot of food. Valdemar now staying in the feudal age pretty confidently here, getting his upgrades now +1 and horticulture coming in. While Scarlet, he has pulled a few more on gold, and this usually tells us this man is finally going for that responsible castle.
Yeah, definitely wants to get up in age. You don't want to get caught out in feudal against Chinese, which is going to get there eventually no matter what. They just get all the tax gold. They're going to get the resources they need very quickly to get into castle age. I would expect around 10, 11 minutes, both these players will be in age 3, if not a little sooner. But as it is right now, Valdemar has a pretty good military presence now. He has got 29 military units on the field to Scarlet Devil's 20. Lots of archers still in production. He's also continuing to add those spears in. So the deer will be secured by him, and that's going to really propel him forward with a lot of food for the next 10, 15 minutes.
Now, with all those towers that he's built, oh my goodness, and another one of the berries, so smart here, making sure that these do not go down. We see the towers getting reinforced as well, and with the amount of longbows he has in the base, he should be able to handle small raids like these. But the question is just, is his villagers just going to be idle for the whole duration thereof? We see the horses himself trying to scare off these boys, but you see now with that tower that he's invested on, that Grand Winery is feeling pretty good about itself here. The archers, though, they are going to be committing onto the gold. They are not going to pick off anything, and a few of them will get lost. Valdemar now, it looks like he's stopped making units, and he's going for castle himself here. Oh, I say that, and he queues up 4 more archers, but a lot of gold in the bank. And there's still a lot of food floating around. And then I cursed it yet again. We see more spears, more horses. Valdemar says, I'm committing to this. I realize this man wants to go castle. Let's just double down and try to take him down as well.
Yeah, if that's the case, I wonder if you start pulling off of some villagers off the gold, maybe. Just rely on the tax income. If you want to go all in on feudal, last thing you want to do is float, a bunch of resources behind this. As it is, he is pumping out units. 22 archers, starting to reach that critical mass where they can just start one-shotting things. Except for the horsemen, yeah, they're just going to start one-shotting, one-tapping every unit that Scarlet Devil has. And this is a very aggressive posture from Valdemar. Looking in, coming through the stealth forest, those horsemen eyeing the villagers. But the Golden Horn Tower is going up right now. So Scarlet Devil just needs to hold. And this defensive structure that he's built, he's got kind of a network of these things, these towers. He should be able to hold this for the time being. But again, those archers in the back line just picking things off one by one. Right now, focusing the Limitane.
Oh, these longbows are feeling good, though. They're kiting backwards, and the villagers now stopping the age up, making sure that they can attack anything from that TC. But the archer numbers, they are doing work here. 2 villagers total falling down, and that just doesn't feel like enough damage just yet. Pretty significant chunk of Valdemar's army goes down, but we have to keep in mind, he's thinking about castle himself. This was a commitment. But was this commitment the right one to make? We've seen this with Valdemar before. Sometimes he does overcommit on some of these attacks, but honestly, it is definitely slowing down the Scarlet Devil quite a lot. The horsemen, they do a pretty good job at tanking, at least for a little while. A lot more idle villagers, and finally another one falling. Valdemar, he's keeping Scarlet Devil's castle age just that little bit to a little bit of a later time, so he can go up himself. Imperial Palace now with 11. That's pretty fast.
This is where I start wondering if Valdemar might be overdoing it just a little bit. His numbers are dwindling. The tower on that gold really put in some good work for Scarlet Devil, made that hold very possible and easy to do. Valdemar now is continuing to try to keep the pressure on. His numbers aren't as big as they were. That Golden Horn Tower now up. He has bought himself time, like you said. He bought himself quite a bit of time by diving the way he did. I don't think he lost too terribly much. Look at the destroyed value. It's in favor of Scarlet Devil, but the army value still skews towards Valdemar. So a dive that maybe he overextended just a bit, but I think he did get at least some returns on it.
Now, we have to wonder now, is Scarlet Devil going to be able to hold on if the push gets a little heavier? But all those villagers idly on the food tells me that our deer were all invested in ensuring that we can make this attack land. Now Lance is on the queue, but the problem is with all the deer running out, this means that Valdemar is gonna slow down just a little bit. And this is exactly what you don't want to give Byzantines: breathing room. Now a cataphract already out as well to Londinium, and that feels decent enough to hold. Hold while you wait. Now Valdemar, we see his villagers going to the north there, most likely in search of some food as well, and this is going to mean that he's going to be the one open to raids. And Scarlet is not the kind of guy who's just going to sit in his base and let you go out on the map to eat.
Yeah, it's going to come down to when Valdemar runs out of deer. We see he's still got a couple more coming in. That food, it's always a tricky thing with pro scouts, is it gives you such an influx of food in the beginning. And then when it dries up, you have to have that idea of what to transition into afterwards. That farm transition can be kind of tough for China sometimes. That's where usually the window opens up to counter raid them and shut them down. That's the critical point for this game, is when the food runs out for Valdemar, how does Scarlet Devil push his advantage?
Now, Scarlet Devil has an advantage of being Byzantines already. And this is now something that a lot of people are like, okay, I'm Byzantines. What am I going to do next? Where do I need to go? What is my next move? For him right now, he needs to get relics. And that's exactly what both of these guys are doing. You want to make sure that olive oil income is sustained so you can get that longbow mass up and running. We have 17 right now, so a few of them did get picked off. And this is good. Valdemar doesn't want to reach that point where that massive amount of longbows is just going to be almost impossible to kill. But his lancers, they are the ones out looking for blood. And I feel like I curse poor Scarlet Devil here because he's not out there on the map raiding with those cataphracts just yet.
And he really should be, I think. I think that would be a really good addition to this game for him. Get onto those berries. You know that the deer is going to run out for Valdemar. He's going to move on to those berry packs, which we see kind of in the back. And while we do see some walls popping up, by no means is Valdemar's base closed in yet. So a couple cataphracts could do a really good job of getting in there. We see up on this northern part, we got some berries and a deer trying to wall that in using the woods. It's actually a great play by Valdemar. Get those outside resources, make them yours, take control of the map. And that's going to extend the deer at home a little longer as well. Like, really let's strengthen and lengthen these out to the point where you don't need to worry about that farm transition for a while, or at least delay it at best.
Now, some of you in the chat are still asking about the 0-4. Guys, right now it's 0-0. The 4 is just an illusion. Close your eyes and just look at those horses instead, because right now we're getting it fixed. Don't worry. It's happening, boys. Just give it a little bit of time. But we do have our cataphracts. They have spotted the boys, and the boys are trying to slide right into the back of that base. The walls are coming up, but they don't cover all the angles, and villagers are still building them. So some of those lancers will meet some villagers out here all the way. 5 villagers going down our total, and there's a few lancers paying the price for it. But definitely not feeling too bad. They're still inside, though. And the longer they're here, the more damage they'll be able to do. Scarlet Devil, it doesn't look like he's moving out on the map at all. Even with 6 cataphracts now, that's a pretty heavy number to handle.
I guess his plan, though, looking at it, is building up the olive groves. He's playing for the late game, and he's betting on the fact that he thinks Byzantine late game with a full economy and farm transition is going to be better than what Chinese can do. So he's not really pushing the attack. He's just kind of booming back here. The tricky thing is the gold. He's about to run out of gold right there, but he's going to be relying on that olive oil heavily. And he's got most of his food set up for the late game. So if he can hold out for a little bit and maybe catch Valdemar in that transition, he could do a lot. But I agree, it does feel kind of bad at this level to not be pushing the attack a little bit, or at least poking and prodding where you can.
Now, Scarlet, keeping that army mass all together, it's pretty tricky because, of course, you don't want to lose anything. Now, 27 longbows, the number's increasing quite significantly. At this point, it feels like there's at least 1 longbow mass per minute coming on out, or every 2 minutes. And that's the great part of Byzantines. This is going to get worse and worse for Valdemar the longer he gives this breathing room. Now, usually China, they go into Song Dynasty and you get that villager advantage to try and keep up with the Byzantines here. Him picking off 6 here, it's good. But I don't think this is enough, especially considering that his opponent already has that farm transition going. But Scarlet Devil, he's feeling a little bit more confident now and slowly moving out onto the map. He's got a pretty tanky front line, but at the same time, Valdemar has 10 lancers. Those things, they will break through most longbows here. Cataphracts are going to need to do some work to make sure that those archers just don't cripple Scarlet Devil's limited aim mass.
Valdemar diving into the base here. Lancers coming on in, looking for the gold vills, and there's a lot of them right there. A lot of them running for the hills. Lancers keyed in on that. I sure hope there's a way out over there.
It does look like they're speedy building
it.
They get a little stuck.
He dropped 4 villagers in about a blink of an eye right there, and a lot of damage taken. They're moving onto the wood. The Lancers are just going to go right around this wood, but thankfully the cataphracts are there. Will they be enough to take care of this? They'll at least start slowing them down. The villagers should be safe to run back to the gold in a moment. Still, losing 4 in a blink of an eye doesn't feel good.
Valdemar did a pretty good job at keeping Scarlet Devil inactive, and I think this is something to be said. He knows he needs to raid, he needs to keep his opponent busy, distracted. He's taking Scarlet Devil's ability to be the aggressor completely away by just being the one who's always on top. So, good moves here by Valdemar now, trying to use the power of the Chinese army to actually deal with this. But now the question is this big army going to be a problem for him? But he does have all the relics as well, or almost all the relics, so he must feel like a happy man. Cataphracts now, they're getting on top of the archers. Spearmen not really in position here. And the Cataphracts, let's see if they're going to charge.
Charge here would be so good. They might not, they're just, there we go. Charging in, might be a little later than I would have liked to seen, but doing a lot of damage. And now it's the archers behind this, or Scarlet Devil, that are just raining fire down. The DPS that mass is having, 31 archers just raining fire down, and that is just annihilating the army of Valdemar here. He needs reinforcements, and here they come. Archers trying to get a good surround on this.
With these longbow numbers, that's the problem. With these longbowman numbers, it's so difficult to actually shut them down with anything. And Valdemar, he's now the one who's at risk of losing villages. We do see him pulling back here. The Cataphracts now looking straight at those vills, but never mind, Scarlet Devil says, I'm going straight for your army. It's the only thing that can keep you in this game. So Valdemar did his early damage, but it was just not enough with this longbow mass that was just slowly accumulating. As the resources run a little bit barren now on Baldland, villages are getting a bit further from the base, and those safe areas you had just don't exist anymore.
Pretty good engagement from Scarlet Devil. His base just churning out the units he needs right now. Those longbows, I mean, again, 35 longbows. If he loses that mass, it's going to be really, really difficult to replace it. But for as long as that stands, that is a dangerous thing to have. Valdemar looking for an answer of some kind. It's tricky. He's still in Tang Dynasty as well. We mentioned Song, and now losing tons of villagers on the gold. A couple more drop down. That's 3 in an instant. Make it 4, make it 5. Cataphracts just chasing them all the way home. There's 6. And man, that evens up the vill count pretty close right there. Only a 3 vill difference now as far as vills destroyed. That helps a lot. Now, Valdemar does have the relics, but gosh, all that olive oil just churning out to these longbows. That is just a massive problem.
And Valdemar now being the one who's running around trying to find a bit of resources, and just losing a village like this is actually pretty massive because they're so expensive to build. Valdemar, he's the one still making lances, hoping for a miracle here. But keep in mind, he's still on outside food sources. There's no transition for him. Right now, he's just trying to find more damage because he realizes, hey, this man may have just equalized that villager count. Now, this is still a pretty scary army. 45 longbows. They don't want to be charged on by lances, but apparently 45 will be enough to survive. The Cataphracts trying to stop this charge as much as they can, and Valdemar going for his last hurrah, trying to take down everything in front of him.
More lancers coming in. This is kind of a make or break fight right here. Longbow numbers starting to dwindle, but there's 42 of them still on the field. More reinforcements coming in. I just don't think it's going to be enough for Valdemar. The longbows are going to take it, and game 1 will go to Scarlet Devil, letting the longbows carry him.
Now, longbows have carried many a player, but the credit goes all out to Scarlet. The man has completely shown us exactly what you need to do with the Byzantines to get responsible castle and survive. He did pay the price with a few vills, but those towers paid off quite a lot. I think he must be happy with this level of performance. You can see here, resources gathered. In the end, Valdemar was in the lead here, but sometimes we know the graph can be a little bit buggy. So I don't know if this factors in the olive oil as well.
I mean, it's tricky with the taxes coming in as well. Yeah, it's always tricky with that. But a good game from Scarlet Devil. You know, it was really defensive at first, right? He really wasn't pressing too heavily in. He was just kind of hunkering down. The early towers, which ended up paying, like I said, they might pay off later. They did. Those towers and the gold, I think, in particular, as he was aging up, really kind of helping him hold that classic Valdemar dive. And I didn't feel like Valdemar overextended in that dive too much either. Like, he ran the risk of throwing away everything there. He didn't. He kind of pulled back a little bit and kept some stuff in reserve. The tricky thing was Byzantines, once it gets ramping up with those olive groves, especially getting the olive oil and then just flooding the earth with cataphracts, and then with the olive oil, all those longbows. I mean, he had, I think, towards the end of that game, like 42 longbows. It's without nest of bees or some kind of mass damage to do to that mass, you just kind of die to that. Like, that's just too much DPS, and that kind of carried Scarlet there in the end.
Yeah, there's a lot of pro players who just believe in the longbows. No matter the composition, longbows. What are you going to... Longbows. There's no question about it. Every single time, it's longbows. And this speaks volumes as we have our next draft as well. And I'm going to put this here in the chat. I have no idea what map we're playing next because, of course, the players still need to do all those things. But we do have our draft in front of us. Scarlet Devil choosing English and Lancaster. And Voldemort says, I just saw your longbows. You're not getting English yet again. So just sniping out English again. And this is crazy to me because it's something I think a lot of players have not done. We haven't seen someone prioritize that English ban again and again and again, like Voldemort is doing here today. So he knows something that everyone else doesn't. Maybe just longbows.
I think it might be just that longbows are really good, right? Have you ever, I don't know if you play a lot of English at any one point. I remember like way back in the day when I first started playing this game, I was, when you start out in AoE4, most of us started out with English, right? That was the first civ a lot of us played. Nothing feels worse than when you get really used to longbows and then you move on to a different civ and they have just archers. Mm-hmm. You feel the drop off, right? They don't have as much range. They don't do as much damage. Longbows are a good unit. And when you suddenly stop playing with them, it can feel kind of bad. And yeah, they proved why. I mean, they're so good, especially in that mass. So no surprise here that Voldemort wants nothing to do with the longbows here.
But at the same time, he says, actually, I will take yeoman instead of longbows. Yeah. So House of Lancaster against Sengoku, two civs I think a lot of people are prioritizing picking or banning right now. So Voldemort on Sengoku, we've had a few questions about how many yatai is the right amount of yatai. Now, Voldemort is a little bit of the math boy, so he's going to make sure that he figures out exactly what the right sweet spot is. And apparently a lot of the pro players are going for that 2 yatai into feudal, while some still go for the 3. But when you're thinking of House of Lancaster, they're a civ that has a lot of power if they decide to be aggressive early. So you delaying your age up could be quite scary, especially when that first king arrives, or lord arrives.
Well, and it's an interesting matchup because, again, like the Lancasters can go for the lords, right? But Sengoku has an interesting, unique unit that deals a lot of damage. What's the unit called? I forget. But they got the clubs, and they do a lot of damage to heavy units like those lords. So it can be an interesting matchup. It's kind of it can have some interesting interactions there. But as it is, I think Sengoku Daimyo is one of the best civs in the game right now. Not that it's like the best. I wouldn't necessarily it's like the top, but like as far as civs that you're going to get to actually play in a tournament like this, I think it's one of the best civs. I think it's got a lot of good things going for it. I love that their horsemen have bonus damage to cavalry. I think it's such a fascinating interaction where they can really kind of hold their own against even knights, and as long as they have enough numbers. This should be a fun match because, again, House of Lancaster has been much maligned by many people for how many passive resources it has. Obviously, we've had the change this patch of how they work a little bit. But there's a lot of interesting interactions here. I'm curious how Scarlet Devil's going to play it. I'm even more curious how Voldemar's going to play it. Because he's made a couple of videos on different builds for Sengoku Daimyo, including one with the Ryokan. I always say it wrong, but the Ryokan, which I think is really interesting. He had one that build that used that landmark instead. I don't expect him to do that here. I think most people would agree that the going for the Shinobi's way better. But he's good with Sengoku. I know that much.
We did see some statistics recently where we saw the usage of Sengoku and their H2 landmarks. And surprisingly enough, the Shinobis have not always been their default pick. Now, this is
the Ryokan's just not bad. There's some uses.
That's what I was about to say. The uses here could be immense because if you're thinking about the House of Lancaster, they're a civilization that already has a heal at home, right? So this is something that you want to consider when you're up against them. You dealing with House of Lancaster very often turns into you making a lot of horses, picking off reinforcements, and forcing Lancaster to go back to their base. But if you're just hurting units and you're not healing back up, you're eventually going to be losing out. So I'm honestly excited to see Voldemort trying something new because, of course, Voldemort, he's figured out a lot of things. We just need to see how they get executed here. At the same time, Scarlet, again, Chinese players. Chinese players are some of the most creative, insane players in this game. Every single time you see something wild, you're like, oh, Louis is going to execute that. And he does. And CSO. And Scarlet, he's not shy of that. So I am expecting chaos. These two, let's see if Valdemar can handle what Scarlet has on offer, because even his Byzantines game that we just saw, it didn't feel standard. But let's go see. We are ready to roll. And now that I see the map in front of me, I have even more questions here. Sengoku on this, but House of Lancaster, they love a good old rush against Sengoku, especially on Frisian Marshes.
Well, here we go. We're going to see what happens. And again, we got early barracks coming out from Scarlet Devil, so going to be aggressive from the get-go. We see him just, oh, he is booking it. Looks like we're on 2 times speed at least as he's darting across the map, heading southeast towards Valdemar's base. Valdemar's going to see that and note that as his scout runs by, so he'll have some kind of answer here, I'm sure. But it's an interesting choice with the spear. Like, I guess, like, what do you target the gold with that? Do you go after the food cart? You're not going to do enough damage. It's going to be the gold. Sure enough, he's going to get there just in time. They get 1 drop off, and he's on there trying to do some damage. It's just outside of TC range as well.
Now, this one spear that you've got, it's just going to oppress your opponent. They can't be the greedy goose civilization they love to be able to get all the gold they need to get as many yard ties as a woman could ever dream of. But now, with the amount of spears we see here, those villagers actually have a bigger issue. They are going to be a very nice target for anyone who wants to come and raid a little bit later. And you have to keep in mind, you're House of Lancaster, you love to raid. You love to raid. You love to get Hobbelaws under that TC who take absolutely no damage from TC fire. But Scarlet Devil behind this, he's stopping at 4 spears and going on to gold now. So this means he's going for his age up to follow this. And honestly, I like this for him. I really, really like this, because the Lords of Lancaster will just start pouring out if he decides.
Yeah, this is a very aggressive build, and Valdemar has enough gold to get to the next age, but losing out on the mining camp feels a little bit bad. I'm curious how Scarlet Devil wants to follow this up. I'm guessing he's just going to keep the pressure up the entire time. How does Valdemar respond? I mean, the nice thing is the food cart can just kind of go back in the base and still do what it needs to do. If we look at it, it's probably still getting a close to 60, I imagine. Maybe not quite. I think those berries might be in view. If we can just see the northern side of that, see how much he's getting with that. 43. So not quite 60, but enough to be viable here. It is going to be the Coca Township, so we are going to get ninjas. And I was going to say, like, I know Valdemar has made a video about the Ryokan and how to make a build with it, but I would have been surprised to see it here, because the ninjas, even after the nerf, are just so good in that they can really swing the tide of a battle. They just really, really can make that pendulum swing in your favor at the perfect time. And it makes it hard, I think, for other players to gauge how they think a fight will go into someone's base. Because normally you're constantly analyzing and thinking, can I take this fight? If I take this fight, can I win this fight? Or should I back up? With Sengoku having the Coca Township and those shinobis that just kind of pop out of nowhere and suddenly slow down your units, increase the damage you take by 40%. That's devastating if it catches you off guard.
Now, you have to keep in mind with the Coca Township, you're already assuming that things are going to get pretty aggressive for you, because with Abbey of Kings, you have to respect the ability thereof. You have to respect the fact that when these lords arrive, you're going to need everything to slow them down. They're not going to make this an easy time for you whatsoever. Scarlet Devil, though, getting a lot of wood here, and with the stone also coming on in, I'm not expecting a lot of water play from this man. So Abbey of Kings and with the Manors, he is going to start that out pretty soon. Coca Township finally finishing here. But the question is he ever going to get the taste of gold again?
He's going to have to eventually. You see the food cart moving out. Second one, that is. Heading out towards the resources. Archery range coming in for Valdemar.
No, the archery range feels fine. You're dealing with the spears, right? But then the kings start arriving. And ladies and gentlemen, that is when things get out of control. However, we do see Scarlet Devil still being on his resources there, not having anything on gold just yet. Oh, never mind. He switched back. He's back on gold. He's going to make more kings. I was about to say, with him going for more stone, this would mean he's going to get his manners up, going to try to get that passive economy. But you want the pressure on your opponent. You want to make sure that Valdemar is not the one who's just going to sit back, let the food carts do the work, and actually try to do some damage to this. Because, of course, you do see a lot of villagers out there on the wood. That wood line is not that protected by the TC. So when your raids do land, they will find some damage, at least somewhere.
First Lord of Lancaster walking around, chasing down that scout. Valdemar knows it's coming. He's got a spear out on his own as well. He's got a couple Yumi Ashigaru on the field of play. He's going to hope to pick off those spears when he sees them again. But again, it's the Lords of Lancaster that are kind of the scary unit here. Valdemar's going to need an answer. Yumi Ashigaru right now are down a damage, right? They get 1 less damage. They can be upgraded, of course. I would expect him to do that later in the game. Actually, it's really powerful to do so as Sengoku Daimyo. Getting those guys up to par feels really, really good. But we'll see. Right now, a couple more spears still in the queue as a 4th Yumi Ashigaru comes out. And now we see Valdemar moving towards the fish. So he's moving out on the outside resources, hoping to claim some of the map here and get some extra food coming in.
And he's aware. Valdemar knows that, hey, there are 2 kings, and we know what that means. There's always going to be more. Pulls a little bit of the boar. The boar gets a bite off, though. Takes a chunk of meat with. And the poor king does pay a little bit of a price. He will not be too confident diving under a TC. But this is still every bit of damage that you do is so critical here. You have to understand that for Valdemar, every hit that he gets on that king just means an opportunity for Scarlet to pull back. It means an opportunity for him to easily snipe one of these units. But the Hobolars are now being made. Alongside the kings, these guys are going to do pretty good against these archers. And Valdemar, he needs to find a way to get more units out because he's not producing anything right now. Trying to get that fishing economy up and running might be very costly because no units were produced during this time.
And I'm still thinking about that boar play. I think it's just so fun when you can use the Gaia to your advantage. But yeah, there's a problem coming in for Valdemar, and there's 4 of them, and the Hobblar's not coming in. He's got a big aggressive army coming in his way. His fishing's still not touched just yet, but it's got to feel a little tenuous if you're Valdemar. You're trying to back things away, trying to hold your ground. He needs time is what Valdemar needs. He just needs to buy time.
The problem is asking for time from the House of Lancaster is not something they're willing to give. After all, the Lancaster, this man doesn't have any patience. And what he now has the ability to do with this amount of units, he's going to be able to shut down these docks pretty quickly. And Valdemar doesn't have the units to contest this just yet. Getting more Yumi as well, this feels okay, but not against the army composition you're about to face. And going for yet another dock. And every single dock he makes here is an investment into something else other than units. And sure, you're trying to get the food. You need the food to produce units, but you also need to make sure you have enough units here. The army values, they look even if we see 15 to 14, but the army value tells us that there's 33% more value on Scarlet Devil's side. And that 33% is going to be quite devastating if it lands this soon.
Yeah, thankfully for Valdemar, he's being given a little bit of time. Scarlet Devil's not really pushing the issue. He's just kind of marching around with his Hoblars. Most of his mass is back at home defending his own fishing. I really feel like he maybe could have taken a fight here. But as it is, they're both kind of just sitting back a little bit, letting their economies expand. Playing, if it were, as it were, a little bit nice with each other for the time being. There's a lot of respect going both ways in this matchup so far. Neither player wants to overextend and get caught on the back foot early.
Now, Valdemar is the one who's now just making more archers. And this is something I'm really surprised about seeing. Because, of course, you're playing against all these Hobolars. And archers, they barely tickle them. Now, Scarlet himself went for that +1 ranged attack as well. So, Hobolars now trying to find a little bit of damage here. They do tickle a boat, but he does get out alive. This is a signal for Valdemar, though, that something is about to happen. And this army, it's looking pretty feisty. The boys are pulling forward, and we see the yeoman now firing right at that fishing ship. He should be able to get inside if Valdemar is looking, but the melee units are the ones who are slowly torching that dock too. This is a pretty scary army, Socotra.
That boat is just braving the storm. Another one comes out, and now they dive in. Valdemar sees it, but yeah, a scary mass. Hoblars chasing down the archers' spears, coming in to meet them. The Lord's right behind, though. This is a big mass from Scarlet Devil, but even more so, it's just a more valuable mass. Those Lords are tanky, and there's nothing really here that'll slow them down.
The Hoblars do take...
Falling.
The archers are doing work, but at the same time, these Hobolars are frontlining quite a lot into the spears, and you can see how quickly that is to clean up a handful of spears. Scarlet Devil needs to focus these down, but so far Voldemar is doing a decent job with these trades. And the Shinobi being spawned, he tries to slow down the Yeoman. And the Yeoman...
it works!
Oh, he gets one of the kings, but the problem now is Voldemort's army is still not big enough to handle this, but now military ship should make this a bit easier for him to hold.
Archers, the Yashigoto trying to get onto the archers. The rest of the mass is right there. There's still 3 of those kings, though, at full health. It's just too much, I think, for Voldemar to handle right now. And the Yumi Yashigoto numbers are just dropping like flies now. They've got to run back. A lot of them are half health or less. Ships now under siege. A couple of good shots on the archers there, though. Taking a little too much damage just sitting around. And it's still in range. Even in the middle of the pond, it can't run away. And it goes down. The torches just flying the distance to get there. And this is not looking good for Voldemar whatsoever.
The Yumi investment feels a little bit shaky right now as the horses are just running right past them. Now, the Yeoman numbers from Scarlet is also steadily increasing. This means he's going to be able to pick off these Yumi, even though they're cheap. There's not a lot more of them right now. But we do see the demo ship coming out and he snipes it down. He does not want to risk anything with this army.
That's such a waste of resources. That's so unfortunate. It feels like Voldemar is trying to keep up and is just starting to lag behind ever so slightly here as far as keeping up with the speed of this game. He's trying his best. I'm surprised he's doing as well as he is, actually. I mean, maybe I shouldn't be. He's a really good player. He's holding his best. I mean, this is not an easy thing to do. Yumi Ashigoto is still trying to pepper those Lords of Lancaster and getting some good damage in. That was a really scary moment for Voldemar. Took a lot of damage. Look at the destroyed value, though. 2,100 to 1,900. Pretty even across the board. The problem is the army value is just so skewed for Scarlet Devil right now, and his economy has just been untouched behind this.
And Scarlet behind this went for that second manor as well. He hasn't made... Oh, now the next king is coming out. And Sake Brewery has been clicked up for Voldemar here. Now, usually when you go for your Sake Brewery, it feels pretty good if you have your base set up and ready for a raid or two. But that bad boy is not going to be close enough to many defenses, I would say, either. So this might be underutilized if Scarlet Devil is the one who moves out and tries to shut this down. We do see him going for the water, though, instead. And Scarlet, he feels pretty confident about his position here. You see him moving out, getting the food sources on the map. He's thinking about going castle himself with a lot of resources being floated right now. But the Hobolars are the ones who are now going to be trying to shut down at least something. Going straight for the dock. He torched that poor fishing boat, but the fishing boat will be allowed to live at least for now.
I love this counter raid from Voldemar. This is exactly the kind of thing you have to do. I was saying that Scarlet Devil's economy was untouched. Untouched no longer, a vill kill to his name. He needs to keep doing things like this. Make Scarlet Devil slow down. Make him focus on his own base and defending. Hopefully this guy can get out in time. A lot of archers shooting. A couple of horsemen. The Hobolar's trying to get to him. I think he's going to get out okay, but that's a lot of units chasing after him. A little bit of damage done, slowing him down. Voldemar, again, he's trying to buy time, because now that he's in Castle Age, this tech up, once those techs get in, we see the upgrade to the Yumi Ashigaru coming in. We see a lot of things going his way if he can just buy time. However, behind this, Scarlet Devil's dropped the White Tower, so he's going to be matching this timing with his own.
And getting the White Tower up in this position is so important for Scarlet here, because for him, this means securing that gold, which is going to be the big next resource that he needs to be thinking about. And at the same time, his numbers are looking steady. Voldemar now getting his upgrades, +2 ranged attack. He's feeling pretty confident in this composition. And now the Mounted Samurai, they are going to hit pretty hard. White Tower, though, securing that area completely. And you have to ask, where is Voldemar going to find his damage? But he already has his answer right there, out on the deer. This could be so costly.
The villagers go down. Military here from Scarlet Devil ready to respond. He can take out a lot of these guards, actually. The Yumi Ashigaru have the upgrade now. They're doing a lot more damage than they used to. A couple of the lords go down immediately. But the Hobolar's coming in from behind. This could be a pretty good pinch.
This is a perfect surround here for him, because this just means the archers are unprotected. As spearmen coming through there, hoping for the best. Hobolars pull back, though. Not really ready for that military mass in front of them. But the Shinobis are there too to try and make this fight favorable for Voldemar. Problem is, it doesn't look like it's going to be favorable for Voldemort, as those archers are just biting the dust one by one, and now the Hoblars being on top of them. No amount of kiting will make this easier. He needs a melee unit to stop this, and a melee unit, he hears the call for help.
Gotta get out of here, though. There's just way too many units for Scarlet Devil. Voldemort able to keep some of those Yumi Ashigaru alive, which is, I think, just massively important. He does have a lot of samurai, mounted samurai in the queue. 4 on the field, 5 in the queue. The Sake Brewery is manned and stationed, ready to go, so getting lots of gold from that. Again, Voldemort just needed some time. He's got a lot of gold. He's got 1,200 gold a minute coming in. That is a lot, and in a couple of minutes he'll be able to produce a lot of mounted samurai, and then the calculus of this game might change. We do see Scarlet Devil trying to respond with his own knights, and got a couple of crossbows out there as well.
Now, after that last fight, it looks like he's starting to respect the fact that he needs +1 ranged armor, finally getting that to come on in. Now, he's spending a lot of his resources here on just making units, but with the gold income, it feels like he's not going to be able to spend all of it. I say that and I just see him queuing up a ton more. Those fishing boats really able to keep up the samurai production here for him, but one of them do get shut down. And now the mounted samurai, they're the ones looking for damage. They do need to be careful, because that white tower is making this a much more costly little raid. So one of these mounted samurai already pretty low, but it might idle out a pretty big chunk of the economy if he wants to. It looks like the Hoblars, they're looking for more damage, just trying to slow down Voldemort's production. And with Voldemort playing Sengoku, he of course with his Matsuri, by now it should be around 25-30%. So he's probably pretty happy to just do that farm transition. But he does need a little bit more time for that thing to hit right.
Getting the relics in as well. Voldemort has 2 of them in his base in hand. They'll be stashed away momentarily. So a lot of gold for Voldemort can be coming in. These Hoblars, this is a pretty, I was thinking to myself, this is a pretty good map for Hoblars, because there's just so many spots you can try and raid. The tricky thing is you can't really stand and fight. We see the Shinobi getting the jump on them, slowing them down. That should let the Samurai get some hits in.
Now the Samurai are a little bit slower here. Hoblars still fast on the feet. They get away, but that was very, very close. We do see another demo ship here from Voldemort. He knows the dangers.
And there he goes. Has the pinch, gets the surround, and all but maybe one. He can get that charge off. However, losing the food truck over there. A lot of knights now for Scarlet Devil. He's got 13 with 16 of his yeomen. Looking pretty decent. He's also got 7 crossbows mixed in there as well. So both these players with pretty good militaries, but look at the army value though. These mounted samurai, they are powerful and they are worth a bunch. Almost 8k in army value.
Oof, they are going to be hard to take down. And with the composition here from Scarlet, he doesn't really have a response to all of these villagers not running the right direction, but none of them paying the price except for maybe one. But these mounted samurais, they are scary and they are feisty, ready to take some more. We do see the fishing boats getting a little bit idle for Scarlet Devil as well. And this is the trouble with this map. You so quickly run out of food. You feel quite confident to sacrifice your units because you have all that income. But this is still so scary. Voldemort is just trying to keep the army as busy as possible, pulling them outwards.
Honestly, I think Scarlet Devil is in a pretty good spot there. There's a reason those mounted samurais are running away. With the crossbows behind that and with enough knights, that was looking like a good engagement for Scarlet. There's a reason Voldemort didn't really want a piece of it. Backs up, wants to regroup. There's just enough all there that it looks a little prickly. So Voldemort is going to go back, remass, replan. He's got 18 of these things, more in the queue, and he's getting raids behind this, which I love to see. Just a couple of mounted samurai can do so much damage. Gonna look for some vills, not finding any there. Looks like Scarlet Devil has vacated the premise.
And this is smart, right? You want to minimize the places that he can raid you. At this point, I say that, and hey, 4 villagers just standing out there about to get raided by mounted samurai. But no. We'll be out of it fast enough. And Scarlet Devil has to ask himself now, how am I going to minimize any of my losses when these mounted samurais hit? Now I do want to take a second to look at this composition now. He's just reinvesting into the kings. He wants to make sure that he has enough yeomen still, but crossbows also being thrown into the mix to ensure that they can try to pick something off. Honestly, I'm liking this composition of Voldemort a lot more than Scarlet's right now.
Yeah, I do like what Scarlet has going as far as dealing with the samurai. I mean, he's got his own knights, he's got some crossbows, he's got a couple of the yeomen to deal with any other chaff that might be there. But Valdemar's comp is looking really nasty as well. The Yumi Ashigaru in mass, the mounted samurai in mass, and he's adding a couple of spears and whatnot for good measure. When these two armies collide, it's going to be cataclysmic, and I'm kind of excited to see it.
Now, Valdemar is floating 1,000 stone. And that brings a very big question mark to my head. What is this man planning? So now try to get a little bit of a stone upgrade on the towers here and there. Ooh, but mounted samurai, they're ready to rock. And the yeomen are there. We see the shinobis being summoned as well. And those ninjas are going to slow down everything. But what is this connection going to look like?
Knights trying to wrap around. This wood line kind of making it difficult to get in there. The Yumi Ashigaru with a couple of gunners looks like it's like a Shinogummer behind there, helping to take care of the heavy units as well. Looks like it's a back and forth, but I think Valdemar's just got the numbers here.
The composition here from Valdemar is really showing its prowess here. We see all those knights falling like flies, and apparently with enough Yumis, you can do a lot of work. Now, Scarlet, he realizes this was a very expensive one, and all of a sudden now, there's going to be a massive army headed his way. Valdemar really held out pretty well on this, kept Scarlet so busy, so that those raids that he could have potentially done just never landed. Now, Valdemar is the one going for that winning push, as we do see this army just looking so scary. Army value is telling us exactly what we should be expecting here. Running now, feeling confident enough to run right under that white tower to get the damage done.
Well, if anything could go under that white tower and fight for a moment, it would be those mounted samurai. That was a really, really good fight for Valdemar. And I really think it just showcases how strong mounted samurai are. Because look at those guys. Most of them are about anywhere from 1/3 to 60% of their health, right? Whereas the knights for Scarlet Devil just don't exist anymore. So really, really carrying in that fight. And also with the back line of Yumi Ashigaru, they've been upgraded at this point. So they do normal damage, which is incredible. And we got some fishing boats doing the Macarena back there. And then behind this, Valdemar with a farm transition, he is looking good for the late game. He's got the Matsuri almost filled up, 2 open spots there. He's got the Sake Brewery continuing to give him gold. He's got, like we mentioned, a lot of stone. And now, age 4 coming in with a sword hunt statue.
I've never seen this. Daimo cost decreased by 50%. Okay, great. So we're going to get more Daimos. And the attack speed bonus.
More too. The aura attack speed bonus, and then they spawn levies 100% faster. It's a pretty good looking landmark, but I'm with you. I don't think I've seen it very often. Normally Sengoku ends it in castles, so kind of fun to see Imperial Age coming on the horizon.
The Sword Hunt statue, I think this is probably the first time it's being played here at this high of a level. And I'm so excited to see how this sportage will go, but at the same time, there's not much to say about it. Valdemar has the superior army. He's going to have the age advantage, and he's got the gold in the bank to get those units upgraded. The Scarlet Devil, nowhere near being able to match this. We see the gold income at 80 gold per minute, which you can probably attribute to that relic he's got in the base. And
it's a singular relic.
Well,
not a great spot to be in. Scarlet Devil decapping the sacred site, so at least gets rid of that for the time being. He's got some units in the back trying to raid, but not getting much done, or unless those are villagers by chance. I don't think they are. In the very bottom corner, but he's gonna just throw in the towel. He knows with the age 4 popping in that there's just no way to get back into this game, and that'll tie up the series 1-1.
The moment he hears that age up coming in, he realizes there's no way I'm catching up with this. And honestly, Voldemort taking down House of Lancaster on this map must feel pretty good. Scarlet Devil for a while there, he looked like he was in control, but Voldemort kept his cool. He knew what he was doing, and he responded. I love the fact that his archers actually found a way to deal with all of those Hobbelars. The Hobbelars, they looked scary. He was aggressive, but just not aggressive enough to land the right damage he needed. Valdemar looking strong here, and not going to give this to Scarlet Devil too easily.
Yeah, if you look at like the 13-14 minute mark, I mean, there was a point there where there was quite a good military value. I think those Earl Guards could have done a little more damage, but then we see later on just the massive swing with that fight. I think Valdemar had enough time bought for him that he was able just to swing this game back into his favor. But there was a moment in Feudal Age where Scarlet Devil was pushing in, and it looked right here. it looked kind of dangerous. And I really think maybe if he wanted to, he could have maybe pressed a little bit, played it a little bit safe, backed up a little bit, and that gave Valdemar just enough time to really mass up. And once the mounted samurai get on the field, it gets really difficult. It's a whole new game then, and Valdemar was able to capitalize on it.
Valdemar, he gave us a lot of hope, and I think a lot of fans in the chat right now saying, hey, he's back, the boy's gonna make it. And this is a big one. Scarlet Devil, like we talked about earlier, we know that this man is someone who is quite spicy when he needs to be, and he showed us that exactly in the first game. And now Valdemar needs to keep this up to stay in the game. And just like that, I want to go over and take a look at what exactly the draft is going to look like. Now, I don't know if we have fixed that part of it just yet, but we do have the draft in front of me, so I'll put it in the chat for you guys there in Twitch chat. As we have French versus finally English coming in.
Scarlet Devil's going to get his English one way or another eventually. His alternate choice that got banned was Malians, and then I think it's interesting. Valdemar has chosen. I think he's had Macedonians in there just about every time as a choice. It's been banned every single time so far by Scarlet Devil. Instead, we get the age of ages, age-old battle between French and English. I mean, man, what a classic matchup that is.
And on Dry Arabia at that.
On Dry Arabia.
Guys, we're back in Season 1. Welcome to when Springald ships shot across the map and one-shot most of your army. Demo ships exploding on everything. And yes, those were the days. Oh, actually, it was Springalds. We had machine gun Springalds. I remember those days.
I had a mental block in there. I'd block those away. With English, I feel like English and China with those Springalds back in the early days were just, gross. makes me a little nauseous thinking about it.
Socotra, we have to take this moment and look at the draft. Ladies and gentlemen, the draft is back. Are you ready? We get to see exactly what happened here. And like we said a little bit earlier, nobody choosing the Golden Horde here after we've been seeing them showcased on Hill and Dale, they've been feeling very, very strong. But apparently, it's not enough. I have my other civilizations, both of them say. And I'm just so excited to finally see what English is going to do on these maps. Because now, this is the third time Scarlet has been picking English. First 2 times, snipe. So finally, English getting to see some ground. And against French as well. This historically, when I say historically, back when we were all like young little Padawans, English used to beat French quite a lot. But I would say over the last year and a half, French has been the superior one, right?
Well, it's a knight meta right now, right? It's a very aggressive knight meta. It's been the case for however many months now. It would make sense that French would have the edge here, but we can't discount what English could do. I mean, if any civ can withstand the knights early, it'd be English, right? They've just got that defensive notch to them. I want to point out too, it's so funny to me that if you look at the banned civs on each of these, it was Macedonians, and then it's English, and now obviously Valdemar must not want to go against Malians whatsoever because English slips by here now. I love getting into the mindset of these players as they go game to game, how they pick it out. But yeah, on this matchup, Dry Arabia, it's not a map I would normally pick English as being really, really good on. Obviously, French does wonderfully on Dry Arabia. English, it's fine. I don't think it's bad on Dry Arabia by any length, but it maybe wouldn't have been my #1 pick on this map, just given how open it is. But at the same time, they're so defensive. I don't know how much that matters at this level of play.
So looking at Dry Arabia in general, map aside, we know that most civilizations pretty balanced on this, but French, they do well on most open maps, but Dry Arabia also just a map that late game French usually flourishes. So one thing about this matchup, we see that Malians and English were both the ones that were chosen against this matchup from Valdemar. And what's interesting to me, was Scarlet Devil hoping for a Malians against French? Is that possibly why he sniped the Macedonians again? Or is this man just saying Macedonians is OP and I'm not going to be handling any of it? Because, of course, Malians and French, it's a little bit more of an interesting interaction than your usual English versus French. So, usually, especially in the current meta, the horsepower reigns supreme. But again, Scarlet Devil, this is a man with crazy plans. So I'm not expecting a standard English play into a let's open and get a barracks. I have 2 spears. this is going to be fine against knights. I really hope he's got something up his sleeve, because that one TC play against the French, it just doesn't feel like it's enough once the French gets going. Council Hall. Twitch chat, stop.
It's hard to get into these guys' minds, and I don't want to speak for any of them. But when I see a ban 3 times in a row, I think I gotta imagine it's just Scarlet Devil saying, I really don't want to deal with Macedonians, and there must be something about that civ. Whether he thinks they're OP or not, I don't know, but he must just clearly not want to play against them. Sometimes, we got civs that we just don't like playing against. And Macedonians are decent, English, yeah, for some it's English, clearly. But yeah, maybe I look at this and I think Valdemar must know he's really good with Macedonians, and Scarlet Devil must know that he does not want any piece of that. So instead we get English-French. We'll dive in just 10 seconds here. I will dive in just right now, a couple seconds early. There you go. Merry Christmas, everybody. We're hopping right on in. It'll be Scarlet Devil in the pink, going against Valdemar in the yellow. Scarlet Devil is English, Valdemar as the French.
And this is the nice thing. With those vills, he's going straight forward. That's the beautiful thing if your deer spawn forward. Usually on your scout path, you feel like, hey, this is something I get for free. I might as well move out and make this work. So Valdemar getting access to a lot more food early on. And this is exactly what you need when you're up against the English. Now, I do see a very opportunistic mining camp here from Scarlet Devil. He's going for a second DC. Oh my goodness. Why else would you be thinking about placing your mining camp like that? Ladies and gentlemen, shenanigans are on the way.
I mean, I'm a man of culture. I see a value mine, I place the value mine. And you better bet I'm putting that mining camp right there in between them. It's just too satisfying not to.
Now, getting survival techniques early on just means that Valdemar is possibly not going to be able to get that early wheelbarrow, which makes sense. You're out in the deer. You want to get survival techniques, as much food as possible, just to capitalize on everything in front of him. But now we have to ask ourselves, is Scarlet Devil going to be able to actually punish this? Because I feel like, no, definitely not. This is something that he's going to capitalize on pretty quickly. Even if he pulls back from here, if he's got wheelbarrow in, he's not even going to feel it. He's going to be like, aha, sheep lasted long. And the first villager on the stone already. Ladies and gentlemen, this is 2 TC English against the French. And I'm so excited for it. I love this playstyle.
How good does that? I'm just going to keep raving about the value mine camp just because it's just so satisfying to see. Saving 50, I mean, it's only 50 wood, right? You're saving 50 wood and a little bit of idle time building it, essentially. But man, does it just scratches like something very satisfying, right? It just feels right. It feels good. Now, as both these players just kind of doing their Dark Age things.
To you, this might just be 50 wood, but you have to think about this from a second TC perspective. And I think most of your Twitch chat are like, whoa, value camp. But guys, that is the access you have now to being able to build that house very, very smoothly and not getting pop capped for a second. This is the access to just not needing to move out for too long onto the extra stragglers. This is you getting that TC up 2 or 3 seconds faster before that knight arrives. And that is why this value camp is so important, because every bit of resource here matters, especially with the wood in the early game.
Nothing would be funnier in my mind if that was the difference in this game. If that was the crucial point, if that ends up being the inflection point that wins this game for Scarlet Devil, I would find that incredibly amusing. Just incredible if that happened. I don't know that that'll be the difference, but in this game, sometimes the margins can be kind of thin, so we'll see. School of Cavalry coming up in the meantime, though, for Valdemar. Abbey of Kings, of course, for Scarlet Devil. No surprises for anything there.
Now, what I'm a big question mark on is the fact that Valdemar does not have enough villagers there on food to be able to sustain a night for the first moment that School of Cavalry is done. He's got 5 villagers on food, which is just not going to be enough for him. Rally's another one on there, but the knight is not going to be the one popping out instantly. But he's got a lot of gold in his inventory. He's going still on wood. He's prioritizing the wood and the gold, which is telling me, are we just seeing would we? No, he gets wheelbarrow. Okay, with him getting wheelbarrow, I'm not expecting a fast pro scouts, but I figured, why would he? Oh my goodness, Socotra, I'm trying to figure this man out, but he's too smart. Valdemar is just doing things that I don't know how to predict anymore. But at the same time, when you usually see something like this, you understand, like, hey, this could be pro scouts, but no, the knight just enough. He calculated that to the last bit of food and got his knight queued up instantly. Absolutely perfection here by Moldemar. The fact that he had, I believe it was 0 food at that point just to produce the knight. Wonderful. I am so impressed with this.
That's the power of being on those deer with survival techniques, right? It's by having that in place enables him to do it this way. We do see a tower coming up right on those deer as well. Yeah, it's very clean stuff. And at this level of play, if you want to win these games, making clean plays like that is a great way. If you start stacking those plays on top of each other, you start really, really winning games with confidence and with a margin of ease, honestly. We do see the second town center now, however, coming up for Scarlet Devil right next to the first one.
And I would actually like to request Twitch chat, YouTube, guys, just look away when you look at that second TC placement. I know this might be triggering for some of you. This is not going to be the most beautiful base, but it's going to be a very safe base. So him getting that second TC under the influence of the first one just means that knights who dare come and raid, they are not going to get their value unless Scarlet Devil makes a critical mistake. Now, 2 knights already out, and we do see him getting his specialized pick upgrade as well. This man is just getting every upgrade possible and making sure that moreknights.com is in session. Now, you have to keep in mind here, Scarlet Devil now, he's playing English. Usually the response here, what you want to do, you want to get a little bit of gold out, get your upgrades so that the knights don't clap you, but at the same time, you get to wait before you do that. That second TC is so safe. You're going to drop down the barracks, you're going to be able to respond to most of these knight raids as long as you stay safe under that second TC. The Scarlet, he's going to need to produce, and he's going to need to start producing quickly because the knight numbers are going to get scary and they're going to love diving if you don't have any protection.
Valdemar hasn't gone for pro scouts. I don't know if I don't know that he will. We do see that tower about to play some dividends here if he can see it in time. Gets the villager in safely, loses a bit of health off the charge, but keeps him safe otherwise. And with that tower out there, you've kind of invested into things. You haven't slowed yourself down going into pro scouts. You're still getting the deer. You see another stable being built right now. He has the option open to later grabbing it for maybe some of those further deer if he wants. But at the time being, I like that he hasn't gone for it. I like that he's getting a little more aggressive instead. Has 4 knights in the field and is planning something. Doesn't have anything else in the queue. So we'll see how he goes from here. But so far, no Vil kills or anything. He's mostly just defending what Scarlet Devil's doing.
With him moving out into the second deer pack as well, he feels a little bit more confident. He's got 4 knights out there already doing the work he needs and just completely keeping Scarlet on his toes here. You can see with those spearmen now coming out, he's going to try to defend his base, but at the same time, Valdemar is the one in charge. He's just getting every bit of resource he can on this map. The ball being right there next to the deer feels amazing as well. Because in that, you already have your second layer of protection, aka the vision here with that tower out there. So even if he doesn't invest in a tower, he'll know when something's coming from the other side. But spearman numbers are now steadily increasing, getting a bit scarier for a knight dive in there.
Yeah, and he is making more knights as well, adding 3 more. Pro Scout's definitely not the plan here as he's going out on the field for it, which I do like. It's kind of a classic play. That knight, however, getting braced, though, by the spears, he does get away, but loses a lot of health in the mix. And I love this little short wall from Scarlet Devil. You don't always need to close it all the way in, but just getting a short wall, small investment for a lot of gain, really buys you time when those knights come to call.
Now, because of the knight numbers, you have to respect the fact that you're not going to be able to get the resources you want if you wanted to get an upgrade or two, but it feels like Scarlet, he hasn't been punished as much as you would have expected from those knights because it's been so safe. So I do see some pink dots out there on the gold already. I'm wondering if he feels confident enough to do so, but look at that. The king is, oof, and he is, ladies and gentlemen, this man is going to go for gold. He's trying to make it safe. Spearman now right there to back up the king. Valdemar does not flinch. Oh, but the scout goes down and the spears are ready to fight the knights, although the knight numbers are pretty scary here. One of them does not become a kebab. Impressive.
That was on both sides. I thought the king was going to go down. And I thought at least one knight was going to go down. Instead, both players decided to pull back at the last second. Both of them kind of blinking at the same time, as it were. That was a risky dive there for Valdemar going into the spears like that. There's just enough. You don't really want to lose. I mean, you might you might gain some value killing the spears, but you don't really want to lose the knights. I mean, those are just so much more valuable here. But it looks like Scarlet Devil is going to make a play for Castle Age. He has got a lot on gold. He is going to mine it all. And I think this is probably the right play. And we see both players really heavy on gold. Valdemar, too, we see right there. Tons of villagers on gold. I think we're going to see some Castle Age from Valdemar very soon. I think Scarlet Devil is going to probably want to try and match that.
And getting to Castle Age for English feels a lot nicer than it does for French, usually, right? Because with English, now you've got choices, which is a great part. But he's still making spears, so you're already countering your opponent's army, what he's invested in fully. So Valdemar going for the guild hall, very understandable. You don't have a huge amount of knights that are gonna be able to do game-ending damage once it does land. The king does spot this, he knows what's going on. He does get a little bit low, but the knights on the other side, Scarlet Devil, oh, he's getting a pretty high value. Disgusting.
Valdemar's honestly lucky it wasn't more. One knight is actually getting away kind of easy. That could have been devastating. And to your point, I agree. The guild hall is the right choice here. Usually, and this is not a hard and fast rule, but I don't like going for Royal Institute unless I have at minimum, and even then, at minimum 12 knights or more. You really need to have a big knight presence. And then when you build that landmark, it's kind of an all or nothing, right? You're banking on winning that pretty quickly into castle. A guild hall gives you a late game kind of alternative, a way to get into the next stage. But as it is right now, Valdemar running away with his knights. It's a pretty nasty spear mast. It's just enough to keep those knights at bay.
Now, with the amount of spearmen your opponent has, if you went for the Royal Institute, it just feels like you're already playing into what they're ready to counter Scarlet. He doesn't need to invest in anything else. He's got more walls.com running, and he has barracks. All you need. Now, Scarlet is the one he's going to be clicking up next. And honestly, I would love if he was even greedier. He doesn't need to be, but oh my goodness, the English in me is just begging for him to go for yet another TC. But we do see the villagers getting into position, and them moving forward is telling me this is going to be a bit of a space race. He wants to make sure that he gets and secures another area of the map with those, and the white tower goes down on the gold. Makes a lot of sense. You want to play it safe. You want to get that second resource nice and smooth. And with your villager lead already, you're loving this. Another knight paying the price, but... Oh no, actually it was just the scout.
It's just a scout. Yeah, that was actually okay.
Another one.
I like this placement. And in a perfect world, you'd love to get the farms under it as well. But I think the gold is the important aspect here. He needs to make sure he's securing the ongoing gold. So I do like where that's at. And the nice thing is, because Valdemar has no archers, he really can't do much about this. As long as those spears wrap around, which they do. Thankfully, Scarlet Devil is paying attention to this. It's going to go up without a hitch.
Now, what I loved about this is the fact that Valdemar keeps remaking scouts. I feel like most people here, when they lose the scout, they're like, it is what it is. But the pro players tell us exactly what needs to be done, and it's you need vision. Now, Valdemar... The previous game, and the game before that, he had 4 relics every single time. We know how important this is for him. So getting that out is going to be so important to just making sure that he gets that extra bit of gold he needs to sustain. Because French is such a gold-hungry civilization. With your red palace and, ooh, you can see the gold vein now being tapped out. He's going to need to move a little bit further out on the map. Luckily backwards for him. With a nice Marine Lord gold spawn there, easily walled off with a tiny little wall.
Spears moving forward, trying to shoo the villagers off the deer. A bit aggressive here with these spears. I like them though. Sitting at home doing nothing doesn't feel great. Getting some value by sending him out onto the map. As long as he's got enough at home to defend, which with White Tower up, he should be fine.
Now the Spearman upgrade coming in is going to mean these knights are not going to just be able to charge into them like they have. They're going to need to be respectful. I say that, and Valdemar's like, actually, let me show you. They do pretty well still. Getting us around, he attacks. This is it could be so expensive. Valdemar does lose a few knights here, but not that many. Not as many as expected. And at the same time, he learns to respect this. Pulls the knights back and not going to be fighting into those spears anymore. Scarlet Devil, though, it's giving him a bit of confidence. He's got the food transition, while French definitely doesn't. 400 food per minute. English is exactly where they want to be.
Yeah, looking at the map right now in the game, things are pretty even. I mean, destroyed value almost neck and neck. Vills killed are neck and neck. couple of spears getting caught out, though. That's going to be a nice pickup here for Valdemar. He needs to get rid of these as much as he can. Every spear down is a knight saved.
Especially because those knights can heal themselves.
Yes, exactly. So getting those little stragglers is actually excellent value. Relics now coming in. Each of them have one in hand.
And the transition into archers is slowly starting to show its head as Valdemar is respecting the spearman numbers. But with Scarlet having a handful of lances, or not lances, knights. We're back to season 1, sorry. We have knights. This feels pretty tough for Valdemar. Few men-at-arms also getting into the mix, and an MAA coming out of English. We all have dealt with that, and the answer is definitely not a bunch of archers. So with the knights, you have a pretty good response already. Ooh, beautiful raid here. All of a sudden, it feels like Scarlet is the one playing English as the first villager goes down here for Valdemar on the gold, and already thinking that this could be a safe gold. Scarlet is showing him, no gold is safe. You're going to need to be on your toes. I can raid as well.
The fun thing about this is you can see on the minimap all of those yellow dots heading back to deal with this singular knight. So that's when you do that, like, you're probably going to throw away the knight. It's probably not going to get out alive. You might get more value here, though. But by doing this, you're slowing your opponent down. You're making him go all the way in the back, which is always a good value.
Now, this huge amount of army is not going to slow down. That's the problem with the 2TC build. Valdemar hasn't been able to do significant damage. Yes, sure, you can say he killed 2 villagers. What now? What's going to be the follow-up here? He doesn't have food, and Scarlet is just going to keep on making everything. He's got every bit of his economy secured, and Valdemar now needs to find a way to actually be the French that most people fear when you're playing as the English. The walls has kept Scarlet Devil perfectly safe, and now he's the one pushing out forward with Guildhall only holding 900 resources. This is not going to be the life-changing amount that he needs, but the archers are in position to try and focus on a few of these spears. It's just so many.
This is kind of an interesting spot, kind of a little bit tenuous for the French, because you can't afford to give away those knights. You're waiting for the Guildhall to cook as they take the brace and the dive. Getting a bit of a charge off on a couple of those spears. A lot of them are pretty low health. There's not quite as many of them, and then archers there with some crossbows behind, able to take care of this mass for the time being. Scarlet Devil will have to remass and regroup. A good engagement here from Valdemar. Didn't lose a single knight, but behind this, that one knight from Scarlet Devil still putting in some work. He is working overtime. That is a couple of kills now. It could have been 4, but it'll be 3. Excellent job, and then bringing those knights back home from Valdemar. Some good, but gotta give it to Valdemar here. He's playing some good back and forth, and Scarlet Devil as well. They're both playing at a really good level right now.
The problem is, what that one single knight just did is he pulled the whole knight army backwards to go and deal with him. And that enabled Scarlet Devil to just, again, push out a little bit further. This game, though, Scarlet Devil says, you're not getting 4 relics. I'll take 3 of those already. And that feels pretty strong here for Scarlet, because you are, again, you're English. You usually don't have gold struggles in the late game. But French, they definitely do if they don't get that optimal Red Palace placement. And with the map control from Scarlet Devil, that's exactly what we can be expecting to see here. Crossbows now coming out. Scarlet realizes, okay, I need to find a way to handle these knights. Men-at-arms are going to be great, spearmen are going to be great, but I do need to just do the right amount of damage when they get that perfect charge off. But Scarlet Devil does need to pull back. Now almost 2,000 food per minute, and he says, I need more.
Can you smell it? Do you smell that? Smell of Imperial Age on the horizon. I can smell it coming. It feels like it's going to happen. This game, it's only been 18 minutes, but if any game could go a long time, it could be this one. Both of these players looking like they're very well established now. Can probably play for a late game. We'll see how it goes, though. These knights looking for an avenue in. Not going to really find an easy road. It's 2 to 3 Vil kills, so I imagine that number might tick up a lot if this game goes very long.
Now, even though he's got 1,000 gold here in the bank, Valdemar, he's still taking a little bit of trades, but he does need to be careful. That is the issue. The moment he ages up, the moment he pulls out any resources from that guild hall, if he places that down in the wrong position, he's absolutely cooked. And Scarlet Devil has vision everywhere. We see the villagers moving out here to the south, and the scout knows. Scarlet is fully aware of this happening. Valdemar has to pull back. If he doesn't, he's in a lot of danger. The problem is, he is making the Red Palace in a spot where you're going to be quite susceptible to raiding here if that army decides to rotate upwards. Scarlet knows that there will be some shenanigans at some point, but Voldemar uses this moment. He gets us around on the spears, and that is a pretty good cleanup already. Scarlet, though, he's got other plans in mind. Realizes sacrificing a few of these spears is going to be difficult, but he does need to find damage now elsewhere. He's still got a 40 villager lead, though.
Yeah, pretty good villager lead. We haven't talked about that much since that second town center went up, but Scarlet Devil's economy looking really, really good. That's why he's got so many spears, why he's got so much. Only 8 on that Red Palace, so it's going to be another minute or 2 before it comes up. But Men-at-Arms now doing some serious work here underneath the base. There's just enough, there's no real crossbows to answer this. I mean, the Men-at-Arms spam could really win it right now for Scarlet if he could just push in all together. The Knights just weren't in position to take that fight.
Now, getting that bit of idle time was quite important here for Scarlet, because he now knows exactly, hey, this man is trying to get a few farms up and running. Red Palace coming up is going to mean those TC shots are going to fire a lot harder, so he does need to pull back and not allow this. But we do see some pink dots there on the Red Palace, and I would love to see if we can see Scarlet Devil. Oh no, never mind. It's just a mining camp being built, and Scarlet Devil is about to be in for a little bit of a surprise. Only a handful of villagers, but all of these could go down if Scarlet doesn't notice in a second, because that Red Palace, it fires so fast, and that's exactly what happens. The villagers all falling like flies, but he's got a lot more where that came from.
That thing really is just a machine gun, isn't it? It's just insane how fast it fires. You know, and that is a kind of a, it might feel like a strange placement looking at it, and it doesn't cover a lot, but what it does cover is that 8k gold. Voldemar definitely thinking he wants to maintain that gold supply for a long time. He wants every ounce of that. And now he's an Imperial Age, and Scarlet Devil is just moments behind. Just needs a little bit of gold, and he can probably get there himself. And that's like another kind of not great fight here. Just not enough spears, not getting enough value for the damage here. Valdemar's been doing a really good job of just picking off these little fights, having small skirmishes, trying to keep the numbers in check.
It's quite surprising to see Scarlet. He keeps taking these fights, even though he's thinking about going and aging up himself, and Berkshire Palace will be the answer for him. He's putting the Berkshire in a pretty peculiar spot here. As we can see it being close to the Red Palace, he's most likely going to try to shut that Red Palace down instead of just securing resources himself. Now, this fight did go the way of Scarlet Devil, as we do still have to get those upgrades in for Mr. Voldemar. Voldemar is trying to pick off as much as he can along the way. So 35 villager difference still means a lot here. Even though Voldemar looked like he recovered here for a second, it does bode pretty heavy for him if Scarlet Devil is the one who is going to be trying to get rid of that Red Palace on the gold. Now, that Red Palace doesn't just cover the big gold, it also covers the 2 back golds right there. So it means that he has access to so much more if Scarlet is not able to punish this. But he hits that age up, and let's see that first upgrade. Ooh, enclosures. Makes sense.
He needs gold. Yeah, he doesn't have access to as much gold, I think, which makes sense again. I mean, that's such a good long-term investment. We're going to have the Tale of Two Towers, though, essentially going on up there. We got the Red Tower and the Berkshire. I almost wondered if the Berkshire was in range to shoot at it. I don't know that it was quite close enough. Yeah, I think just out of range. And just about a tile. It'd have been funny if they'd have been able to get in range for that.
Now, Trebuchet firstly queued up, and that is what I love to see from Scarlet here. He knows where to hit, where it's going to hurt, and Voldemar, he's going to have the villagers out there to try and repair this. And that's great, but the thing is, you know you're ahead in villagers. You want your opponent to just idle out a little bit more. Crossbows, though, he needs to be careful. Voldemar has to pull back here. Those are so expensive. And you can see the food income per minute, it's a very different story for Voldemar than it is for Scarlet. Scarlet now at 200 supply. He's starting to build up quite a bit of bank here as well. So he won't mind losing a handful of units and just replacing them. While Voldemar on this side, he's on 124, and he's barely getting enough resources together to scrape a handful of knights full. But we can see the connection has landed, and the crossbows are sinking their bolts right into these knights very quickly, getting Voldemar's army even thinner than it used to be.
We've seen Voldemar cash out his guild hall already, and that's kind of his ace up the sleeve, right? It was used for the age 4. Now it's ticking up. It's kind of his stay in the game button. Because as it is, Scarlet Devil's English economy is just going to be humming for pretty much infinity. Like, it's never going to stop at this point. And at this point, I feel like I give the edge just to English late game here. Like, it's very difficult to deal with these men-at-arms and the crossbows with the spears. I just think the composition is better for Scarlet Devil. It's a slower comp, to be sure, but it's a slow and steady comp. It's going to just kind of march in. We're seeing it right here. There's just no recourse, no answer that Valdemar can find. He's down 79, almost 80 military units to 37. The army value now is skewed very much in favor of Scarlet Devil. This looks like it might be it. I think Valdemar just kind of ran out of steam here.
Now, Scarlet is doing his best at just doing damage without losing these units, but he has to keep in mind now, there's a big chunk of villages under that Red Palace, and that Red Palace should be peppered up quite a bit already. 2,000 food in the bank.
Double trebuchets popping right out of the Berkshire. It's just tough. Like, if Valdemar could kill like a ton of villagers, maybe there's a way into it. I'm just starting to see that avenue of how you get into this game shrink by the minute. The later this game goes, the more in favor I feel like it goes for Scarlet Devil with the English.
Now, those big groups of raids does feel pretty scary, but you can just see the keep is doing its work, and the villager there, Scarlet Devil, doing his best at shutting down anything and everything that will try and pick off his vills. But you have to ask yourself now, is this lead going to be the lead he needs to actually secure Valdemar in his base? Because it doesn't feel like Scarlet is circling around the Red Palace just for fun. He's going to get ready for this, as we see him being quite far forward here, but he's got the counter side here, making sure that he takes down a bunch of villagers just to get even further ahead. Doesn't feel like Scarlet Devil is making any more builds though.
I don't know if he needs any more. He's got 113. You're kind of set. I mean, you can make a couple more if you need, but I think at this point, having more military, since they're slower, it almost makes sense. I mean, look at his bank. He's got 4K food, got over 1,000 gold. He's in a really good spot. I think at this point, you just need to keep taking really good trades. Those Imperial Knights are still an issue. The army value is actually pretty even now. Valdemar's weathered the storm pretty well. In fact, army value is basically neck and neck. So if anyone could hold through, again, the guild hall could keep Valdemar in this. So we see his food has now stabilized. Now it's just the gold. Valdemar just needs to make sure he can continue to get gold, and he'll be fine. Obviously, that's a bit of a problem here with this Red Palace under siege, but trebuchets getting caught out. Knights surround and get rid of them, and they are done. So that'll save the Red Palace for some time. A good pickup from Valdemar, and this is the benefit of going against English and with your French Knights. Like I said, Scarlet Devil had a really good mass there for a moment, but it's slow. It's a very slow mass, and Valdemar just investing everything into these Knights. Taking down the Berkshire as well. He'll lose a couple while doing that, but that's actually a really good value to get rid of this thing.
Now, with this Berkshire going down, that feels pretty good, but it just doesn't feel like it's enough. The crossbow's absolutely peppering through anything that dares step out here. The Berkshire, though, he's firing pretty heavily, just not heavily enough to stop this, but apparently the spears have something to say about that. And the Knights, they do get a pretty good surround here, and the Berkshire just keeps firing now. Villagers being pulled to try and repair it, but it will pay the price at the same time. Valdemar is the one who's got an army inside his base too, but Scarlet, he's sacrificing quite a lot of these units. Thing is, he gets to replace these.
I feel like we're on the road to a base trade here in a second almost. Now, military numbers now dwindling though for Valdemar. He did lose a lot of knights. And that's kind of the tricky thing, is these knights they cost so much that when you have them in mass, they're really good, but now the gold is becoming a consistent issue for Valdemar. He just can't replace them.
Now, the hand cannoneers is going to need to perform miracles here, but he realizes that I need horses to deal with any amount of army. Now Scarlet is the one making, he's going to make cannons, and this is going to be so difficult. Bombards, so difficult to handle, to get anything back up. He's just going to slowly push his way all the way through to the base. And you can see the villager amount has equalized, but Scarlet, that's a decision. Valdemar, that's just him producing at full speed, and he cannot make anything else. You can see every resource per minute is not looking too healthy for him.
Yeah, it really comes down to that gold, I think, right? In fact, that his food's been under duress a little bit. He threw away so many of those knights. For a moment, I thought he was going to bring it back, but he threw them all away under the Berkshire. And I just feel like that he focused, he almost had it torn all the way down, but then focused on the spears. I almost wonder if he should have just torn it all the way down and then focused on the spears after. But again, he lost so many doing that either way. I think he would have lost a lot of knights as long as he focused that and fought under that building. It feels like he maybe threw him a little away for nothing here, because now he's just on the back foot and it just feels over.
So even though that Red Palace still stands, it feels like the Bombard has something to say about the main base instead. And that makes a lot of sense. We have a bombard. We've got the numbers. Let's keep on pushing. So look at that. The horseman raid as well. Scarlet is the one in charge. And these villagers might make their way back to safety, but a few of them will pay the price. And again, this is just distracting Voldemort from what he needs, resources.
Yeah, at this point, it looks like this game's just over. The bank that Scarlet Devil has built is just incredible. Valdemar just doesn't have the gold, can't maintain production of units, and he's so far behind. And this is just the power of English late game, right? Like once they get into Imperial Age, once they get those farms cooking, once they get these units popping out, the heavy infantry, it's hard to deal with this mass when it decides to move right into your doorstep.
Now the double bombard is ready to fire away, and you can see that villagers desperately repairing, but this is the stage of the game where your wood becomes an issue as well. And those bombards, they're going to do some quick work here. We see he's just desperately trying to get enough to do this, but with Sacred Site victory approaching, you feel that pressure. I just love the fact that neither of these players have decided to go for that top relic.
I wonder if either of them even noticed it. Sometimes you don't even scout it, or it just hides in the shadows, just in the corner there. Valdemar making Scarlet Devil earn this one all the way. Bombards, though, should make quick work of the remaining two landmarks.
Now, they are doing some good damage against these keeps as well. And that's the thing about keeps. You have to repair them with stone, right? This is not something Voldemar has any of. He's barely got anything in the bank, but you can see he's trying to make the army he can afford right now and take that final fight, because this is all he's got. The keep now going to be falling, but the army is ready for a fight. The bombards are just doing all they can. Hand cannoneers need to be microed, but the crossbows are ready and they are destroying everything.
And that'll do it. Game number 3 goes to Scarlet Devil. We've got a really competitive series on our hands here. It's all mixed up right now. Scarlet Devil with game point now. Valdemar needs to win out to continue on here. But we can really see the value. Just look at the way the value kind of slipped back and forth. And look at that 26 to 27 mark. Valdemar really closed that gap back up. It was looking really dire at 23 minutes. He closed it, got it really close. Around 27, it was dead even. And then look how much he lost right after that. And that was the fight taken underneath the Berkshire. And he lost all of those knights doing that. And I wonder if he maybe could have saved the game with those knights. But in the end, the eco was just far superior for English.
And now you're getting into this point where Valdemar is feeling that pressure. This is pretty tough for him, because now this is his moment. He needs to take down Scarlet Devil. He's the favorite here. This is what people have been waiting for. We do see some of these critical plays here. You can see Scarlet Devil, he was ready for this. He knew what he needed to defend, and he did such a good job at that. Look at that first knight just trying to find a bit of damage, but it does not.
Yeah, really good game by both these players. Like I said, I felt like that one was going to go long, and it did. But English late game, it's one of the best. And French late game in most matchups isn't bad, especially when you have the guild hall really helping you pump more stuff out, getting the quick age up. But English, when they get set up and moving, it's hard to deal with. And French, when you lose the knights, it never feels good. But coming up, next game, it's going to be Hill and Dale, and it's going to be a Ubids into Mongols. Again, Macedonians chose again and banned again. Valdemar has picked that one all 4 times in a row. Scarlet Devil has banned it all 4 times in a row. And now Malian's banned for the 2nd time as well. Valdemar doesn't really want to deal with that, especially on Hill and Dale. So we'll have a Ubids versus Mongols. What is your initial take on that matchup, Whammon?
Now, I feel like it can go both ways. Ubids, I feel like they just perform a little bit better in most of this, but this is still Hill and Dale. This is something that Mongols is pretty good at overwhelming their opponents with. This is a map where you can usually be quite greedy because of all the food you have access to. So Scarlet, most likely, he gets to make that decision. Like, hey, am I going to go fast castle? Can I go fast castle? What do I want to do to capitalize on that extra bit of food that I don't need to move out for? And this is the strength of the civilizations on a map like this. With Mongols, you are the one who usually lands and does the damage you need. But this map just doesn't let that happen too easily. Although the wood lines, this is where Mongols can become a bit of a menace. If you're a civilization that again needs to go for wood, they have a pretty good answer at shutting down anyone who tries to get resources. I don't know. I like Mongols here just because of the civilization itself, but Who do I like more on this? Scarlet. I think Scarlet has shown us he's good at sitting back and waiting for that right moment to attack. Every single time. And Hillendale gives you that.
No, it's been impressive to see, right? I mean, with that very first game, like you mentioned, he's good at sitting back and waiting for the right moment. He did that on Baldland with Byzantines too, almost perfection, right? He sat back, was a little more, even if anything, a little more passive than I would have liked to have seen, but waited for the right moment, executed it pretty well, and then got the win. I could see it happen again here. Mongols on Hillendale, I always have to wonder, it's not really been the meta for some time, and I always wonder on Hillendale, like, do you go for some trade on this map? Like, it can be so easy to do. Would you even consider it at this level?
At this level, you see, the thing is, they're going to scout it. This is not something where Scarlet goes in blindly. This man shows us he knows where to scout, he knows when to scout, and he is not going to let you do something for free. It was the same with the Red Palace. We could see that he's everywhere. He knows exactly where that thing is coming up, and he was able to at least get Voldemort to put it in a different spot. I don't expect Voldemort to get away with any sneaky plays here. Scarlet is the one who moves out on the map. Scarlet is the one that takes control of the external resources. He's the one that feels confident in this. I say that, but also Voldemort was the one on the deer. Scarlet just didn't have an answer to it. He did as much as he could with the king, try and raid it, try and shut this down. But Voldemort can't get away with something that sneaky too easily against a man like Scarlet. But wing-wise, that's what I would like to ask Twitch chat as well. We've been seeing AO bits on this map quite a bit. Is this where you go for your dervishes, just negate any damage that might come your way, where Mongols has to invest a lot more to actually get damage done because your dervishes are just like chilling there, healing with the power of the gods, while, you know, you can just go castle then, or you can just sit back and persuade Mongols not to constantly attack you. I think Scarlet has the keys to the car here, and he's going to be driving us in the direction. Voldemort, he needs to find an answer to do damage, and this is all or nothing. Pretty big game for him.
That's true. He doesn't really have a lot of wiggle room. You kind of, I set you up and you dunked it perfectly, the alley-oop. I was going to say, like, on the mid-ladder tier, like anywhere from gold to maybe even high diamond, you might see some silver trees sneak in on this map. But yeah, this level of play, like you said it perfectly, they're going to know what to scout for. They're going to know to look out for it. It's going to be, you can't really sneak past him without seeing. Maybe he goes desperate and goes for it. I don't expect it. And I think you're right. It really, the ball is kind of in Scarlet Devil's court to do as he pleases. And as far as what wing he goes for, I mean, might I even say there's not really a lot of bad options as far as what he goes with. He can go for the early dervish, and that would be a good call. He could go for the Desert Raiders, and that would be a good call. He could even take the 3 vills and make it even faster castle. That would be a good call. I think all of them are actually viable. It really depends on his personal playstyle with Ayubids and how he wants the game to go. I think I lean towards either the dervish, or if Valdemar's planning on getting aggressive, maybe going for the Desert Raiders early. I think both are good. I'm really high on the dervishes though, and how much value they provide with that healing. It's so good. Every time I get on this channel and cast, I always just shout out that it is underrated. Even for as much as we rate it as pretty good, it's still underrated in my mind how good the dervish healing is with that wing.
And the numbers speak for themselves. We've seen why pro players go for this constantly. They are just there to perform. And this is also why the Deer Stones is so popular. The Deer Stones just give you so much of an advantage with your villages and everything just moving faster. You can be aggressive, you can pull it back, you can be defensive. So the Silver Tree right now in our meta is just not there to do the work. Your Deer Stones, they give you what you need, and that's mobility. That's the name of the meta right now is mobility. How am I going to raid? How am I going to make sure that I do the right amount of damage to completely oppress my opponent and get the advantage in the win from there? So these boys are going to be battling it out pretty heavily, especially with, we have to ask ourselves about the spawns here. You always get into a spot where with Hillendale, if you get a forward gold, things can get a little hairy, especially with the Mongols. They can very, very easily get a little Mangudai or two to handle what you're trying to do. But again, that's where the Dervish comes in. And yeah, I would like to see what that initial response is, and if Voldemort is going to go for some early aggression here. Because we do see that Uwu coming down, but now Scarlet Devil in the purple, snacking on all these sheep around the base, and that's quite a lot of them.
Yeah,
Oh
we're going
my
into,
goodness.
that's a lot of sheep. I'm always a fan of some extra sheep. Everyone knows that. We are into game number 4 here of this best of 5. Scarlet Devil with the game point. He's got 2 wins. Valdemar has gotten a win himself, hoping to do the reverse sweep throughout the rest of the series now to stay in it, as he is doing some pretty standard stuff so far. We'll see just how do these players want to play this matchup. What wing will Scarlet Devil pick, and how aggressive will Valdemar choose to be?
Now, Valdemar, now I would like to take a look at that Uwu so we can see what the man is cooking. So if our observer could just do a quick glance out there onto the Uwu, so we can see what Valdemar is opening up with. And it is a barracks, ladies and gentlemen. Very understandable. No pasture play early game today. But like I said earlier, Scarlet doesn't let anything happen without him knowing about it. So he knows exactly what's cooking. So the thing is, Valdemar is going to need to send that spear all the way out here to try and shut down a gold that's back. That backwards gold is a gift from the gods. Scarlet is going to have access to that for as long as he wants. And a very small wall could just make sure that a spear would have to run miles to get to it. As we can see, that wood line to the right side of the screen, it has a tiny, tiny open space where the spearman could slip through. But for Mr. Valdemar, let's see where he's going to land with that spear.
Yeah, not an ideal spawn if you are playing as Mongols. He's sending the spears out. I think you're right. I don't know that he's going to get a whole lot done. He hasn't even seen what's going on out there yet. He's not going to make Valdemar feel very good. That's for certain. He's going to be seeing this. He's going to see the gold in the back, and he's going to realize, geez, I'm not going to get a lot done here, or at least not enough done early. So already this matchup looking decent for Scarlet right now. You know, when you can have a little time. The scariest thing with Mongols is that they can get you early, and it will be economic wing. So kind of foreshadowing a very quick castle age. And what this also does is it gives a bonus to those berries. So even more food in the back of your base with that plus 50 for each berry bush. I actually like this choice. The dervishes would have been equally as good, but I like the extra food he gets here. I wish if he was going to go for this, though, he would have spread out his villagers and not eat up one of those berry bushes all the way. Normally, when Ayubid's players play this, they spread the villagers out one per bush. So you don't have, you can see that one missing right there. You don't get the bonus 50 for that because it's gone. So, and if he's not careful, he's going to lose out on about 150 food if he doesn't spread those out. So that's a bit of a misplay. And again, at this level, that can matter a little bit. Yeah, that one's about to go too. That's missing out on 100 food, probably 150 food, like I said.
That is a massive loss, but at the same time, you still have access to your deer. And I think this is the name of the game here. He knows that he has access to all this food, something he doesn't now not going to be paying too much attention to. But the key here is getting those 3 extra vills, and we see him deleting that mining camp. And the silver tree is built, Socotra. What year are we living in?
It's happening.
I saw in chat earlier, someone said that Anatan told people on BC stream that Valdemar is going to surprise us. And ladies and gentlemen, Valdemar has surprised us. A silver tree coming out for the first time in ages in competitive play. And I'm ready for it. I want Valdemar to trade. Let's go see if Scarlet is cursed by the caster and if he is going to not scout. Because that could be the only mistake he makes.
If he doesn't see this, that'd be incredible. You know, I was kind of wondering in the back of my mind, like, will Valdemar go? It's kind of, it objectively might not even be the best play at this level. And it probably, the numbers probably back that up. But sometimes you got to play outside the box and play a little risky. And that's what Valdemar's doing. Perhaps he noticed that it was economic wing coming in for Scarlet Devil and realized that he would have some time, that Scarlet's playing for a fast castle and that maybe he could match that with his own eco. That might have been the thought process here. We do see an archer range coming in, but it's going to be Silver Tree. So Hill and Dale, the meta is, you know, you can go trade on this map. We'll see how well that works for Valdemar, because again, there's a risk. There is inherent risk involved with this, because if it gets scouted, Scarlet can respond. And even if it takes him some time, he can still respond. But if it doesn't, if he doesn't notice, we do see a scout running around the back now. Does he see this? This is huge right here. If he notices it early, this could backfire for Valdemar very quickly and just blow up in his face. If somehow Scarlet misses this,
Scarlet is taking a quick look. He sees the stable. Maybe this is the information he thought he wanted. But he doesn't realize he needs more information here. Ooh, and the Gur coming down now on the deer. This scout is like, okay, I know what's happening.
He's going to have to see it.
Oof. Do you see, is that the landmark moving out?
That's the landmark.
That is the landmark.
That's it. He sees it. And so this is exactly what you were saying too, was that a good player, these top players are gonna look for it. They're gonna look, and he's doing exactly that. He sat there, he looked, he knew that it would have to go to that south corner because the market was on the eastern corner. Sat his scout there, wanted to see what's he producing, and is that landmark gonna come into view? And it does. So now the question is, how does Scarlet Devil respond? And he's got Desert Raiders on the field.
He's got a Desert Raider on the field, and I think this is what he wants. He wants to force Valdemar to make units. He wants Valdemar to stay at this age, because we can see he's got nothing else in queue. He's going for his fast castle. He came in here with a plan. He's got the eco lead. He's going to go for a fast castle. He's got the extra berries now. He still has his full set of deer, a ton of sheep under the TC. This man is going to glide into a fast castle, but my big question is, what then? Are we just seeing a bunch of camel lancers trying to shut this down? Because Valdemar behind this is just going for a few spears too. And this is going to deal pretty well with the Castle Age follow-up. But at the same time, Scarlet has a archer. So he's got a plan. Another camel in queue though.
I think the Desert Raiders are actually the way to go here, because they can snipe out those spears. They can kite them away. They can also do really good damage and keep up with those traders as well. I think I think mixing in some camel lancers would be nice, but I think the Desert Raiders might be the unsung heroes in this game.
Now, I see that Valdemar is now just investing into more and more archers, getting that to himself. Makes sense. You want to deal with the Desert Raiders. You know that they're a pretty big threat, especially when you are up against the Airbids. But Scarlet Devil is so close to clicking up. Ooh, and we see the Desert Raider coming on in. The Archer, though, he's taking a lot of damage. He gets one of the Keshiks, and that feels good. So, Keshik going down is going to mean that aggressiveness he had is shut down, and Military Wing is the choice of aggression here. That Desert Raider, though.
I would have expected the Dervishes, but I kind of like the idea of, like, if Desert Raiders is going to be the right choice here, it's kind of fun to get those for free. That'll help keep up with the trade, and hopefully for Scarlet Devil, keep the pressure on it as well.
And we do see that Desert... Yeah, he's got to be careful, because the archers that will follow... I say archers, but there's one archer still in production here. I now see there's 5 total. UI a little bit all over the place, but the tower is doing some good work here. One archer needs to be careful, but the Desert Raider extended a little bit too far here. TC Fire is going to need to do the work, and he's not going to have access to the gold for too long if this keeps up. Valdemar still not making a single trader here. He respects the fact that there's a Desert Raider out here and doesn't try to shut it down just yet.
He's going to have to deal with this eventually. Right now, he's just trying to keep the pressure on Scarlet Devil, keep him in his base, let him maybe buy some time to trade. He's just kind of walking in. At this point, you were kind of mentioning those walls, how nice a couple walls would have been, but that would have obviously slowed down Scarlet Devil a bit. He's going to need to answer this somehow, though, because this is starting to turn into kind of a nasty mass in the very back of his base. The good thing is, though, Defender's advantage is very real. Valdemar's going to have a hard time continue to reinforce this if at any given point Scarlet Devil decides to cut those reinforcements off.
The problem is he's got the gold under control here, so yes, he's going to be able to pick off a unit here and there, but he's not going to be able to get those upgrades. Luckily for him, he's going to get free camels, and I mean, what is better than a bunch of free units? He knows exactly the power thereof, and Valdemar, he knows he needs to find real damage. Right now, he's just got idle time out of the gold, which shuts down any of this aggressiveness that you would expect from Scarlet in terms of getting your upgrades, getting your Desert Raiders upgraded too, which would probably be pretty clutch here. Now the villagers just popping back in, but the Desert Raiders are at the ready, sniping down that one Keshik, and now more units are on the menu. But he just doesn't have the gold for it just yet to get the next upgrade. And a Camel Lance is chosen over the upgrade.
I actually like that choice. You've got enough Desert Raiders. I think the Camel Lancers actually are kind of a good choice. Get something heavy out right now, because that comes out upgraded, right? That comes out in Castle Age. There's no way you've got a unit to deal with. Most of the spears have been cleaned up by now, so I feel like that's actually an excellent choice. Get this army out of your base.
Now, the Camel Lancer numbers, they do take a while to ramp up. And keeping in mind, he doesn't have access to too much gold. So the Desert Raiders, they do their job. And they can push this army back. But he does need to be careful not to lose most of these. First Camel Lancer is out, and it looks like he's got a target in mind. Second one joining now as well. Desert Raiders doing their best, but he does need to be careful here. They get some pretty good shots off, and the next Camel Lancer just becomes a kebab pretty quickly.
Yeah, that was really risky and really close. Those spears, there's just enough right now. Valdemar reinforced the spear numbers in a good amount of time. And now just kind of sitting. He is kind of backtracking a little bit, though. He knows he doesn't want to overcommit and make a misplay here. He's being very methodical about his movements. But Scarlet Devil just needs to get building and make this Castle Age advantage really kick off for him. We see the first Dervish in the queue as well.
Now, with that Dervish, the healing is going to be quite great if you want to out-sustain this, but the archer numbers are pretty scary. Baltimore now getting his building movement speed upgrade too, which I'm pretty surprised about, especially considering that's what you're spending resources on without having any eco upgrades. So, big question mark at the top of my head right now, thinking about what is he planning to do with this? And honestly, does this just mean Castle Kurultai is going to run here at the speed of light? Because that could feel pretty interesting. Now, what I like to see at the same time, Scarlet is getting that +1. He's getting his camel upgrades. He knows he needs to get the mass here to deal with all of this, because this is a lot of units. Now villagers moving out, and Baltimore is nowhere to actually suppress this.
Yeah, and I like that wall up there as well. So if you need to run back in the base, you can. At this point, Scarlet Devil waiting to get those Desert Raiders upgraded. It's about to tick up in just a second. There it goes. And so now he'll probably feel a little more comfortable taking a fight if he needs to. Wolf might get a kill there. Maybe. Nope. It gets spotted just in time. Or maybe. Okay, no. The wolf being
Not
very
today.
annoying, though. Very close. Hope that wolf doesn't have rabies. Wouldn't it be fun if like there was a 0.1% chance that a wolf has rabies and poisons your vill and it just dies? That's like the intricate game mechanics I want in this game sometimes, you know? Just for the added silliness.
That's pink sheep right there.
Pink sheep. Yes, pink sheep levels of rarity. Valdemar still.
What?
Go ahead.
What I'm a little bit concerned about here is the fact that there's not been a single villager kill here for the Mongols. And Mongols, this is usually the name of the game for them. That's where they shine. They shut down someone by just overwhelming around those woodlines especially. And he just hasn't been able to get that off yet. Now, the traders have come in, and he does have a handful there already. Thinking about the eco numbers, he probably has about 4 or 5 right now. And this is good. Valdemar is now slowly ramping up. But the thing is, he's still in feudal. Scarlet, though, he's the one now getting raided. And I spoke too soon. Poor man is about to be under siege. And we'll see if he gets a handful of vills, or a single vill at that. He does get one low HP boy. And that wall is not complete, so there could be a second one sneaking in there at some point.
The wolf with the assist on that one, 100%. Wolf doing 90% of the work, and the Keshik just taking his homework and turning it in as if it was himself. That's some really silly shenanigans right there. Valdemar still kind of just back and forth in the same spot. He's got a pretty nasty looking mass, 56 units. This is looking scary. Scarlet Devil, of course, is in Castle Age and upgraded, but those spears just kind of loom large here in this fight as Camel Lancer is trying to get some damage in, but getting poked and prodded, turning into kebabs, as you like to say, dropping one by one. This is a tough engagement here for Scarlet Devil.
Yeah, Scarlet taking this fight a little bit aggressively here. As we can see, his villagers are just very happily getting all the berries, but they might actually be the ones dying now. Oh, he's trying to focus these down, but Valdemar's mass is just too much here. And apparently Valdemar just investing in more and more units actually paid off here. The archer numbers were enough to pick off a lot of these desert raiders, and apparently Scarlet is the one in danger.
Yeah, I want to point out that Valdemar took some time building some traders. He did not start pumping them out immediately. That allowed him to build a military presence, which forced Scarlet Devil to respond with a more defensive posture. And now that we can see the line of traders happening, Valdemar is online, and in Feudal Age, he's fully committed, and the military mass is there, 39-6. Yeah, he waited on these traders just a little bit, let the military kind of stand on its own first, so that way he knew he wouldn't lose any of his traders. Actually, a smart game plan. If you're going to do it, it was delayed, and there is a risk of doing that, but in doing so, he has enabled this play to work.
I'm absolutely amazed here by Voldemar's decision making, because for me, this felt like Voldemort, he was unsure of how to handle this, but all of a sudden, he's put himself into gear and he's ready to take Scarlet down. Absolutely love to seeing this type of aggression from him. Voldemort, though, there were some instances in the past where he would overcommit a bit and lose quite a lot, but you have to look at the food per minute. It's telling you the story of a very hungry Aeobid player. Those villagers idle for quite a while here, and he's just not able to make any units. Now, the Desert Raiders, they do kill the Khan, but you have to ask yourself, is this going to be helpful at all?
Yeah, this is looking pretty dire for Scarlet Devil. And you know, it's tough when you're going against someone like Voldemort who's getting aggressive, who's just standing on your doorstep. He basically just stood on top of the food. And now that that's a problem, the wheels are falling off here for Scarlet Devil. It felt like he never could quite get humming and going. And that is the danger of going Castle Age when your opponent stays in Age 2 and just masses units. Is that, yeah, you've teched up, but if you don't have an answer to all those spears, you can have all the cavalry in the world, but if your opponent has 3 times the number of spears with some supporting units, you just can't do anything. We see, you could insert the Benny Hill theme right here. Those villagers are just running around in circles now. There's just no recourse, no way to get back in this. Voldemort has secured this game with Silverwing, of all things. I mean, just incredible. Or the Silver Tree. I say Silverwing, Silver Tree.
Oh, in this case, it feels like Voldemort just is playing with his food. Scarlet not ready to accept his fate here. I remember what I said about Scarlet being the guy who knows when to attack. He just, he never had that option. Voldemort put him in his base and kept him under control the whole time.
Yeah, it felt like he kind of just had those units, those Desert Raiders, and they were just kind of on the complete and utter defense the entire time. I almost would have liked to see maybe sneaking a couple out and trying to disrupt that trade. You knew it was there, and that was his plan. I think he just had to really heavily commit to that defense. Maybe if you could, it's hard to do, but maybe if you could spare a Desert Raider or two, force the units of Voldemort out of your base and to go defend that instead, maybe there was a world you can get into this. As it was, Voldemort just sneaking around that little wood line. Man, how good would a wall right there have been from the get-go? We talked about little short walls. He's just kind of looped in the side door this entire time. Sometimes walling off on Hillendale can really, really give you the time you need. Because as it was, Scarlet Devil just didn't have quite enough time.
Now we do see the camels being on the other side of the map, trying to make miracles happen. And the problem is just the miracles, they are a little bit late. And we can just see Scarlet Devil losing units left and right now. 23 villagers being dead. That is more a Mongol number. And Voldemort showed us he's still playing the Mongols. He's going to shut this down. And this is the beauty of the civilization. It is something that can adjust to most. You have an answer to a few of those Castle Age units with your Keshiks already, but he made spears because he knew he needed to handle those camel lances. So with the food running out, it was more than enough. And the crazy thing is the deer are still there. He just wasn't able to capitalize on all of that because of this insane presence by Voldemort. So small things that Voldemort did was just enough to keep everything under control. And now the pasture transition coming out. Voldemort, he's feeling confident about this castle. This is going to be a very tough one for Scarlet to perform miracles on.
I mean, I don't like to call a game before it's actually done, but this game feels effectively over. And I look back now at Scarlet Devil's choice to go with the economy wing. Maybe going for the dervishes would have been the better call, and expecting to have to play a little more militarily. Having the dervishes with the healing aura might have been a really good boon in those early fights, especially. I think that one archer that survived a very long time, he would have been back to full health had he gotten healed all the way. He could have done a lot more. So it just feels like this game is just kind of done now. Scarlet Devil's playing it out, though. He's going to try and find some way. At this point, he's looking for kind of a miracle. I mean, down double the economy, double the military. It's tough.
Now, with this army, Voldemort is circling around his food. He's got his Kurultai as well. And that is a lovely time for the Mongols with his buildings, who will be able to run extra fast. This is going to be a pretty heavy push for him to handle. And Scarlet, he's just making more archers, waiting for the miracle to come. But those two dervishes, ooh, look at that, what the camels is doing. He needs, but he doesn't just need a handful. He needs a lot.
Yeah, he needed to be doing that like 5 minutes ago. But, I mean, if he wants to find a way back in the game, he has to be doing stuff like that. as it is, Valdemar feels like he could just walk into the base if he really wanted to, and there it is. Yeah, he just kind of knows, like, okay, when push comes to shove, the advantage there was for Valdemar. And now we have a 2-2 series that is going to go the distance. Both players at match point now. Valdemar was looking pretty, it's pretty scary when you're down 2-1, but now back to 2-2 we go, and with a chance to win for either player in the next game.
Now, that is a pretty tough graph to look at. As we can see, those attacks landing at just the right time. Voldemort read it perfectly, and he knew when to age up. And this is something Voldemort has struggled with in the past. So seeing this type of play from him, reading that game perfectly, this is what we needed. This is what Voldemort needed. And I mean, this could be his first round of 16 win in this event. And that's a massive feat to have. Now, Scarlet, though, let's go see what the decision is on those civilizations for the next round. But we do see the picks are up. Marlians vetoed yet again. And I'm quite surprised here to see Order of the Dragon being used on King of the Hill, especially considering Valdemar's got that ruse, but Macedonians, yet again, not being allowed in this game.
It almost reaches the point with drafting like this, where if you know there's a civ that you have in your back pocket your opponent just doesn't want to see at all, like Macedonians, it's been banned every single time. What that effectively does is, outside of getting to use Macedonians, you get to have your pick of what your other civ is. So it almost feels like Valdemar's been like, yeah, I'll throw Macedonians every time out. He's going to deny it every single time, but now whatever else I pick has to slip through. And that's effectively what's happened here. Yeah, and Order of the Dragon, interesting choice for King of the Hill. I'll be honest, I don't really know what my opinion is on that. I feel like Roos is pretty good on this map, though, with all the wood there and all in that one stick set up top. I feel like with the early knights, this should be an interesting matchup. And King of the Hill is always interesting in my mind because it sometimes it almost feels a little gimmicky to me, but that's also kind of its charm and why I like it.
Now you can see a confident man diving under that TC like it cannot do any harm. And that's where Voldemort was. With all of that income, he was a pretty happy camper. But King of the Hill is a different type of map. This is a map where Rus, historically and currently, does pretty well. Now, we saw a Marine Lord last week do some pretty crazy stuff with, I think it was 4 hunting cabins on King of the Hill. It was absolutely disgusting. That is the right type of pressure and the right type of playstyle we want to see out of King of the Hill. A man who doesn't even need to touch gold for the whole game to be able to take them down. But Valdemar, there's a lot of expectation here from him because Anatand hyped him up. So him being the one on King of the Hill, I'm excited to see what he's going to pull out here. And guys, we are ready, almost ready to roll in. That's going to be a disgusting matchup. And I feel like Voldemort is the right guy to execute it.
Yeah, he who is king of this hill will be king of this series. Match point going the distance for the first series of the day, too, for us to cast. Lots of fun so far today. Scarlet Devil, being the alternate here for Demu, has put up a really good fight. And this has been a competitive, fun series. And again, he who wins the hill will be crowned king of this series and get to move on to the next round. So the timer says 0-0. I'm waiting any second, just like you guys. Up there it is. We dive into our final match of this series. Scarlet Devil in the orange, Valdemar in the yellow. I hope nobody at home is colorblind. As we dive in on the north side, Scarlet Devil as the Order of the Dragon. An interesting choice, as we've said. We'll see what he wants to do with that. And in the south, in the yellow, Valdemar playing as the dreaded Roos, who, as you mentioned, historically and currently, very good on this map. And with plenty of wood to go. Oh, that hunting cabin's got to get so much gold. I have got to see how much this gets. With the little patch right behind it as well, get out of town. That's going to be so good. What do we expect? What do we expect? Definitely above 20, right? Definitely above 25. Are we thinking 30? Do I hear 30? Is that even possible? Where do these things cap out at anyways?
Oh, we'll see what Twitch chat decides, because as someone who suffered under the Roos nerfs, it would be a pretty hard guess here. These guys don't produce like they used to. But him moving out here with the sheep, this is something we saw a little bit differently from Marine Lord. Marine Lord was not the one who sent out the sheep to these hunting cabins. He actually just let the villagers run back. But now Valdemar says, I will be optimizing this and ensuring every bit of food that my villager collects will be as close to that as possible. The third hunting cabin going down in the south as well, and pulled off of wood from here on out. So this means we're going to be seeing Voldemort now being ready to slowly make his way up to feudal. Now, Order of the Dragon is a civ that also, you know, can do a nice little fast castle, just like the Rus, but they do a pretty solid feudal game as well. And this is now where my big question mark lies. Is Scarlet the kind of guy who will give us a taste of that fast castle and serve us a delicious burger on top of that? Or are we just going to see a standard feudal play that overwhelms an opponent and very easily dives under their TC?
Yeah, to be seen. We get a look at that hunting cabin down in the south. If our observer can take a look, I want to see how much gold that's getting. Can we click on that one right there? Let's see. Well, only 22. Okay, it looked like there would be a lot more wood there than there was, but hey, plus 20 is always good. I was hoping to be a little more. Like you mentioned, it's been nerfed over time. It will be the Aachen Chapel to start. No mine work.
Ooh, and I'm really excited to see a little bit of Aachen here. Because the Aachen, of course, it's great. You get a bonus, you get a gathering. Oh, it's wonderful. It is wonderful for any economy. But at the same time, it doesn't spell for any crazy shenanigans for us just yet. Now, with the food, we have to ask ourselves, is Scarlet going to get enough food to put under this Aachen too? Especially considering that this thing is just going to be inspiring wood for the most of it. But getting inspired wood is better than not getting anything inspired, right? So this is going to be pretty great, but 4 sheep, that is not going to be the loot you want if you want to just capitalize and go for a little bit more of an aggressive play. The eco difference will be enough though, because with the units that you can pump out of the Order of the Dragon, they punish people who try to go for fast castle. And that's exactly what Rus does here. With those chunky men-at-arms, you can deal with TC fire for such a long time. Now, Scarlet is not on gold anymore. So this also begs the question, are we just going to get horses/spears to shut down pro scouts for in the meantime?
Had to be seen. It's hard to tell right now. We do see some stone, though, coming in from Scarlet Devil.
And that is a nice little 2TC build that we've seen out of Order of the Dragon so many times.
Yes, indeed.
But
how it'll fare against Rus on King of the Hill, we'll find out. But that is definitely what that's telegraphing to me.
And that was the big question. Question mark I had on my forehead here. That's like a TC though. Is this something we use to secure the gold? Is this something you want to put in a safer spot to just get your arcane involved? But just like the previous game, we see Voldemort doing exactly what Scarlet Devil does, scouting. Both of these players using their big brains and knowing exactly what is coming. Now, Voldemort and Scarlet both hitting feudal now. This just means that next level of play is going to come on out. Let's take a quick look at the Rus base to see what he's cooking. Oh, a stable opening. We are not getting a standard old Rus greedy boy play. We are getting a little bit more of horsepower on this map.
This is turning into an interesting matchup. And there's that second TC right next to the Aachen Chapel, right next to the wood, just nicely slotted right in between the two. So some eco coming in the way for Scarlet Devil. Will it be enough? I mean, I feel like 2TC used to be kind of like the old build for Order of the Dragon way back when it first kind of emerged. That was kind of a very common choice. We see a lot more like Dark Age shenanigans now, a little more aggressiveness here and there. But on this map, I'm curious how this will play out, especially with the Aachen Chapel sitting right in between those two. Meanwhile, the first early night coming out for Rus. So it will indeed be some aggressive cavalry coming out. I haven't seen pro scouts or anything like that pop through. And he's headed straight across the base.
You have to keep in mind, Voldemort also only has 1 scout, which is kind of unheard of when you think of the Rus. So
weird,
not
yeah.
going to be nobody going for pro scouts apparently. But this is just going to mean Voldemort is going to struggle with the food after a while if Scarlet Devil doesn't shut down him just moving around and getting what he needs. I like the second TC, not from a design perspective, because of course this thing is absolutely disgusting, guys. I'm so sorry you had to see this with that second TC being right there, taking the space of future beautiful farms. But you have to keep in mind, this is actually pretty decent for you if you are trying to keep your villagers safe, especially against a civ that is going for knights and going to be raiding you the whole time. The walls coming up, just ensuring that those raids aren't going to land that well. But Voldemort now, he's got quite a bit of resources there in the bank. He walks into the wall, realizes, hey, this might be a little bit harder. and goes for the wood line. But because of that second TC, we've got a pretty safe wood line waiting there at the back.
You know, in actual sports, sometimes coaches will talk about how they'll game plan for games, and then when they get into the game has to kind of present itself. And I think at this point, we've seen the game present itself for this match. It's Valdemar on the aggressive side, moving out on the map, and Scarlet Devil doing something we've seen him do throughout this series. Think back to game number 1 as Byzantines. He played very defensively on the get-go, and then was able to actually boom enough to make it work. On this one, I'm curious how well it's going to work for Scarlet Devil, because I feel like on this map, turtling in is a little more difficult than it would be on, say, Badlands or maybe some other maps. Like this one, you're just kind of, it's easy to get boxed in, and all the resources in the middle of that map. They call it King of the Hill for a reason. If you're not on the hill gathering all that gold, sometimes it can feel kind of bad. We'll see if Scarlet Devil can make something happen. He's on the 2 TCs. He's walling in that north corner, but this tower shows me kind of what Valdemar wants to do and what he's thinking. He wants to box us in and deny the gold, and with that gold taken away from Scarlet Devil, I'm worried a little bit about what his recourse will be.
Oh, this is a great move here by Valdemar. Again, he's just showing us exactly what we saw in King of the Hill, or King of the Hill, Hill and Dale. Hill and Dale showed us that Valdemar can oppress you in feudal, and there's nothing you can say about that. That one spear is already going to be handled by all the millions of archers that Valdemar has made. And Scarlet, he's just making more spears. He knows about the archers, though. That's the interesting part here. He knows about the archers, and he's like, doesn't matter. More spears, more spears, more spears. But at the same time, Scarlet gets himself a stable. So this means that he is going to make a quick transition into horses as well. Especially with that farming eco already being set up. Oh, the food per minute from Scarlet is absolutely disgusting. We can see the villagers there thinking about going for that other gold, but no one is allowed. The scout, though, Valdemar's scout, he will most likely make it. No, never mind. Let's see him queue up another one.
Grab those sheep. Grab the sheep. Get some extra food. He might need it. What he really needs, though, is going to be gold. I mean, he's got 3 gold, 3 coins, and a little purse, and they're just jangling, and that's it. He's got nothing else. No access to gold either. And this is, it almost feels like an ultimate win. Like, it's just, there's the kill switch. You don't have gold, you lose. Like, unless you can produce enough feudal military to make a difference here. I am very concerned for Scarlet Devil. I think he might have misread the situation a little bit going for that second town center. You mentioned on the outset of this game, maybe you put that next to the gold to try to secure the gold. Even if he had done that, I think this aggressive play from Valdemar would have maybe overwhelmed it.
Now, that army moving out to the other side is giving Scarlet a little bit of an opening to shut down that second tower, which is why the army is now on its way back. But Scarlet, the sneaky boy, is out here on the map getting a little bit of gold. And honestly, this could be the saving grace. Scarlet now, he's got a few horses as well. And this just means that he's going to try to raid and punish a little bit. But you have to ask yourself, how prepared for this is Valdemar? And he says very. Making sure that he walls off every corner of the map where his villagers are getting food from. But Valdemar at 140 food per minute, he's not ready to keep this push going too heavily just yet.
Yeah, he's investing a lot of resources into those walls, into those towers. And again, you don't want to throw away your mass when you can't replace it. Those horsemen out there. Now for Scarlet Devil, he's just kind of biding time, hoping he can maybe break through. That's essentially the game plan. You're banking on the fact that your spears and your gilded horsemen will be enough to deal with these early knights and archers. And maybe they will be, but it's going to be tenuous. I'm not scared for Scarlet Devil here. It feels bad when you're getting boxed in. It's going to be a real come from behind win if he can make this happen. But, you know, we've seen some crazy shenanigans happen before. We can see it again. Scarlet Devil just needs to be very careful at this point.
Well,
he's got a gold. He's got a villager on gold. He snuck out. Yeah. He has snuck out onto the map with 1 villager. How did he sneak that one through?
As the villager away. With 11 spears, though, those Knights of Valdemar are going to struggle. He's going to need to make sure that he targets fire every single thing. But Scarlet also going for a little bit of a safer play here. The tower is already having its emplacement there too. This man, he's okay hunkering down and just letting the eco do the talking. That wood, we just see it disappearing as quickly as it's coming in. Now, if this is just a sell, we'll have to see, but the archers' numbers are going to slowly start increasing. The food eco looking great, and with that villager difference, he is definitely in a good spot. I know it sounds like he's not, but at the same time, that one villager getting gold is great, but the market is still there to do the work. He's got that little bit of an eco boost. 52 vils for Order of the Dragon. This is massive.
Yeah, the market is definitely like a little ticket, a little window to get back into it. A lot of farms too, so food really is just, like you said, not going to be an issue at all. Scarlet Devil's got enough. He's made a lot of investments into that. Valdemar needs to ramp up the pressure. That army's been just kind of standing there, not doing much. And an idle army is essentially just idle resources, really. I mean, it's posturing and it's keeping Scarlet Devil in his base. That's not really gaining you a whole lot outside of that right now. He needs to make something happen. He's just been kind of building those walls, building some infrastructure. I'm worried he's going to get just a little passive here. And that's a pretty good sized mass now from Scarlet Devil. He's got more units. And again, when Order of the Dragon has more population than you, you should be afraid. Be very afraid. I think at this point, he could take a pretty... I don't know if he would win the fight per se, but an even fight.
This is the crazy part, though, because Valdemar looked like he completely boxed him in. That one vil, sure, he's getting a bit of gold, but the market is still doing the work that he needs. But he was just not able to do any real damage. With all those horses, he hasn't found a way into the base. He hasn't found a way to get onto the wood line, try to shut this down. And that is the whole point of having this map control. Rus, though, they have a pretty solid economy with all those hunting cabins, with the food he's got, but it's still just not enough. The farms are doing the work. And you can see Valdemar is just trying to build up this mass to try and do a solid push. But Scarlet says, I know what I need to do. Just keep making units. He's getting more horses, getting more archers, because I'm sure everyone in here has fought against Order of the Dragon archers. They are disgusting. But 18 spears, you need a lot of archers to target fire those down. And 22 might actually just not be enough.
And now we see that Valdemar kind of realizing, okay, I've been passive for long enough. I've got a big mass. The problem is he kind of sat on his hands for a little bit, and now Scarlet Devil has been given time. Again, when you go 2TC, when you go for an economic play, what you're looking for is I need time. Time needs to be on my side so I can get things going and really ramp up my economy. Because once it's established, once you've gotten the payback and the dividends keep coming in, then you're ahead. It's that window when you're behind as you've invested it and you're waiting for it to pay off is the danger. We see two wolves here doing some damage. The board did some damage too. We'll see if Valdemar catches that. High Trade House, though, coming in for Valdemar. He's waiting to go Castle Age. That could help him out quite a bit here. I'm just worried that Scarlet Devil might catch him on the back foot. Because right after he castles up, there'll be a window where Valdemar is a little vulnerable. At least that army will be, because it won't be aged up yet.
Now that is, again, it's always a beautiful trade house on this map, though, so he is going to have a lovely time. But that one villager will eventually fall, as it's been spotted. Scarlet now going for Wheelbarrow. He's like, hey, I don't have much gold, but Wheelbarrow is the name of the game here. And with all of his units, he's gotten himself to a point where he could potentially just move out the moment that the Castle 8 hits and shut down this tower, and that's exactly what's happening here. The Horsemen, though, they are not focusing on the archers, and all of a sudden, that tower is still standing, but he's taking the fight, and the spearmen are in position. The archers are target firing them, but the horses, they are the scary ones that are right on top of everything. The age up is coming in, but at what cost? Valdemar just sacrificed so much. He's putting the horses back, and just like this, losing all of that infantry mass. Now, Scarlet is the one in the driver's seat, and he's very quickly going to reclaim that gold with a lot of economy to back it.
This is really an echo of game one. Same deal. It just didn't look great at first for Scarlet. He was being really hurdly, kind of backing up, booming economically. This is like reminiscent of a very old playstyle from years ago of just economic boom and then just move out. And Valdemar has fallen into the trap again of going into Castle Age at the worst moment and losing the army. It's 80 population to 22. The army value is 7,000 to 3,600. I mean, goodness, Scarlet Devil now can just flood the earth with his units. He is now able to take direct control of that gold. Watch him springboard into a very scary mass. Valdemar is going to be Castle Age, which is good, but against 2TC Order of the Dragon, which could probably match that timing pretty quickly, I just worry that Valdemar took a little too long building all these walls, getting nice and secure, and letting Scarlet Devil have some time in that little corner. And it looks... we've got a game on our hands, and I think Scarlet Devil's got the edge.
Now, Scarlet Devil, being happily in feudal age for so long, he's like, hey, I might need to go castle at some point. I'm just going to keep making archers, though, because as you guys can see, handling everything pretty well. Towers do pay the price now. And that big mass is nearing 200 supply, double of what Baltimore has, right? More than double. Oh, my goodness. This man is in a lot of danger. And the horses, though, they act just like Castle Age ones. They break anything in front of them. Voldemort doesn't have the spear numbers to handle this at all. He's got 2. And 2... They are just not going to cut it. Luckily, the villagers have depleted what they needed to on that side of the map. He just needs to find another answer. Burgrave is the name of the game, and this is going to mean...
What a great choice. The burger, what an excellent choice. Just to flood the earth with men-at-arms. I love it. This game, what a play. Scarlet Devil with this, like, economic boom. It's just so reminiscent of days gone by. In such a heavy, aggressive meta, to see a player at this level of play sit back, do a little eco thing for a minute, and then come out swinging Castle Age is just, it's kind of refreshing almost, isn't it? It's just so different. We don't see this played that well or that often.
A lot of people not really knowing when to sacrifice some units, when to pull back. And this is the perfect map for that, because this map allows you to just sit back and get the value from your eco as needed. Voldemort was now the passive one, and this may have just cost him the game. The fact that he waited not until the right moment to attack. Now, Scarlet is the one moving out on the deer very happily, just getting everything he can. Voldemort has been in castle for so long, and he doesn't have a single relic in his base. So, for someone who's had this much map control, it just doesn't feel that good to see. Voldemort may have been a little bit out of his element here. The men-at-arms getting picked off by a handful of horses. You might have men-at-arms, but he's got everything else. And we see upgrades coming in for Scarlet. They're eco upgrades. He doesn't need anything else. He's ready to roll. These units are looking for blood.
This is just... I'm just kind of in awe. I mean, Scarlet Devil now, in 2 separate games, we've seen him play like this. And we've seen just the timing attack. I mean, both times he's decided to turtle and then move out. I mean, the timing in this game was just almost immaculate, right? He heads out pretty much the moment, and there's no way he could have known because it's behind a bunch of walls and he isn't able to scout it. He just kind of has a feel for it, right? He had a feel for that Voldemort was just kind of sitting on his hands, going up the castle, not doing much, being passive, and moved out at the right time as we see him just moving in now, the front line, able to tank everything. The archers behind it doing so much damage, and into the base he goes. These knights don't want any piece of these gilded spears. The crossbows and archers don't have anything they can do. The spears are just flak at this point for Voldemort. And into the base, Scarlet Devil just walking in and says, hey, all your base are belong to us. I'm winning this game. I'm winning this series. Who cares about the hill? I don't need to be king of the hill. I just need to be king of my corner, and now I'm going to be king of your corner. What a play by Scarlet Devil.
And this is an interesting way the game map has been played out, because we've been seeing everyone just focusing on that middle sacred side for so long and getting the win condition off of that. But Scarlet just shows you just need the right amount of economy, and then things will go very swimmingly from there. 2,000 food per minute now.
Insane.
At this point of the game, feels sublime. He's ready to go Imperial, and if he goes Imperial, he can put it right there in the middle. Voldemort now not really having anything left in the base. Villages have gone down, hopes have gone down, dreams have gone down, and Voldemort's hope of securing this first round, taken down by Scarlet Devil, a replacement for today. Amazing showing by him.
I mean, yeah, he came in, it was supposed to be demo. It was supposed to be demo, and in comes Scarlet Devil. He takes an early win. It's back and forth, and now he wins a series in really impressive fashion. I mean, what an interesting play. Look at that. Look at the minutes from 6 to 13 minutes on the graph right there. Dead even, essentially. Just a little bit of advantage for Voldemort. Felt like he could have pushed that advantage, but didn't really. He just kind of kept making walls, kind of kept doing this and that. The whole while, Scarlet Devil was making some units, trying to keep pace with the army value, not letting that lead diminish. And then the swing, right, from 14 minutes to 16 minutes, right when that Castle Age is clicking up for Voldemort. And that's all she wrote. I mean, look at the graph from there. It was all Scarlet Devil. He let the economy just boom. You can see from the economy count that he waited until he had a sizable lead to move out and make that happen, and just played it perfection. A play style we just don't see very often anymore in this aggressive knight meta, and in my opinion, kind of refreshing to see.
Now, we will be taking a quick look at the bracket after we take a short look at our clips here. That villager putting up that second tower, absolutely wonderful play here by Voldemort to try and secure that, just not finding the right amount of damage to keep or punish Scarlet Devil for not having any gold. Now, we do see those archers trying to target fire absolutely everything, but it just wasn't enough here. And he realizes that just a little bit too late with that tower firing at archers. But remember, these things are made of rocks. They are definitely not going to go down to a few hits from a tower.
Man, what a game. I'm kind of just in awe. It's just, again, it's just such a different play style. And Scarlet Devil has executed it on multiple games and done really, really well. And again, this series went the distance, so shout out to Valdemar for playing at this level as well. I mean, he got a couple games from Scarlet Devil, really competitive both ways. This one felt like it could have been a coin flip in the end as to who took the series. There's no doubt that Scarlet Devil did a good job on this series, and we'll be moving on. And we can see the brackets now updated here. The quarterfinals, Scarlet Devil now has punched his ticket to go play Puppy Paw, so he's got his work cut out for him there. Puppy Paw clearly going to be the favorite, but Scarlet Devil's been surprising. We'll see if he can take a game or so. Later in the day as well, we got Anatan and Lucifron will be in the quarterfinals, and then Vortex waiting to see the outcome between Wham and Scatterbrained. I think the expectation would be to see Wham going up against him. We'll see if Scatterbrained can pull off the upset. And then down the bracket as well, BC's facing off against Scully Deckle, and Baltoon will be facing off against Numadon.
Up next on the channel as well. So guys, get yourselves ready. You're going to be in for a pretty heavy series. We'll be right back and get ready for more action.
The road to Red Bull Wololo continues with Baltoon and Numadon. It's going to be some fun games. We're going to go right back to King of the Hill, though, and right back with a Roos game. Another Macedonian's getting banned, and this time Sengoku getting banned on the other way. But so it'll be Roos versus Ayubids.
And you can see the Macedonians giving us a very clear signal of what is not allowed in this tournament, actually, which I'm really happy about, because this is starting to give me some ideas that players are knowing things that the rest of us don't know yet. So Macedonians have been looking pretty strong, and these players are saying we do not want to handle that. So let's go in and see how Baltoon places his hunting cabins. Also three. I'm making my mental notes here. Baltoon in red, just getting a solid amount of hunting cabins in here, ensuring that the gold is never to be touched yet again.
Well, last time we saw that the hill did not matter as much as the corners. We'll see how this one fares, though. Numadon in the green with Ayubids, as we said. Baltoon down here in the red. You know, Roos looks really good in red. I just want to point that out. Just a nice color for this. I'm curious how Baltoon's going to go about this. Last time we saw a lot of early knights from the player playing Roos, and Valdemar didn't do much with that. Let's see how Baltoon plays it. And on the other hand, we got Numadon. Those villagers already on the berries, so I would expect a seasoned Ayubids player would not go for the Eco Wing here. I would expect it's probably going to be the Dervish Wing or possibly the Desert Raiders. I expect the Dervishes, though.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of Desert Raiders out here on this map too, but not in Feudal. You want to get your Dervishes out in Feudal. With that, you're already just putting yourself so much further ahead in terms of being able to respond to any Feudal aggression, being able to do a little bit of Feudal aggression yourself, but you're up against Roos, right? And Roos does have that ability to just kind of stay under their TC and go fast castle. So they do usually go for a little bit of wood, but at the same time, you have a nice little defense there for them already. Look at logistics coming in. Yep. It makes a lot of sense. You want that ability in the feudal age to just be able to adjust to anything your opponent brings. So makes a lot of sense. Now, what I want to point out between these two, and I think this is a big discussion for us to be had, is Numadon is known as a bit more of a passive player, but sometimes when he needs to, he's absolutely dominating. Baltoon, on the other hand, last week, he pulled out some scary stuff. And Baltoon all of a sudden becomes a little bit of a dark horse. Baltoon has always been pretty solid, but not at this huge of a level that we're seeing from him over the last week. So I'm really excited to see what Baltoon is going to pull out here.
Yeah, luckily for Numadon, he's got that back gold, so it should be pretty safe, and he could easily wall that in if he so needed. Golden Gate, no surprises there from Baltoon. That's been the standard for quite some time. Gone are the days of going for the gremlins. But I really like this choice of logistics wing from Numadon. I think in this scenario, in this matchup, I think it's the best option, honestly. And you kind of alluded to it, I think, Whammon. You mentioned that it's very versatile. You can do a lot with this. You can get aggressive with logistic wing, or you can sit back and be a little more passive and use it as more of a defensive option. And then in Castle Age, you've already got your units you need to go grab those relics and the healing that it can provide. Again, I say this probably ad nauseum on this cast and on this stream when I come and talk about logistics wing. The dervishes, the benefit you get in that wing, the sky's the limit. You know, the floor, you could lose them and then it'd be no gain whatsoever. But as far as the value you can receive from those two units, the sky's the limit. You can get infinite value out of them if you wanted. So I like the choice here, and I like the choice from Baltoon to go for some professional scouts. He's going to be grabbing the deer and bringing them home, get an extra boost in food, and he could get pretty scary pretty quick with that if he so desired.
Mm-hmm. That is the crazy thing about Roos. When you get the right amount of food, and we saw this the last game, the amount of units there were is insane. But now you have to ask yourselves, is Baltoon actually going to make anything in feudal here? With Numadon going for that stable, we're going to be seeing some action. We're going to see a fast castle, but we're also going to be seeing a little bit of action. And I love this. This is a pretty standard thing that people are doing these days. Just making that one little camel to make sure that you don't get to be greedy. Baltoon doesn't just get to go on the wood line without investing into that tower. And that's usually the differentiating factor. You get a bonus if you put the tower down. And now you're forcing him to put the tower down, not just for the bonus, but also because you need to defend yourself. So Baltoon, he's going to be able to go pro scouts, and he might get a little bit shut down here and there. But at the same time, he also needs to invest on the wood, which is, you know, a little bit of a slowdown if you are just looking for to go up straight away. Now, we do see he knows exactly what's coming in here. With these scouts, they are picking up what they can, close deer pack, and a barracks being forced out. And that is key too. With the camels on the way, he has to invest in the barracks. And now, you know, they do pretty well against a spear or two. That's the great thing about having these dervishes in already.
Yep. Essentially, these two desert raiders that are going to be coming out for Numidan, they are, you've got to consider it as more than just two. Like in a fight, there's only two of them, but he's essentially going to get more back, right? Every time he loses almost one and then heals it all the way back up again, that's like having a fresh, brand new desert raider. The value in resources, you could probably calculate value that way and say that's X amount of resources you're gaining by healing them with these dervishes. And we see right here with the body block to boot, these dervishes being used to the utter max. I love to see this little micro play. Anyone who says there's no micro in this game can just get out of town. There is definitely some micro to be had, and Numidan is flashing a little right here.
That body block was absolutely beautiful, and he's showing us how confidently he can do so. Now he's almost ready to click up castle, which is pretty crazy to think when you're up against the Rus player that you can match this so fast and do it even better. Because now Baltoon, he's investing into feudal, a significant amount into feudal, because he doesn't know when this is going to stop. He doesn't know if it stops at 2 camels, 3 camels. He needs to prepare for the worst, and him now investing in this is going to delay him a little bit and not really going to put him in a position to deal with those camel lancers when they do arrive. So this is a pretty scary one for Baltoon if Numidan just goes and gets some real damage done. And it feels like he's already doing the damage, stopping this food.
One more hit or so, one more hit. It's so close, and it's down. It's going to go a nice little pickup there. Nothing game-changing, but just the pressure. It really showcasing Numidan knows what he's about. He has a game plan, and economic industry wing. We've seen this more and more at this level of play, where they use the wood they get from this just to pop down a bunch of production buildings and then flood the earth with units. And it's a play that I really enjoy seeing. It's fun take on it's a fun new twist on a classic take, right? This is exactly what Ayubids likes to do. They like the tempo, and with the changes to industry wing getting a little better, the Numidan's can have all the tempo in the world here.
Now, getting your production buildings out, that's massive. And I'm actually really interested in seeing how this works out compared to going for something like an eco wing, where you would just get more resources out over time and get your castle age to be so much stronger. So actually really interesting for me that industry has been prioritized this much in a lot of these matchups. Oh, but those dervishes, they are healing at the speed of light and actually handling these archers quite well. But they do need to back off, be careful here, and then the production will begin. We do see that bank already increasing significantly. Numidan he's prepping for what's coming, and that is going to be a very heavy castle age push the moment he hits it. Those dervishes, though, now you got to think about this. Where am I going to go to get my value? And you want to get as many relics as possible. The problem is just Baltoon has the units to try and stop this.
Yeah, what a fun game early off. This is very indicative of this current meta we're in. Pro scouts, cavalry, fast pace from the get-go. Lots of fun. We do see Wheelbarrow clicking in as well. He's got the extra wood, he'll be able to do that. And again, these dervishes and desert raiders, they're at full health. So these two, which would have died easily to this mass without those dervishes, now it feels as if there's been 3 or 5 or extra ones just running around the map, which is just so good and such a small investment for Numidan. Which is why I'm just sitting here raving about this, because the value is clearly there.
I love seeing all these production buildings coming on up before the industry wing. So he had the wood ready for this. But now 900 wood in the bank, just like that. Archers being made, archers galore being made, as we see yet another archery range coming down too. And the handful of Camelons is going to be joining this party. Now, Baltoon is going to be following it up pretty soon with a very juicy high trade house in the corner yet again. He's now looking around though, looking for a little bit of damage. He knows he's got more units, but he also knows this is just temporary. He's trying to get as many bits of food as he can, because very shortly this is going to mean he's not going to have access to just going around the map, as there will be more units from Numidan.
The nice thing for Baltoon here is with that high trade house in the corner, I don't actually know how much I expected to get gold-wise, but having the extra deer, having that extra gold income, Baltoon, I think with the deer he has, should be able to weather for a little bit. You see he's clearly building some infrastructure, clearly getting ready for the fight. both players going to enter into Castle Age. I'm kind of excited to see the back and forth that's going to ensue from this, because Nubadan has a lot of tempo right now, but that tempo only takes you so far sometimes. So I'm curious how Baltoon's going to respond, how he's going to try and maintain control of the top of this hill, and how these fights will pan out. A lot of it's going to come down to the micro. We see one Camel Lancer getting dropped right there by the spears. That's an excellent pickup for Baltoon. That's exactly the kind of engagement you want at this point in time as you're just getting into Castle Age.
That is an insane pickup to have at this already. So losing a Camel Lancer like this is already shutting down that momentum immensely. We can see the Archer upgrade coming on in for Nubadan as well. This is going to mean he's going to have some nice veteran archers to deal with all the things the Baltoon is prepping for him there, which consists of crossbows, which, you know, archers are going to handle those quite well. But there is nothing to handle our men-at-arm composition just yet, and it looks like it's a pretty heavy investment here for Baltoon. Those men-at-arms, they suck up so much of the damage that you want to have on top of the crossbows. That might be an answer to your lancers too. So I'm actually really positive about this for Baltoon, especially with this composition he's planning out now.
Yeah, having the men-at-arms, having the crossbows, he's got a good comp coming in. And yes, you mentioned, right, you took the words right out of my mouth. The relics, Nubadan has gotten 2 and 1 in hand. So he's going to have the split of the relics. He's also got the Sacred Sight. And again, this is another thing I love about the dervishes and having that dervish wing in Feudal Age, is you get the ability to grab those really quick and kind of get a leg up on your opponent. Now, it's called King of the Hill for a reason. We saw last game it didn't matter so much, but this game's looking like it will. The deer may go to Baltoon, but the top of the hill so far going to Nubadan. So we'll see if he can maintain control, because this could very well become a win condition. Obviously, that's 10 minutes down the road. We got some time, but it's always amazing to me how what is a 10-minute timer turns into a 3-minute and a 2-minute timer very quickly.
This is a pretty tough spot for anyone against the Aeobits, because Aeobits, they have this beautiful thing called Manganiques, and those, they shoot actual fire, right? And that's the issue here. This is not something that Nubadan is unaware of. He knows the power of the Aeobits, especially when they have this level of control in the middle. Now, that relic did get shut down as Baltoon tried to drag it home, and the Dervish here picking up a sneaky relic as well. Men-at-arms are showing themselves. So this does mean that the camels are aware, and the Dervish delivering that relic right to the front of Baltoon's base, and it looks like this will be a 3-2 split if Baltoon just moves out. Pick it up.
You mentioned
the
Manganiques. I was gonna, again, we're on the same brainwave, Wham. We're both thinking the same thing. I think we both see the game plan for Aeobits here. Siege is the next follow-up. We do see that to start with, Nubadan has gone for some Springolds. I do think Manganique will be added on later. I actually like the choice for the Springolds given the men-at-arms that are on the field. I don't hate that choice, and they're a little cheaper. I do want to see Nubadan make some Manganique at some point. That'll deal with all those crossbows on the field to play. And again, the fire shots just do so well when you get 4 or more of those Manganiques on the field. They just start overwhelming things.
The problem is Nubadan doesn't have a strong front line here, and this could be his downfall. Baltoon is the one with all the men-at-arms. He knows what works, especially against Aeobits at this stage of the game. But you need that front line for them not to get on top of the Springolds. The Springolds are going to do great work against them, but they do need to get a few shots off. And Manganique is now in production, and we do see 2, 3, 4 gold per minute.
That's a lot of gold a minute. That's a great trade house. And then we do see the Manganique. So I definitely agree with you there, Wham, 100%. He's missing a front line. If Nubadan just had a front line of his own, this would be a perfect comp. As it is, there's just a lot of men-at-arms there for Baltoon. 17, it's going to be 19 with those crossbows. That is nothing to sneeze at. There's a lot of siege for Nubadan. I think it's a huge edge, but he needs something that can frontline, and I don't know those Camel Lancers will do enough. They're really powerful, but they're also a little less health than normal knights are, so they can drop a little quicker than you might like compared to, say, like a Royal Knight or something like that. So we'll see how it goes, but the siege, though, can do a good job. It's going to come down to the micro on this one.
Now, the micro is usually a little bit less important if you have a huge army of men-at-arms, but now 5 Springolds start to make that a little bit more complicated. You can't just walk into it that easily, especially when you have a handful of Camel Lancers in the mix too. The towers, though, I don't want to say they are going to be the savior, but I think they're going to be the savior here with this.
Nope, go ahead. You're saying exactly what I'm thinking.
Oh, those towers are just so powerful for the Spring Elves to be able to fall back on. They will make sure that the pathing is just not that optimized. They will create those choke points that the Spring Elves absolutely love. And this is what Numidan is playing with. He's ensuring that he uses every part of his civilization. Baltoon, though, I'm wondering if this army mass that he's creating, what is he going to be doing with this? Right now, it doesn't feel like he's anywhere on the map, except in his base. He has a handful of horses, not revealing themselves just yet. And this is probably one of the smartest switches he could make, because he's going to need the mobility to actually deal with the siege on the back line. Right now, like you said, his army is just going to get destroyed by the Manganiques, especially the crossbows. But with horses, he might find an answer.
Yeah, he's got to be mindful of the camel unease. That's obviously going to negate 20% of the damage, but he can pull a trap card with that for sure. He's moving out now, and as I was saying, and as you mentioned just a moment ago, a little bit idle there with that military. And of course, idle military is idle resources, but now posturing just in range of those towers. If we get some emplacements on those towers, it's going to be really nasty. As it is, I don't know that those towers have any emplacements at this moment. I don't think they do. I could be. Nope, they do. Okay. I wasn't too sure. I didn't see it, but yes, got Springolds in place. And here comes the fight on top of the sacred site we go. We got a short wall coming in as well. Springolds just having the way, and there's the Manganique shots on the back line. A couple more of those could really prove catastrophic. The front line, can it hold for Numidan? Can it hold? The firing of the Manganiques continues. Losing a lot of crossbows. The front line starting to disintegrate, and this is where it gets tricky for Numidan. Can he just hold a little longer? The men-at-arms are just so many, and he's backing off. I don't know that there's enough front line for the Manganique, doing a lot of damage to the crossbows, but the front line is still there, and the sacred site is decapped, and everything is gone for Numidan. It was the front line. It was so close. Those men-at-arms have so much health.
And that is the beauty of having an army of men-at-arms. Even with the Springolds, you want to create the choke point, but that mobility of the horses to get on top of you, that's where things start to falter. Now, economically, you would say, oh, he's still got this. But the problem is there's no food for the man. Poor Numidan is the one who's a hungry, hungry boy, and he's going to need to run out of this base too. With that wall not going to be living forever. And you can see those villagers are going to be sitting ducks. Baltoon now, he makes more crossbows, and he's ready to move on out. Those towers in the middle, they're going to be annoying. But he knows, I just need to last. I will find my damage elsewhere. All those villagers paying the price for Numidan's, I would say, greed in not investing in that front line. It feels like we're watching a game from last week as well, where Aeobids had control of the middle, but with the right amount of push, they can be defeated. And Baltoon takes our first victory of the series.
That's a good loss, I think, for Baltoon. Like, for Numidan. That's a good one to lose. Like, it came down to one fight. It was quick. It was only 18 minutes. You didn't like grind yourself for 50 minutes just to lose a game, right? It's kind of quick. It's the first one. You can kind of just set it aside. It just came down to you didn't have enough front line. You can reset and move on. Because otherwise, I liked what both those players did. I really liked both of those game plans quite a bit. I think Baltoon had a really good job with the pro scouts. I really like what Numidan did, addressing the pro scouts and going into castle, taking the top. It just came down to win the fight. And for Baltoon, he won the fight. I think I agree with you. A little more frontline for Numidan would have been the difference, because if he could have just dealt with the horses, and again, those horsemen as kind of a surprise, kind of keeping them a little tucked away, and then surprising them and getting onto the siege. Excellent play from Baltoon. An excellent game, and we move on to Holy Island, our first water map of the day. Coming on up, we've got House of Lancaster going against the Holy Roman Empire. This should be a fun one.
And this is something that I was very surprised to see in this draft, because in our previous draft, we saw no water. Here, we see a lot more blue in this draft, and I'm really happy to see some of that, because, of course, Holy Island is one of those maps where players, it's a whole different set of skills they need to practice, and that's why this is such an important one to be able to do. Numidan, him picking Holy Island here, is telling us a very apparent story of a man who has practiced the water more than enough. Baltoon, though, he's not too shy about water himself, and with the House of Lancaster, he is not going to have a problem whatsoever. Numidan, Baltoon, both of them opening up with a dock, very standard here in the Dark Age, and let's see which civilization reigns supreme.
Baltoon, this House Lancaster in the red up here, already got that dock going on. HRE for Numadon down here also has a dock, so water is on the menu. Hope you guys like some fish and chips.
Is that do you guys have fish and chips in America?
Oh, we do. Yeah, we do.
Okay.
We have like everything here. Yeah. Don't eat it inside. Don't eat it anywhere that's not on the coast, though. Only on the coastal states should you be eating fish. If you're like in Vegas or if you're in like Kansas, don't eat fish in Kansas. That's not good.
Now, you have to keep in mind, both of these guys are Swedish. So is this the matchup we've been waiting for? The Swedes against one another. They are known for their fishy cuisine. So this is definitely not something that they are unprepared for. They know their water maps, but also IRL. So we'll see how much they invest into the early game. Because, of course, you have to think about the strengths of these civilizations going into feudal. So Baltoon, playing House of Lancaster, if he goes for your standard all Lord play, that is, ooh, look at that villager just snacking on that sheep, disrespectful. But if he goes for something like that, you already have a military unit on the field. Whereas with HRE, you're the one who needs to kind of react to this. You're not the civilization that can just sit back and be like, hey, I see your lord, I'm just not going to respond to it. He needs to invest on land. You do not. And that gives Baltoon a little bit of an advantage when it comes to getting that water lead a little bit earlier on.
I find it funny, you're giving us this wonderful analysis and he's doubling down on the water. So Numadon adding that second dock and in just stark view of that scout, just right in front of him, after stabbing him with his little shiv, the villager building the second one, and look at all those sheep. That's one thing I love about this map, just so many places to find food. That villager now with 2 docks on, Numadon should be able to scale his water very quickly if he so desires. But we'll see what's to be happening. Again, this game could be one on the water, but it could also be one on the land if you get the good timing on it. And with House Lancaster, that's, like we've been saying, definitely possible. You see Numadon moving onto the gold, though, looking to age up soon. Both players now with their water established, moving on to that.
Now, what's interesting to me is the spawn, because the last few times I've watched Holy Island, I do see the wall, what is that thing? The wood line spawning there in the middle as well, at least a little bit. But these guys, gold is very, very far out. And I mean, when we look at the placement of these golds, Lords of Lancaster, they will not mind paying a little visit to anyone. That's the beauty of the Abbey of Kings. When you go for the Abbey of Kings, you have units that you can make with gold and food. And when you're playing water and getting a little bit later into the water, you are already gathering gold for demos. If you get ahead on water, it's a very easy switch into making more lords. So Numadon, he may have gone for that 3rd dock now. He still needs to go for something on land too. He cannot just sit back and be like, hey, I've got 3 docks. We're good. I see, is that 3 yellow dots or is it only 2? There's a 3rd dock would be pretty wild. Okay, no. We're only got 2.
Just 2. A third would have been very wild and very, very overdone, I think. But just 1 for now.
Now, with all of these fishing boats, I love to see this. The fact that we don't have a deep sea fish next to that pond, it just feels like Baltoon knows exactly that it's going to need a little bit of time to really pay off. Goes for the shoreline fish. That makes a lot of sense. But on the other hand, Numadon, his fish is a little bit closer into his dock as well. So he's got that spawn in his pocket already. But the Arcane Chapel is coming up with 7, which means he wants this thing up quickly. The Arcane Chapel, getting it up quickly makes a lot of sense. You want to get as much of that eco bonus as you can, as fast as you can. Because this is going to be life or death on the water. The more wood, the better right now. And Baltoon, he's got his king in queue. And another one in queue as well. Oh, never mind. He cancels it. I was going to say that is...
He does also have some military coming up on the water as well. So he's going to be looking to press on both land and sea. And a 2nd dock coming up as well. So Baltoon, now that he's up in age, looking to exert himself a little bit more on the map, coming right up in just a moment or 2. And beating your opponent to the water naval fight can be pretty big. I'm curious what choices Numadon will make in that regard, because you don't want to just give up. You can't just afford to give up the water. You got to build something. Unfortunately, he just now is up in age, a little slower than Baltoon was. Maybe that's because he built that 2nd dock, slowing him down a bit. We do see a barracks coming out as well. And it's interesting because both of these civs can build heavy units, and we see the men-at-arms coming out as well for Numadon and a ship of his own. And a 3rd dock coming up now for Baltoon. It does go up. The scout does see it. So now it's 3 docks to 2.
The problem is there's 2 lords to 0. I know 2 men-at-arms are coming out too, but these lords are forcing that reaction that I talked about, and this is so good for Baltoon in this case, because now Baltoon, he's sitting there on the water, he's like, okay, I've got the ships, I'm the one landing first, so you need to respond to me. And the moment you get to attract your opponent's attention, this is where things get out of control. So both of these guys, now they have an answer on land, which you need to be fully aware of at all times. The Lord coming all the way in, getting a little bit of a punishment on a villager or two, but you have to keep in mind he's got the prelate there. He should be able to handle this pretty easily, but the idle time is insane. 10 idle villagers in that moment feels so worth it. Prelate will be able to heal up what he can, but you can see this Lord definitely got the idle time he needed to be a little bit sneaky there on the water. Let's go see how this water fight has developed. Pretty even still.
This is the tricky thing about this map. This is why this map is just... water maps like this, I feel like, are just so much more difficult to play than land maps, just because you got to split your attention again and again. And it's just always divided on what's going on one side of the map, what's going on the other. You're just ping-ponging back and forth. And I feel like on water... of all the places where micro matters a lot, water is one of those spots where if you look away for a split second, you can lose a lot. So you got to be very mindful. The Lord Lancaster getting some, definitely getting some good idle time there. The question is, was it enough? I definitely felt like it was pretty good, but was it enough to merit losing the Lord Lancaster while the 2 men-at-arms basically didn't even get scratched?
And now those 2 became 4. And that's where the problem begins. Because, sure, you've got your Lords of Lancaster, but men-at-arms, even in feudal, they do hit quite differently when they arrive in the base, especially when you're trying to win that water fight too, and your attention gets split. Baltoon's floating quite a bit of wood here, just going for springald chips and more springald chips. While on Numidan's side, he's going for demos instead. And I am so excited to see that interaction. We do see some water movement right now. And this is just Numidan getting his way a little bit closer to those ships. His demo is sitting right behind him there. He does need to be careful, though, because eventually those springalds are going to snipe anything and everything.
Like I said, you look away for a split second, and then you lose your ship. Look away again, you lose another ship. Oh, no. And that could have just sailed right into him, too, and maybe done some great damage. And this is the tricky thing with water. Even at this high level, you just got to be so on top of it that it's not uncommon to see even the best of the best lose a ship or two because of just looking away, because there's other things you have to be micromanaging as well. We see that on display here.
Baltoon is also investing in demo ships himself. He sees this commitment into springalds-ish from Numidan. But you have to keep in mind, Numidan is not producing on water anymore. If you guys look at that production queue, he's actually decided to go castle. He's got the men-at-arm numbers, and he says, hey, you may have the water, more or less. I'm going to go on land and take this game. So Numidan now, he's actually played some pretty insane games with losing water anyway, but Baltoon recognizes this. He's like, hey, you are not investing a lot here. I probably need to do more damage. But the demos, they were completely inactive here. We do see some yellow dots on the gold now, and the men-at-arms, they're starting to get a little bit scary here.
You gotta be mindful of TC. No blacksmith upgrades yet, and Numidan recognizing that, clicking up his iron undermesh as I say that. Definitely going to want that if he's going to start pressing in. I'm curious what he goes for. Do you go for the Burgrave here? It is the Burgrave. Okay, I was going to say, like, that would be the play, right? Like, just spam men-at-arms. End this game now before things get out of hand. You're clearly losing water. This is your kind of go-for-broke option. If you can land the strike fast enough and hard enough, you can win it. It's kind of a come from behind. We see all these resources invested in water. Is this going to be an overinvestment now? Because if Numidan can time this right and get those guys flooding in, it'll be pretty dangerous. The question is, though, does he have enough food? Does he have enough gold to sustain a continued men-at-arm production?
And it's interesting, Baltoon is getting another ship here, even though he's just won the water completely. And every bit of ship counts now, because every time you stop producing anything on land, things get a little hairy. The men-at-arm, though, losing a little bit of focus. He does pull back now. Burgrave is completed, but he doesn't have a lot of food in the bank with the ship being shut down. This is still a pretty tough spot. Baltoon now, he's got a little bit of breathing room for a second before that Burgrave starts pumping. Men-at-arms getting their upgrades, and we know HRE men-at-arms, they don't mind a good armored unit. They're going to go right through it if given the chance. Now, Numidan only got 5 men-at-arms here. He needs to find a way to get more food.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing. I was like, there's just not a lot of food coming in. You just lost all of your food eco from the water. What's the recourse? What's your follow-up? He needs to get on a boar. He needs to get on some deer. He needs food, because otherwise this Burgrave is great. You can print as much as you want, but if you don't have ink and paper, you're not printing anything. And that's going to be the case with these men-at-arms. He needs the food. He needs the gold. And having some lords on your deer does not help with that at all. Lots of villagers now idling. This is huge for Baltun. If he can do this enough times, he can slow this down and then possibly just outlast Numidan in this Burgrave rush. However, on the flip side, some men-at-arms now upgraded, now with their tier 2 blacksmith upgrade for range defense coming in. They should be able to stand and fight under the town center for days.
Now, that is going to be a pretty fast rushed white tower. I'm very sure Baltun stopped making villages there for a moment as he's just fully focused on this men-at-arm rush in his base. These guys are just doing the work. We do see he does have the resources for it now. Where does he put it? He puts it right there on the gold. So right now, Baltun trying to get a little bit of breathing room here, making sure that the men-at-arms are occupied, but his eco is idle. And the thing is, it's just a portion of his eco, because right now he's got the water. Slowly but surely, he's going to be able to expand and get as many fishing ships as he needs. But these men-at-arms, they are causing all the idle time, but is this going to be enough for Numidan to just get back into this? The white tower does get spotted. Men-at-arms will be doing quite a bit of damage here, but it will go up eventually.
Yeah, the question is, can he do enough with 16 men-at-arms? None in... Okay, a couple more in queue. I think he's just getting bottlenecked by how many resources he has to spill these out. And there was just enough time for Baltun to kind of keep going. If Baltun can just stabilize, now it's a matter of, okay, I've matched the castle. I've got pretty much infinite food from water now. I own a third of the map in that regard. Can I stabilize land? Can I not get overwhelmed? Because when you get 15 men-at-arms grouped up together and you don't have any castle age units just yet, it could be kind of dangerous. Baltun just needs to stabilize, and we see Numidan just kind of going for the kill, just trying to torch down the town center.
This is pretty wild.
That down would be nice, but
he
needs to... Yeah, this is good, but I wonder if this is the right choice. I mean, what else can he do with these guys is the question. You can't go underneath the town, the white tower. He's got 21 men-at-arms now. I mean, outside of the white tower, does Baltun have any other production buildings is kind of the question.
Now, keep in mind, this is not an English white tower. This is a House of Lancaster white tower. This thing does not produce. It is actually just there to look very, very nice, yeah? So this white tower is just standing there protecting the villagers, and now the TC going down is massive. This just means Baltun is not going to be making any more villages anytime soon. And Lord of Lancaster, more in queue. The thing is just 25 of these men-at-arms, they are going to start doing work. But Numidan now slowly starting to suck up those relics, with now 3 prelates out here on the map already. He is hoping to get as much back as he can, because he knows this water loss was significant. Just see if it was significant enough.
Numidan's going to have an answer for the crossbows coming out. There's only a handful right now, so not too much of a worry, but maybe a couple horsemen, maybe something, or at least find a way to snipe them away before they get in mass. If Baltun gets too many of these things, these men-at-arms are going to have a rough go. That said, a blow has definitely been dealt by Numidan. He needs to keep the pressure up. He's got his trebuchet now in the queue as well, so he's got an answer for that white tower at least. Can he make this work? Again, he has no water whatsoever. Can't even get the relics on the edge of the coast because of the fleet that Baltun has.
That's pretty wild to see, because Baltun, with this, he's securing 2 relics that Numidan just can never touch. So 2 relics, but the one is in the water, of course, and the one is behind his base. Eventually, that ship might not have all that control on the water, but there's still one on the map for Numidan to snack on. So Numidan will get his 3 relics he needs, but it is not the same HRE as we are used to seeing. And now, Baltun is the one making crossbows, slowly but surely, and Numidan is still just doubling down on the men-at-arms, not transitioning into anything else just yet.
Yeah, he needs something in that. That's what I was worried about. Once those get in mass, like 1 or 2 is not a big deal, but once you get a critical mass where they start one-shotting your men-at-arms, or even 2-shotting them, especially if you're getting kited like this, it can be kind of dangerous. maybe a couple horsemen. He's got a mangonel as his answer. Okay, so he's got an answer in mind. He's going to get the mangonel out. He's going for the siege option. I actually like this because it's right here. It's going to pop right out. He needs to make sure he can defend it when it comes out. If it pops out in an inopportune spot, that could be kind of dangerous. He needs to queue it out maybe on the southwest side there. There it is. Perfectly played. And in comes the shot. Missing the first shot, but the damage is incoming, essentially. He just needs to make sure he stays on top of it. Good micro from Baltoon, keeping it alive. These men-at-arms are just getting taken down. No shots in the mangonel have landed yet. Finally gets a shot in, but none go down. This is tricky. I've only had a couple horsemen or something, because he can't really close the gap with all the kiting that well.
Oof, and this mangonel is now going to get closed in on, and that's just the issue with mangonels. The moment you get on top of them, they can't do anything. Oof, we can quickly see the men-at-arms trying to do work. Lords of Lancaster don't manage to break it down just yet, but you have to keep in mind, food is a limited resource here for Numidan. He's not just sitting back and letting the eco do the talking. Baltoon is the one just investing into more fishing ships, and he's going to be able to get control of his base back pretty quickly now. Slowly but surely, these units are just going to be the ones that are dominating. Even though most of the military is out there on water, he's still got the power here. Now, I am a little bit concerned here with the horsemen only coming in now, and the food per minute looking pretty scarce here for Numidan.
Yeah, it feels kind of like a day late, dollar short. Just not. It's like he's reacting with some good reactions, but they're just a little too slow. Losing a mangonel there is huge. Almost out of men-at-arms. I mean, he's got 17, but a lot of them are weak. Not feeling great. Your trebuchet is just sitting out there forgotten. At this point, Baltoon needed to stabilize, is what I was saying, and we're seeing that he has done exactly that. Now that he's stabilizing, now he can let his food eco start going. If he wanted to, he could go into some trade ships even and get some gold, really pumping that way. And with this critical mass of crossbows, as long as he keeps the mangonels in check, as long as he makes sure that he doesn't get wrapped around by a bunch of horsemen, Baltoon's back in the driver's seat again. He has contained the flood, as it were, of men-at-arms, and is, feeling pretty stable.
Now, this is the crazy part. He doesn't have any emplacement on his towers. So all those units that are standing under there, they get to stand there for free without a care in the world. And we saw a huge clump of villagers down here. So there's a little ball of men-at-arms just trying to run around and cause some havoc. But those men-at-arms, they are just not doing enough work. Numidan needs to find a way to make sure his base is at least safe, because this army from Baltoon is massive. And this is starting to show us that side of Baltoon I talked about at the start. Baltoon is in a mood for killing and winning. And that's exactly what he's hoping to do here. He wants that 2-0, and after winning the water, he feels pretty confident about doing so. Again, just more and more crossbows. The horseman numbers, they are going to handle it eventually. I just don't know if Numidan has the time to get to that eventually.
Yeah, and it's a really heavy food investment, right? You're pumping so much food into those that you would rather be pumping into men-at-arms, but you just simply cannot with those crossbows out. And even 10 horsemen, like, against some of these the lords out there, 10 starts feeling like a better choice, but you're still going to lose a lot of them with just the amount of mass, the sheer mass that those crossbows do, and the high damage they deal out as a base. It's looking rough for Numidan. And again, the eco is clearly in favor of Baltoon. Now, he hasn't made any villagers in a long time, but he's got the fishing, and he's got as much fishing as he needs, essentially. So he's in this game for the indefinite future, it seems. And Numidan getting those horsemen out in play, trying to take care of the numbers. The question is, can he do enough?
Now, you have to ask that, but at the same time, he just revealed his strategy. He just revealed the fact that he has fully transitioned into horses. And this now puts you in a spot where you're like, hey, I'm just going to make units that handle horses. And in his case, he says knights are the way to go. He just needs a little bit of a front line to handle anything that dares step on top of those crossbows. So the horses running around, causing a little bit of havoc here. We see Numidan also getting some tower emplacements himself. He wants to make sure that some resources are at least safe. And already, that is a pretty safe shot to get on a crossbow. This army is not really prepared for those tower shots just yet. Now, Numidan, slowly but surely, just getting a little bit of map control here. He knows he needs the stone to be able to capture at least a big gold there at the top. He's never going to look at water the same way again.
Numidan is going to be looking pretty strong here for the next couple minutes. He's got a decent mass of horsemen. He can easily deal with those crossbows now. He's got the boar. My concern here, long game for Numadon, is the food. He's got a lot of access to food right now on land. That will dry up. And if he doesn't have farms coming in to replace that, he's going to fall very far behind. Baltoon does have all the water. And again, that's just so huge. Even though he lost his town center and has fallen behind in the villager numbers, having the water really secures a breathing room, where you don't need to be producing from your TC consistently when you have that much water eco still there. You were so far ahead, you can take that hit. That said, this game is dragging on a little longer than I think I would have initially thought after Numadon lost water and went for this play. Feels like he's trying to stabilize the back end as well. It was looking really dire there. We can see just a lot of food invested in these horsemen. Army value of 6,000 for Numadon. The problem is, on the other side, Baltoon's got quite a bit as well. Now, remember, a good chunk of that is in the Navy.
There's a bit of breathing room for Numadon, or there's an opportunity at least. There's an opportunity for Numadon to do significant damage here on the land, and this could win him the game. This is the crazy part. With the amount of horses he has, there's a chance here. But Baltoon is slowly investing into those spears. I'm just wondering if it's not going to be too late, because Numadon, he has a timing here. And those horses, they're looking for blood. We can now see that that TC looks to be almost repaired, as he has spent a lot of wood doing so. Yes, it's getting closer. Now, that's the difficult part. You don't want to invest your villagers to go to the TC and get destroyed, but at the same time, you also don't want the TC to just constantly be idle. Eventually, this TC will be repaired, but there is still a looming threat of 1 million horsemen running around. Now, that trebuchet, it is doing some work here. The horsemen, they're looking for some stray villagers who dare repair a TC, and the TC is not repaired yet. They're just going to torch it down. This just means he's going to spend more villagers and more time trying to keep this thing alive.
One thing Baltoon has going for him, again, we mentioned the food on water. It looks like, I'm looking at the mini-map, he is on trade. He is water trading, and I love to see that so frequently. I have seen even top players forget about trade on water, and here Baltoon has not forgotten, and it is all to his advantage to do that. Getting some wood and getting gold for each trade ship that makes that trip, that is huge, and that will win him the game. That could be a win condition right there of just sheer economy. So as long as he can, again, keep this going, and Numadon's done a decent job, dare I say, of stabilizing and keeping up some pressure and being in this game, even when usually the old adage is lose water, lose the game. Numadon's been trying to be the exception to that rule here, and has been doing a decent job even after his initial burger rush didn't quite pan out the way he wanted. We see him now moving up with a forward keep being in the plan. I like this. I like this idea of creeping in, and he's got enough siege, dare I say. He could start taking down some serious infrastructure for Baltoon, and that could make things very scary.
TC feels like it's never bound to be repaired at this point. Oh, those trebuchets, 3 trebuchets just make it so difficult to actually be able to catch up. But just look at this. This keep has control of the wood line that he was so dependent on for a while. He has moved back there to his base, but the further away he moves from the White Tower, the happier those horses are going to be. The TC is back online, but now the horses are fully aware, and they might be thinking about a raid elsewhere. You do see the spearman numbers. They are climbing, and they're getting pretty dangerous. But Numadon still got that weird little bit of an opening here that he could actually make this work.
Yeah, I think he definitely has a window. That's a lot of crossbows. It's the siege behind this. He's really done a good job of making his land presence and building a good composition here. The food will run out eventually. And again, this is, again, a window. Numadon doesn't have an open opportunity indefinitely here. Baltoon will have that trade eco take him into the lead. But for now, on land, this is a scary threat Numadon is presenting. And with a keep there to fall back on, Baltoon's kind of struggling for some answers. He's invested so much into this trade, invested so much into the infrastructure he needs to build land production. He's waiting for the payoff still. So, like you said, this is kind of a weird window. It's not how you see these games play too terribly often, but Numadon really keeping himself in this, and dare I say, threatening for a victory here if he can just pull it off. One landmark going down.
He's got one more to go.
He just needs to take out the White Tower. No, the White Tower's gone, so he just needs the TC. The trebuchets can just win it for him here.
Now, this is the crazy part. Baltoon behind this looks like he wants to go Imperial, but at the same time, it just forced him not to make units the whole time. So now, this man is clicking it up. Wingard Palace has been chosen, but it's only being built with 17. I say only, but 17 is so so little when you need this to go
Nubadan's
up
gonna...
in seconds.
I don't think it's not going to be in time. No, it's not going to be in time. Nubadan could just force the issue here. This is going to be down to the... Oh, he could just commit to that, I think, and almost win it. This is down to the wire. If that TC falls, it's all over. He's right there. I would just A-click it. You could just finish it. Just finish it, Nubadan. It's right there. Oh my goodness. He's not going to get it in time now, I don't think, unless that Windguard Palace is going up really quickly with 17. Maybe it will. He's going to beat it in just seconds. And that will be the game. Realizing he could do it, he finishes it out in dramatic fashion, seconds away from Baltoon surviving a little longer, and Nubadan loses water but wins the game.
That army is in shambles right now, thinking about how they failed their kingdom by not engaging. Baltoon needed to invest just that whole army into trying to stop this, but at the same time, it feels like that push of Nubadan was just going to slowly creep forward. If he lost the army, he would have lost the game anyway. So it does feel a little bit rough, but Nubadan, he showed us how to bring it back, even when you lose the war, by just idling out most of the economy. Oof, those proud Swedish flags. Disgusting.
What a game. Man, that one was down to the wire. And what a strange window to find yourself. What a great play from Nubadan. I wasn't sure he was going to win that one after the initial spam of Men-at-Arms kind of failed him there. And Baltoon looked stable and was looking dangerous there. Nubadan just bringing it back, though. Staying aggressive at the right times. Building the right amount of siege. Those trebs for the win. What a play. What a play. But reset.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Baltoon is definitely in a spot now where he's like, okay, I was supposed to win that. I just won the water. How do I do this again? And now Baltoon is the one doing some early game shenanigans. Going for that early spearman is just plain old Japanese. We know exactly how this thing plays out, but let's see how much he invests into this Dark Age.
Japanese versus Chinese. Red and green, Baltoon and Nubadan. Tied up at 1 game apiece, man. And you know, Nubadan looked so good in that first game up until that fight that lost it there for him. That was very good. That was well done.
Now that first spear, where is he going to land? We just see the scout is running there past at the back. So the spear not going to the gold just yet. He's got a pretty nice spawn there with the gold all the way as far as possible. So this means that Baltoon might not be getting that early game damage that he so desperately wanted to just put Nubadan a little bit behind. Now, getting the spear there anyway is so critical because, of course, it's not about stopping the feudal age. It's about stopping him from getting ahead and kind of doing the plays that he wanted to do. So with Nubadan, this could have been something like Pro Scouts. If we take a look at the deer on the side, double deer on the one side, just means that those spears are actually going to shut this down for quite a while. So even just those 2 spears, the single investment on that is definitely going to slow down Nubadan from pulling out any shenanigans that he may have planned.
Yeah, and slowing down Pro Scouts can really pay off. I mean, it seems... Sometimes it can seem kind of counterintuitive, right? Because if they end up with the deer anyway, is it worth it to slow them down? And the answer is, if you kill a couple scouts along the way, yeah, you're slowing it down, you're slowing that ramp up, you're making them invest even more into it, you're fighting for it. And yeah, these spears can easily pay for themselves here. And I like that he's not, you can't overinvest in it. Just 2 is all you need. And we see already off the gold, forcing him away. But of course, Nubadan going to be able to have enough gold to go up. It will be Imperial Academy coming right up. But I like the choice, too, that Baltoon went to go onto the berries, because obviously they get the bonus to that with their, it's not wheelbarrow, it's, is it Tawada? Is that right? Or is it Takazaiku? I always forget the names. I think it's Tawada.
Tawada. So Tawada, getting that already feels great. Takazaiku is the next level 1 as well, but we can see with the amount of villages that he has there on gold, this is just your standard-of-the-mill Japanese, if he doesn't age up with those. It is just your standard-of-the-mill Japanese fast castle. And that's what the spearman allows you to do. And this is wild. This is crazy to have. Because when you get your opponent to be just that little bit slower, they're not going to be able to punish you for anything. So only 1 aging up with the Gura storehouse. That tells us instantly this man is going fast castle. So the moment he gets that age up with that one villager, he's going to be ready to click up castle. And that's when things spiral out of control here. Baltoon knows this. Numidan must be very aware of this. And I would love to see what Numidan decides to do because of that. Because that's a lot of food per minute, and it doesn't feel like we have anything else coming in just yet. But it does look like he's going to go for the wood and get some production on the way. But is he going to be able to do any damage?
It's such a fun play, right? The one, usually you see China is usually the one that gets away with this, where they just do one villager on the age up because of the increased building production speed. But for Kura Storehouse with one for Japanese, it just feels, it's such a fun play. And then when you follow up with that quick castle after, I like seeing builds that feel different, right? Because oftentimes you age up with 4, it's some very standard things that most civs do. Always fun to see something that plays a bit different. And I love this right here. One spear, scattering the deer a little bit, standing his ground, making it difficult, knowing that Pro Scouts is most likely on the menu when you're playing against Chinese, and the anticipation for that. Getting some damage on the forward spear that did some damage to the mining camp, and then moving back and just doing that. It's just well played, and it's a good build here from Baltoon. It really is.
Now, Baltoon getting that wood up and going just for the stable is going to be so critical here, because of course you want to get that mounted samurai out as fast as you can. Numidan is aware of this though. He says, my answer to this needs to be very clearly just making spears. He gets quite a few villagers now out there on the gold too, which is telling me that we might be getting ourselves one of those nice little fast castle Chinese players as well. And honestly, mounted samurai against lancers, I'm ready to watch it happen. Now, funnily enough, Japan hasn't been let through in quite a while. A lot of these players are just saying, no, Japan, we're going to ban it. And if you get it through, we're just going to snipe it every single time. So, but Baltoon getting the Japanese here, he's getting one of the strongest civilizations in the game. And Numidan, he has to be ready for that. Barbican of the Sun now coming in. Song Dynasty, actually. So China not going for a fast castle, but rather for the Song. And I don't think we've seen a Song Dynasty until late game. For a very long time.
I wonder if he's thinking of just the defensive capabilities of the Barbican to put on the gold. Because you're right, we don't see these Song Dynasty. I mean, used to be back in my day, used to be all the rage. But we just don't see it anymore, right? We're in a different age of Age of Empires, different times. But man, if I'm Numidan, that castle age, not matching that quickly makes me nervous. Because Baltoon's going to be spamming those mounted samurai, and those units are arguably, I mean, they're just one of the best units in the game. And defending that's going to be no easy challenge. I guess maybe the thought process being, if you can't match the timing, maybe a Barbican in the Sun, again, defends that gold, gives you some time and space to get and match that castle timing. Because right as it is right now, there's no look to Pro Scouts.
Now, getting to that castle age is about to hit there for Baltoon. He's about to click this up the moment the food comes on in. But that's where I'm a little bit concerned here for the poor man. He's not going to make a lot of units before this starts running out. Now, his spears, they are good enough to keep this at bay. And you can see this forces Numidan to just stay in his base and not be able to push on out. Floating Gate is being clicked up now. But how much food does he actually have to make this go all the way? Baltoon trying to keep these spears as busy as he can. The scouts just not able to pick up anything just yet, but they will get their opening right now. So, Baltoon, he gets to go on the deer pack there at the back. He should be able to have that control because he's got the army of Numidan all the way on the other side of the map. So, there should be a fallback plan for him, and as the floating gate comes up, we see more farms spawning around that first landmark he placed down, ensuring that, hey, the Kura Storehouse provides us with the sustenance we need. And I love this from Baltoon. Still just being on the aggressive, killing all the deer he can, making sure that this does not become a problem later, where you can just, fog of war, click the deer to your base.
We see Pro Scouts. It was delayed a little bit, but now it's in, getting those deer in. So a continual source of food for the next couple minutes for Chinese. Numidan will be happy about that. Loading gate completed. And so now Baltoon's in the castle age. Now it's on him to do something with it. Obviously, we expect to see some mounted samurai popping out very shortly, although that is...
wrong. We are both wrong.
What we're looking at. We're looking at an archery range.
Mm-hmm. And this feels pretty... Yeah, Yes, this feels pretty well, but we have seen something like this come out before. So there's a little sneaky play that some people like to do with the Onimusha, but also then you have the option with the Yumi as well. The Onimusha give you that little bit of mobility that you would need against an army that's a majority spears. But at the same time, Yumi are so cheap, and now they will be produced fast AF. They're not expensive. We can see with the food situation he's got going, he definitely cannot afford anything expensive. So it does feel like a smart move here. But I'm surprised not to see the archery range being placed a little bit earlier. Now going for a few relics himself so that he can ensure that this Castle Age timing that he had pays off quickly.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of a Zerg rush play, I suppose, then. Or just, I mean, because again, Yumi Yashigaru, they're cheap. They do one less damage than normal archers, but you can just pump them out, especially with the Yoroshido in there. Like that's going to be flooding the earth. Right now, only one in queue. Okay, a couple more in queue. There we go. It's just going to start flooding. And then once these things get en masse, they will be scary. If my only question to that, though, is going into Chinese, if Nubadan decides to make Nest of Bees, you're going to be in for a world to hurt. That's like my only fear here, is that and a couple of Nest of Bees would take care of a bunch of Yumi Yashigaru. But we'll see how Baltoon plays it. As it is right now, he's got a half dozen Yumi on the field and looks like a monk, or sorry, excuse me, a priest running back with his relic. He probably needs to drop that one. Or he can die trying.
It will bring it back to the base as close as he can, but it does go down, and another colleague will have to pick that up later. But the astronomical clock tower is also coming on out, and this is pretty wild. This is why I mentioned the fact that we could get Onimusha here out of Baltoon. Both of these players, they don't always go for the most standard thing, and Numadan is showing us exactly that. I don't remember the last pro game that people have aged up with the astronomical clock tower as China for their first landmark into Castle. This is absolutely great for him because he's going to be able to make those Nest of Bees that he needs to deal with the Yumi mass that Baltoon is attempting here. But
that's exactly what that is. You know.
Yeah, he's prepared for it. He knows that there's no threat of the mounted samurai, so him going for this makes a lot of sense. He just wants to play it safe and be able to respond what Japan has on offer.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised. It's surprising to see the clock tower, but I'm not surprised in this situation for exactly the reasons you said. With the Yumi, knowing that that's what Baltoon is going for. Now, I say that there's only 9 of them right now, though, so Baltoon could switch. There's no guarantee he stays on this. Maybe he's just trying to get the bait out of that. Maybe he's playing a really long con here and is planning to swap into the mounted samurai. As it is, though, there's still 10 spears and 2 in the way for Numadan. He does have some crossbows coming out as well. So Yumi Yashigaru do play well into that. With the Nest of Bees behind it, though, that composition for Numadan will become very effective against what Japanese can do. But as it is right now, only a handful still of Yumi Yashigaru. We see a second town center is instead the play from Baltoon as Japanese. Going to pop that right in between the wood and the edge of the map there, next to the farms and the stone. And he's going to go to try and scale some eco behind this.
Now, the first Nest of Bees in queues tells me that Baltoon believes this is a Yumi play. He's seen all the Yumis inspired by their leader as well. But Baltoon hasn't had the opportunity to have that much food. So spamming any type of unit has been pretty difficult here. Now, with that second TC, he's finding a way to respond to China's Song Dynasty. But this does slow him down a little bit in that military department. At the same time, you want to ask yourself, is this something that's going to be necessary? Does he plan to play this out into the late game? And that might be the instance here. So with China being in the Song Dynasty, they're getting villagers faster and faster. And this is just not something Japan on their 1 TC is going to be able to handle. But now we've got a few mounted samurais who will be joining this party. And I'm a little bit worried for Numadan's ability to defend this. He says he's not. He's just making walls.
Yeah, he's got a pretty good mass to deal with mounted samurais. He's got spears, he's got crossbows, and he's got the Nest of Bees to deal with the Yumi. I feel like Nubadan's got an okay composition here. The tricky thing is, can he match what Baltoon is doing behind this? Because Baltoon's base is just being untouched. It's unfettered. It's going to just go on and on and on and just outpace Nubadan on 1 TC song. So I'm curious how Nubadan responds. He's just, again, those walls, especially the ones on the west side, they popped up quite early. He invested in those from the get-go, maybe expecting a little more pressure from the Japanese, not getting it, but now they're there, so you might as well, finish the job. But now, Baltoon just slowly extending his base, moving out towards that big 8k gold towards the middle. And yeah, Numidon with his military just sitting in his base.
Yeah, this starts to feel one of those games where we make memes about, where we sit here for the next 3 hours watching these two battle it out on Dry Arabia behind walls, both of them playing it very safe. And this is something to be expected if you're doing a big match like this. Both of these guys are very evenly matched. Baltoon being the one who has pulled off some crazy stunts recently, but Numidon, he respects Baltoon. And the respect goes both ways. Both of these players not taking any major risks. Those mounted samurais, they're going to look for an opening, but finding a way into that base is going to be so difficult. PC making quick work there of a little samurai, a ground level samurai. And you have to ask yourself, not a single village going down. Is this just the showcasing of two people who are very, very careful not to misstep?
It's sometimes you see this in high level plays, especially in tight scenarios like this. You see guys playing, not that these guys aren't playing to win, but they're definitely playing not to lose here. We see, ill-fated raid there from Baltoon. Those mounted samurai walked right into a death trap as the prickly porcupine of spears from Numidon was there to greet them with a very rude welcoming party. At this point, I start thinking Imperial Age here. Baltoon, about halfway there. Numidon looks like he's about halfway there. These guys are just playing for the long game. 15 minutes in, very little interaction, just a couple of cat and mouse games, and these guys are planning to just go into Imperial and call it that.
And with this, it does feel like we are in a spot where Baltoon is very strangely going for an Imperial. Like, the thing is about Imperial, you want to go for Imperial when you're sure you're not going to die. Now, he's probably sure. He's got a few units, but for some reason, he looks like he's pretty confident about this. Numidon at the same time, he's also floating a lot of resources here. So I'm a little bit concerned for Baltoon going Imperial here, and if he's actually going to sustain a proper push here from Numidon. Numidon now spending quite a bit of resources on some units, but let's see what Baltoon goes for. You, of course, most likely want to go for, I was about to say for the gunsmith. You want to get something that gives you free units. Great. But now, what happens if your opponent pushes? Are you actually going to have the units to handle that? And him making more now, every bit of resource needs to go to units, because if he pushes, you are in for a lot of trouble.
Yeah, we're kind of looking at both these players kind of building up. Numidon being safe, making units first, then deciding to go Imperial. Baltoon with the Tanegashima Gunsmith. That'll be great if he can survive another couple minutes, you know? But as it is, 50 units to 28. It's such a risk going Imperial Age this quick. Only 16 minutes in, barely 17 minutes. He's going to get that up at 17:20-ish. That's quick. That's a quick Imperial Age. Can he hold? That's the biggest question. Your 2TC Imp. I mean, TBD if it'll work or not. Numidon in a very nice situation to push forward. The problem for Numidon here, though, is he's got a lot of military units, but he doesn't have a lot of mass that can dive into a TC. He's got spears and crossbows as well as a nest of bees. So yeah, this is a big mass, but it's not the kind of mass you want to throw into someone's base because they're just going to fall to the archer fire. We're seeing here, these spears just get peppered down by the Yumiashigaru. So in a sense, if there was ever a time to take the risk, I think Baltoon chose his time well.
And Numidon not fully committing to any units. He now sees my opponent is Imperial. I could do the same. I'm China. I love going Imperial. I've got my farming eco being set up behind this. And if we could take a second to look at the farms, that would be great. Just so we can see exactly what the situation is. Oh, Numidon, my boy, that is looking good.
Oh, we're in for a very long game. A very, very long game here. Both sides have quite a number of farms. And yeah, this is the scary thing with China. It can be hard for them to make that transition happen. But when it happens and it pays off, this is why they're so good in late game, is once they have that investment there, it just pays dividends forever.
And finding a way to raid it, it gets so hard once that Imperial Age hits as well. You see Baltoon trying to look at those towers in a bit, but they are about to get reinforced. And sure, they are going to take a little while longer to go down. But this should give Numidan a time to respond. He doesn't want to respond, though. You can see the green dots not moving anywhere. He gets the Great Wall Gatehouse, and let's see where he gets it. Is it on a... No, where's our Great Wall Gatehouse? Probably on the farms. It has to be on the farms. You want to make sure your farming eco is safe. It's just... there we go.
There it is. There it is. There it is. Hidden
A
landmark.
little gold as well.
Oh,
Now,
I hope everyone's got some popcorn ready to go. Grab a soda, grab a drink, get some water. We're going to be in for probably a long time. If I had to look into my crystal ball and guess the future, this one's going to be back and forth for some time yet.
the thing is, Japan does have quite a few units that can handle the Great Wall Gatehouse. You also have very cheap ones, and you know they are quite fast, especially when you start investing into those Bugattis, as he does. The problem is just... Numidan can very easily just keep extending that game. And you see him floating a lot of resources here. Now getting a few hand cannoneers in here too. And I'm honestly a little bit surprised into this composition. It feels like Numidan is saying, hey, let's sit back, relax, pop one out. Let's go and spend our day just watching this game play out. He's got taxes. He's got enough farms going. But he doesn't have that villager count that you would need. You just constantly replace your army if the attacks do happen. So Baltoon's going to ask himself, am I going to go and fight into this Great Wall Gatehouse, or am I going to find another way to get through him? And him getting 2 bombards already tells me he's got a plan.
I'm looking at 60 Onobugashas, and this seems to be a spin-to-win play here by Baltoon. This is a scary mass, 90 to 48. The spin-to-win might just do it. This is just a moving blender. This is a marching blender, and it is walking straight into Numidan's base. I don't know if he's got an answer for this. He needs to get those Nest of Bees on that ASAP. Look at this. This reminds me of a SpongeBob, like the nematodes that just eat all the houses. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting from this. They're just destroying everything. They just consume everything. And look at that.
And you can see Baltoon with his 2 little bombards. They're just gonna try to do the work they can. Ooh, the Bugatti's getting there on the villagers at the back, and Numidan does not have the numbers to handle this, but he's going straight for the TC. He's learned from the previous game. He's like, we are not going to do this landmark victory thing properly again. I will show you how it's done. And Baltoon, now he needs to find a way to respect this a little better than last game. Those Nest of Bees, they're getting closed off. Oh God, Socotra, he's doing it.
This was a great play from Baltoon. I thought this would sit for a while, but Onobugasha switch. However, they're all trapped in the middle here. Nest of Bees have a really easy shot. As long as they can stay out of the way of those spinning death blades, they can get some good hits in. And this is quite the dive from Baltoon. However, he has a lot of units in the queue. Still has 34 more Onobugasha coming in. He is just flooding them in. All of them die here. Nest of Bees survive and continue to push this back. But still, there's still 60.
Look at the farms. The farms are under siege. The Bugattis have cleaned up 25 dead villagers. Socotra, this was the silent attack while we were looking at the front lines. Baltoon was already in the back, cleaning up anything and everything who dared dream of living. And it feels like an ode to the previous game. Baltoon is the one going for the landmarks, slowly but surely.
Onobugasha mass. I mean, I was saying at the beginning of this game, oh yeah, maybe like a Zerg rush with the Yumi Ashigaru. Well, how about an Imperial Zerg rush with Onobugasha? 80 of these things with 18 more. Baltoon has found his unit, and he is just gonna shift spam that button until he runs out of resources, and he's not gonna run out anytime soon. Onobugasha flooding into the base. The Beyblades are being let ripped as they just dive in, trying to find the siege. I see a Nest of Bees getting popped. They're going for the back line, trying as much as they can to get there. Units just getting shredded down to bits. These things just ripping through.
And it's so cheap for him to keep replacing these. You can see the problem is the eco from Numidan is the one that's getting idle. And all of a sudden, Numidan realizes, oh yes, this is why we banned Japan. So I'm actually really happy to see that Baltoon showed us why the civilization has been banned out so many times. That was disgusting.
That was just something on a whole nother level. I mean, I thought this was going to go on for a long time. These players were looking like they were going to go Imperial. This game only lasted 23 minutes.
Oh no, Baltoon knew he's got the lead, he's got a timing, and he was going to capitalize on that. Just Numidan going for that Imperial Age. it just caused him to spend so many resources not on units, and Baltoon knew, hey, this is maybe my window to do so. Being on 2TC for a little bit longer, just ensuring that he is ready for it. And guys, I just want to point out, in this draft, English didn't get drafted. So maybe these guys know something the others didn't know about, but JD did. And I love the fact that JD also got sniped. Now, JD has shown her ugly head on Frisian Marshes. And I say ugly because she is disgusting on Frisian Marshes, just because of the constant pressure you put on out. We've seen what French can do. The Red Palace in Imperial Age for both JD and French on this map is something nobody can handle. But getting Zhu Shi out here too, this feels like something I'm not prepared for. I am so excited to see what Zhu Shi can do on this map against the Delhi. Because Delhi, a civ that does pretty well at raiding, they are not that great against necessarily on water, as we know. They do pretty well on this map, specifically because they do have fishing boats that attack. But Zhu Shi doesn't really care about that. They don't open barracks. They're going to go for a pretty straight-up feudal play.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's kind of fun to me to see Numadon saying, hey, for Frisian Marshes, I want elephants. Tuglok and Delhi. He wanted elephants this one. That was one thing for sure. We dive right on in, though. Back-to-back games. We are here in game number 4. It's 2-1. Another competitive series on our hands, Whammon. This has been a lot of fun. Numadon will be Delhi in the yellow. He's going to be in the western corner right here. And in the south corner, red in the red, Baltoon with Zhu Shi's Legacies. Baltoon, of course, with 2. We got the numbers fixed right there. Numadon with 1 win, hoping to tie it up if he can. On Frisian Marshes, looks like we've already got some people on the dock out there on both lakes. Yeah. So both players opting to get onto the water quickly.
That makes a lot of sense. You're playing a match against a civilization that doesn't do any Dark Age shenanigans usually. So for these guys, this is just going to beg the question of how greedy do I want to get on wood before I need to think about going to feudal. So we'll see how many docks these boys decide to make, but only one? That actually sounds pretty conservative coming from these two. So Zhu Shi is definitely a civ you cannot mess with too much, because Zhu Shi can just stay on this. They've got an imperial official. They can just age up with the taxes. He can keep going on the wood, and he's not going to need to touch gold to get to feudal. So this is where Zhu Shi really shines at just being a greedy goose.
Well, that's one thing that these players can do. I mean, I think of like Zhu Shi can be greedy. That's a thing. I'm curious how fast and aggressive Baltoon wants to get. I mean, we talk. They could get greedy on this map, but how aggressive is Baltoon going to be with Zhu Shi here? Do you think? I mean, with the normally we see them go for pro scouts, but with the water already in hand, I wonder if Baltoon decides to let that propel him to a more of aggressive approach, or if he sits back and kind of just lets the eco propel him faster into castle still. We'll see. We'll see. But as it is, both players on the docks. Looks like a second one now for Numadon. So moving out on both sides too. So both players opting to play the water game. Sometimes we see how the game presents itself, and both players opting to do very similar builds thus far. So the question then is, how do these players deviate? And we see Baltoon sees it. So again, the most important thing you can have in this game is information. And Baltoon knows exactly what his opponent's doing.
And getting this information at the stage of game allows you to know how greedy do I get to be. So Baltoon now, he sees that second dock, he knows, hey, you go for a second, I can easily go for a third one as well. So I'm really excited to see, yes, I see that red dot moving towards the next pond as well. Third dock coming on in. Baltoon, he's very happy with this. This is not a bad position to be in at all, because you know, I get to be greedy. I'm not the one who's going to need to invest on a mining camp. I just get to be, hold up. Hold up, villager. We need to go put the dock down. Hey. He was just excited about the fish.
He just wanted to dance first about it.
Now the third dock coming down. This does mean that he needs to be careful, but you know, with Delhi, you go for the aggression because you can. There's not much that your opponent can do, and you're forcing your opponent to respond suboptimally. You don't want to fight against Zhu Shi with a lot of food. And that's definitely something that Numidan knows. So him just investing into more fishing boats and another dock as well, as I can now see a third dock there for Numidan being built too. This feels like Numidan is going to need a lot of food. Now, there have been a few crazy plays where some people go for a fast castle deli. I just don't know if Numidan is that kind of guy. It feels like he is more conservative about his plays than going fast castle deli when he knows he can do some damage with the units he's got.
Yeah, I mean, Delhi thrives in feudal age, so why wouldn't you press the advantage? I guess the question is, like, what would he be looking for in a castle, a fast castle with Delhi? I guess maybe you can go for a quick hone blades, maybe? I don't know that that's quick enough. I don't know you get enough out of it, but we'll see. Right now, as it is, Dome of the Faith, no surprises here, of course. And Meditation Gardens, where is that at, by the way? It looks like it's got some gold and some berries, looking like down there. Does it touch that stone as well? That might be a really good placement if it catches all of it. You know what? I think it's got all three. It's got the gold, the berries, and the stone. So it's getting a lot. That's going to be a really, really good Meditation Gardens.
And now the natural response to, or Delhi's natural answer to feudal age anything is Ghazi Raiders. So Baltu knows this. He knows what to expect and goes for the instant barracks. He wants to make sure he responds to anything Delhi puts out. And when I say anything, I mean Ghazi Raiders. The Spearman making a lot of sense here. Numidan now, he is going to be ready with the food as we see yet another dock. So both of these guys being a little bit of a greedy goose over there. But I feel like the greediest one of them all is Numidan here. Not getting the stable just yet, but just getting more docks.
Yeah, that's an incredibly greedy. I mean, it's not every game you see both players going to every single dock. Numidan, though, yeah, I mean, he could be producing units right now. I'm a little worried, actually. Like, if Baltoon starts pumping out stuff a little quicker, he could do some serious damage. You already see a couple spears out. I'm wondering, when will Numidan decide to start making units? He's getting economy upgrades as it is right now. Getting double-sided broadaxe, getting a specialized pick, getting wheelbarrow. Where are the units at? It feels weird to have Delhi not produce any units within 7 minutes.
That's the issue here. I think Numidan is overestimating how deep Baltoon is going to go invest on these ponds himself. But he's doing what we've all faced, and that's Juganu. So the thing about Zushi, Juganu, in enough numbers, they're going to deal with your Ghazi Raiders. And now you're going to have one at a time, only starting at after 7 minutes. This is a little bit late to actually contest the amount of Juganu that can come out of this civilization. Now, Baltoon, he's got the fishing boats, he's got the wood, he's got them taxes. He's going to produce these constantly.
There are a few units I dislike more to play against than Zuganu, because it just feels like they just shred everything, especially when they get some numbers going. And this is what I was talking about. How aggressive is Baltoon going to get? How many units is he going to pump out in Feudal Age? Because I was thinking in particular about those Juganus, like how many is he going to make? And already we're seeing the answer. He's got 7 and 2 more on the way, adding spears to go with it. And again, look, Ghazi Raider just shredded. He's almost just dead.
That Ghazi Raider,
healed, but...
yeah, he's gonna need to go back and get healed, but he's dead weight for quite a while, and you need those numbers right now.
Yeah, it feels pretty bad.
Now, with this Ghazi, he's going back to the base to ensure he doesn't lose this just yet, but the Juganu, they're getting their +1 attack. And the handful of spears in the mix is just going to tell Numidan, hey, you're not going to run on top of me. I'm not going to let you take out anything. And Baltoon is sitting pretty comfortably doing so. Now, we have to wonder, is Numidan's units, is he going to be able to capitalize on all of these fishing boats that he has invested into? Or is this gold cutoff going to be a little bit of a deal breaker here? As we can see, all these units just surrounding that gold, he now is going to have access to only the wood. And for how long as well? Because Baltoon, he's got the food eco set up. If he decides to stop investing, he can very quickly just click up, go to castle, and make this an almost impossible trade here for Numidan. But he's got the power, he's using it, he's moving out towards that north so that he can take care of a dock or two.
Yeah, for Delhi, I guess gold doesn't matter too terribly much. Obviously, you want to have a slight trickle coming in to continue making more scholars. That's kind of the big loss here. You know that Numenor would like to have some, and he doesn't have any sacred sites coming in either. So he is going to be lacking a little bit there. The nice thing is, though, is as far as military presence, all he needs is wood and food. And that he has for now. So if he can maybe reclaim that gold and get some more scholars produced, he'll be in an okay spot. The tricky thing is 21 Juganus in Feudal Age. That starts looking really scary. And we are seeing archers in response from Numenor. He is trying to spend that wood as fast as he can. But man, there is just a lot of units coming on the field for Baltune. And they're aggressively stationed right next to that gold. I'm a little worried for Numenor here. He needs to take a really good fight.
Now, the problem about not having enough gold, like you said, is with the scholars. You are dealing with a civilization that is so good at just switching to castle, and then you're going to want to say, hey, I will do that eventually myself. Now, it's not just about denying the gold for the castle, it's about not getting enough scholars so that your castle upgrades will never be able to kick in properly. Because Delhi, they do faster research with more scholars. If you don't have any scholars, your research is going to take years. So usually Delhi doesn't feel like an immediate threat the moment they hit castle, but more importantly, they don't feel like a threat if they don't have any scholars. So Numenor is spending everything he can onto these units, but he's got to keep in mind, Baltune has a kill switch at any moment he wants, and it looks like Baltune is thinking about that castle age I've been hinting at the whole time. Finally, seeing like, hey, the Jugunu numbers might not be able to handle this all that well forever. Let's go see what a castle age unit in the mix could do. He's got the stable set up. He's ready for this.
Yeah, at this point, though, if Baltune clicks up a castle, I'm thinking the mass. There's a lot of Ghazis now and more archers coming into play for Numenor. Suddenly, the calculus is starting to change a little bit. I think this is a tricky fight for Numenor, but looking a little bit better. And that's why we see Baltune kind of angling back, knowing he wants to castle up. The Montlu Academy now coming up. And there's, dare I say, a bit of a window for Numenor here. If he can find a good angle and a good fight, he does not want to dive into the base, into a choke point like we're seeing right there. All those jukes nice and tucked away behind the barracks and other buildings. That would be disastrous. But at this point, Numenor can now afford to get back onto the gold. And we see he's got some in the bank now. He's now got options. And he's choosing, I think, wisely to go after the food. This is a smart choice. Knowing you can't get into the base, let's take out what we can. We've got a mass, let's use it.
Now, the Jugunu upgrade is going to come in at the speed of light, +2 instantly clicked up. And, palace cards being selected, but he quickly cancels those bad boys, as he most likely just wants to change this into a Lancer composition coming on out. Now, the +2 is going to hit pretty hard, and we see how quickly that research is being done. Numenor, though, at the same time, he uses this moment and he goes on gold. He only has 3 scholars, though. So even if he hits that castle age, it's going to be about getting the elephant out and not getting the upgrades as quickly as he can. Now, the villagers here are going to be forced off of gold. He does need to be careful. 4 villagers, or in his case, fishing boats, went down, but the spearmen are in an awkward position here as well. Lance is not coming out quick enough, and the Ghazis are trying to get us around, and they do, but none of the villagers... one of the villagers going down for now.
This was an excellent time to dive, actually. Knowing that your opponent just moved across the stealth forest and is on your gold, hey, I can now dive in as well. And there's nothing to defend here. A couple Lancers now popping out, but lots of villagers going down. It's now 12 eco kills to 2. So Numenor dealing a pretty good punch to Baltune right as he entered Castle Age. And now Numenor in Castle Age himself. However, he himself has villagers left out in the open. And the Jugs are just going to start shredding through them as you can just count them down. 1, 2, 3. Falling in a row. That was 4 actually right there. Counter punches. These guys both dealing blows, kind of almost like a base trade of sorts, like a mini base trade, as they just deal so much damage to each other's villagers. Jugs now in the back of the base, just continuing to hunt down the poor vills, running for their lives. They do have wheelbarrows, so they move a little bit faster, but just enough range for those Zoogs to do a lot of damage.
And the scholar numbers are looking even scarier now. Only 2 scholars total and completely forced off of gold. So this just means those upgrades are going to take forever. We see +2 range defense coming in. But when I say coming in, I mean crawling in like a little snail. That little yellow bar is not going anywhere. Textiles also coming in now, as those villagers have paid the price significant amounts of times. And Baltune, he's the one with the units that matter. We can see those Ghazi Raiders melting at these Castle Age Jugunu, just absolutely obliterating everything. Villagers are now going to be the target as these Lancers are pouring into the base. And yes, you may have killed 12 villagers, Mr. Numidan, but there's a lot more of yours that are going to die with these guys in your base.
Man, those Jugnus just shredding through the Gazis, and that's why I say that they're such a frustrating unit to go against. You've got what on paper sounds like a great counter, horsemen counter archers, right? But the rate of speed, the DPS, and in that mass, you need a lot more horsemen than you think. And we saw why there. Baltoon taking a great stab right back at Numidan. Now it's 12 to 10 eco kills, so that's actually pretty even. But you can't deny that militarily, it feels like Baltoon is just in the driver's seat for now.
Baltoon definitely has the unit composition here that is just a bit better than what Numidan can put out on offer. Numidan being denied off of gold completely just means he's not going to be able to get any shenanigans going to handle these units. Oh, the Ghazi Raiders, one by one, getting picked off, and the Lancers now going back onto the Archers because he knows there's just nothing they can do. These Archers do not have their veterancy yet. Only 1 scholar total being left on the field and 15 idle villagers. It is a tough spot to be in. Now more archers going down, and just means those those castle upgrades are just not going to hit as hard as they need to. The Jugunu even doing damage against these lancers, and Baltoon is the one just making more lancers. He knows how valuable this is going to be.
This game feels like it's quickly been derailed. Whatever plan Numidan had, it is gone. Villagers are just running circles now. The idle time alone was going to kill him, and that will do it. Throws in the towel. Baltoon takes the win in the series 3-1, and a convincing series and a convincing set, and a fun matchup between these two players. But we have our winner who's moving on to the next round.
Now, this feels like a pretty good spot for Baltoon. Again, taking a pretty commanding victory over Numidan. And this gets us excited for his next games too, because we know Baltoon was an absolute mess his last game. Last week, he was dominating. Is this going to be his week? So, it must be feeling pretty good to be the best Sweden out there.
Well, he definitely proved it today, at least. 3-1, pretty convincing fashion. Let's shout out Numidan for a good series as well, though. We'll have Baltoon here to chat and interview in just a second. But Numidan putting up a good fight. He had that good win on Holy Island. That was a crazy game. But outside of that, it was all Baltoon, just with some really good plays, really good strategies. The spin to win last game, and then this one, just Delhi doing what Delhi does best, and that's all to Zhu Shi. Because with Zhu Shi's, Baltoon's Jugnus just shredded everything. All right, and now with us we have coming in, we've got Baltoon here to say hello. Baltoon, congratulations on a good series.
Thank you.
So you lost in the Holy Island game, but otherwise felt like you were really in control. How fun is it to use and just mass Onobugeisha as you did in that win?
Yeah, it's very nice. Especially when he's like holed up in a corner like that. It's very satisfying to kill all the siege and everything, because it's so effective against it.
Yeah, we actually missed when you got in the backfield and just started killing all the villagers in the farms. That was a lot of fun. So yeah, it was a really good game. This last game, what was your thoughts on going against Delhi there as he was going on all those water? You guys both went for the water ponds, but what was your mindset going into that game?
I thought if I could just keep him in feudal, then I should be able to just win, because Shuganu killed Gas is so easy. But then I decided maybe I can just go castle, and then got a little bit scary, but yeah, I could manage.
All right, well, we won't keep you too terribly long, but any parting thoughts as you move forward? How do you think you'll move going on? How far do you think you can go in this one?
Not sure. I surprised myself, so we'll see.
Well, you did really good so far. We won't keep you too terribly long. We got a lot more to get to, but congratulations on a really good win. So impressive performance today, and we'll be cheering for you on moving forward.
Yeah, thank you. See ya.
Now, guys,
all right.
This does mean that we're going to be going on a short break back here, and instead we will have our next match up and running. So go get your popcorn, go get your tea, and we're going to be right here bringing you more action in just a few minutes.
Coming up right now, it's going to be Anatan and Lucifron, and we know we're going to be on Dry Arabia to start. We'll hopefully see the rest of the maps and everything fill in as we go. But we're still here on the road to Red Bull Wololo. That's Whammon over there. I'm Socotra, and we got another series on our hands. I'm excited.
Now, Anatan and Lucifron starting on a age-old map like Dry Arabia. Luckily, a French snipe coming on in, so no more French on Dry Arabia, but rather the Malians, which is quite peculiar here, because a lot of people have been saying Malians is a permaban, an instant permaban. But Lucifron, he's a little bit of a different guy. You do not give Lucifron French. If you give Lucifron French, you are most likely going to be very cooked. And Anatan respects that, because Lucifron on any night civilization will raid you into a different dimension. So guys, let's go see how Dry Arabia looks with that Chinese and Malians pick for these two guys, and see who's going to take that first game on their journey to qualifying for Red Bull Wololo. Unless it's not ready, and I just let us in. Ready. Nothing. Never mind. Never mind.
You did such a good job. You did such a good job too, Whammon. It was so nice.
I'm so proud of myself. Oh my goodness. It is what it is. Now, it does look like, I want to take a second here to look at the spawns and just be like, hey, what can we expect? So Anatan here with his forward gold. That's not great when you're up against the Malians. Doesn't feel too good. The wood line there at the back, though, it does pose for a little bit of an easy wall so your eco doesn't get raided, and double gold on the same side. Ooh, that does feel pretty tough. But there is a sneaky one back there that you could wall off, but that one takes a little bit of investment here. Especially with Malians being such an aggressive civilization, it does feel a little bit wonky to be up against. But now, Lucifron, he is the Malians. He's the one that we need to worry about the golds with. And he, honestly, he's in a pretty good spot, Socotra. If I was a Malian player, I would be pretty happy with how my base is laid out. Backwards gold into another backwards gold in a different direction feels pretty good.
Yeah, the only concern is you don't always love having your wood up front if you get someone who's really, really aggressive. But it's close enough to the TC. I'm not too terribly concerned. I feel like this is actually a pretty ideal setup here for a Malian player. So this is going to be good. Of course, he's already got that first gold pit mine started on that one. But yeah, looking really nice here for Lucifron.
Now, with this normal opening, I would say normal opening, but guys, notice, normal Malian opening is usually 6 houses. Now, he went for the extra chop, and he got that 7th house as well. This is going to mean that he gets that little bit of extra gold before he ages up. And usually we see some cows coming out of this. Now, there's a few pros who decide, okay, we're going to go for upgrades instead, or we're going to go for cows instead. But we'll see what Lucifron is going to decide to do. But Vortex being his brother, we know that Vortex was the original guide maker of the 3 cow opening. So I'm hoping to see some cows in the early stages of this game. Now, Anatan, he's ready to click up, and we're going to be seeing our usual Imperial Academy in a pretty safe spot here. And he already knows exactly how many houses Mr. Lucifron had invested in, because he was scouting at exactly the right time.
Yeah, there's definitely been a trend. There's definitely been a trend I've noticed. Originally, back in the day, it was 4 houses was a standard. Now it's 6. And now we're seeing 7. It's not uncommon to see 7 houses. We're seeing that more and more players with Malians can get just a little greedier early on, especially against a civ like Chinese. You're not expecting Dark Age pressure. I think you can get away with that and not really sweat it at all.
Now, getting the normal age up timings here between the two, that's standard. I don't expect anything crazy out of them in the early game. We've been seeing a lot of pressure from Malians with the pro scouts. That's the big question mark that usually comes out here. But when you're up against the Malians, it doesn't feel like as easy of a feat for most people. Now, Anatan still has 2 villages on gold, and usually you do this because you want that extra bit of gold helping when you go for absolutely anything. Now, he goes for that extra Imperial official. Makes a lot of sense. You want to be able to just supervise, get the resources you need, or the first Imperial official. So that's usually where the first helping of gold goes, but let's see how long he keeps staying on here to invest. Now, once the taxes start coming in, that is going to skyrocket. But Lucifron is the next question mark we have on our hands. Are we going to just see an early stable? Or are we seeing a greedy little pit mine? There's a lot of players, they take a little bit of time before they get that first or the second pit mine. but some just forgo the others completely. And remember what I said about the 3-cow opening? He says, "Nuh-uh, wheelbarrow for me, ladies and gents."
Lance Quarry popped up right about now, and like you said, wheelbarrow underway. I love doing that when you just pop the villagers in, pop them out the other side. Little teleportation, a little bit of micro. Who says there's no micro anyway for, right? Back up here on the Chinese side. Waiting to see what the choices will be. It is a second Imperial official, by the way. And a third, so a 3 IO opening here from Anatan. So definitely getting the eco underway, and he will pop down that stable now. So we'll see if he's planning on getting aggressive. We'll see if Pro Scouts ever enters the idea, or if he's just going to try and get aggressive with this. Again, with 3 IOs, that's quite the buff to his eco already.
And going for that horseman instantly. I'm actually pretty surprised to see this. So when you're playing against Malians, the trades go a lot better for Malians, at least initially. With your scouts, you do have the healing ability, so they do pretty well against this horseman opening. And you see Anatan now going for his scouts afterwards, which means we're going to be getting our pro scouts coming up and running pretty soon. Now, Lucifrani, he went for that second pit mine, and this in turn delayed that stable that he was going for. The scouts are now getting their upgrades too. But without that cow opening, he doesn't have that boost of food that he would need to be able to sustain a lot more units in the early game. Now he goes for the barracks as well, and this is something where you're now being the reactionary one. He's not going to invest too much into the horses, which I'm quite surprised to see, especially after seeing Vortex play so aggressively before. Now, they are going to go straight for the pit mine to do a little bit of damage while the pro scouts is being researched, but the deer packs for Anatan, they're in a pretty good spot. Both of them in 2 different sides, so they're easily going to get picked up and carried back. And Lucifer is going to need some time to actually do something against this. Going for a sofa now, though.
At this point, it feels like Lucifron's probably going to start playing towards trying to slow down the remainder of the professional scouts. And also, yeah, getting the cow boom underway. I think, honestly, Chinese, you kind of just let him get the pro scouts. I mean, he's going to send some units there and kind of mess with them. He's going to establish the second pit mine. I think the cow boom just wins in the end. We see this in a lot of games where Malians just kind of holds out. Chinese is going to get aggressive and try and punish this a little bit. But as long as Malians doesn't lose too much, and as long as the cow boom gets underway and gets fully operational, I think the eco boost from that just carries, because eventually, and the hidden secret about pro scouts is it's so much food and so much tempo, but it does run out. And when it does is when the window opens for Malians to sweep in and take a win. So I'm curious to see how this goes. We see obviously he's trying to play to deny some of that, try and get some of those deer for himself. But so far, Anatan being aggressive and doing a good job of getting the professional scouts in. The question is, can Anatan get enough done with the extra boost that gives him?
Now, I'm loving this horseman action because you can see there's yellow dots all around. Now, with that extra yellow dot, that's definitely a horseman that's down there on the gold mines too. So this is just showing us that Anatan, he knows how to deny. And that's exactly what's going on here. With that horseman, he's trying to shut this pit mining down as much as he can so that he can stop that cow boom. Because like you said, it's unlimited resources. At least, even when you hit Castle Age, it starts to explode. But even now, it's going to slowly start to ramp up and give him those resources he needs. Anatan, though, he's getting this massive injection. And with this, he needs to make a ton of units to actually make this matter. Now, Lucifron, I feel like he is going to be in a bit of danger here. At least for now. Because what he did is he invested into 5 cows. And 5 cows, it's actually pretty expensive, especially considering you did not make units for a bit of that. And with 5 archers already, he doesn't really have an answer to this just yet. And we can see the villagers coming on out, but it's a huge amount of units. And Anatan hasn't even shown his archers. So Lucifron, he's in a little bit of a trouble. He's in a bit of trouble here. Oh, definitely. Archery range now coming out.
Definitely needs a little bit more units. The cows are expensive. Again, it's a waiting game, right? Lucifron's going to be on the back foot and defending. He wants to get those deer. You can see the tower still in the works, still in the plan. I think Anatan's doing an excellent job of just standing his military right there and just using it as a rally point, really. This is denying that from Lucifron, forcing some kind of reaction. Anatan knows that if he lets Lucifron build up the cow boom unfettered and unabated, it's going to become a huge problem later down the line, and it's a win condition down the line, essentially. But if he can get some damage here, and as we see right now, he's going for a raid. Onto the gold he goes. He should be able to get a villager for this, maybe even 2. Doesn't even commit to the 1. I think he could have gotten that one, honestly.
He definitely did pull back a little bit early there, but Lucifer's reaction just taking a bit longer than needed here. And what's interesting to me is I haven't seen any of the pro players recently go for javelin throwers. Right now, it's been a very heavy archer meta because a lot of people are just so focused on ensuring that they get the poison arrows and the Castle Age Marlians just overwhelms. But this does mean that those archers from Anatan are going to be a pretty good answer against mostly anything that Lucifer does. He does get a few more sofas now. And with that, this is going to mean that his cow economy is going to start ticking and doing work, but we can look at the income per minute still. Anatan, 1,000 food per minute. He's got more military and he's aging up. So this is a man in a very good spot.
Yeah, and meanwhile, the cow boom hasn't gone beyond 6. Lucifer's using those to eat for food, and the numbers don't lie. I mean, 800 a minute. This is what Pro Scouts affords you. The trick is the follow-up. Getting into Castle Age is a pretty big investment. That's basically your Pro Scouts investment going right back into it. Now the question is, can you follow it up with a big enough push to end the game? And that is now the objective for Anatan, is end this game. You're ahead. You've gotten ahead. Can you do enough damage? Lucifer now, his objective is to hold, and just hope that eventually the cow boom can come to life and really propel him forward. As it is now, he's got 8 of 20. And he's got a couple of Sofa, he's got a couple of archers, he's got a couple of spears out there. Can he do enough? Can he just hold and give himself enough time?
And Lucifer is now just making as many units as he can. He knows that, hey, you just invested a ton into units, but if I switch now, things can get very hairy. The units that you make in Castle, I can respond to. So with him having sofas and a little bit of ground presence here, he's going to try to get his opponent to, back off. But as we can see here, the numbers are just not going to lie. We have a pretty scary army in front of us, but not scary enough for now. I'm actually quite surprised. Anatan here, he needs a little bit of a beefy front line. Oh, and the spearmen finally get their upgrade as well. This is going to mean that these sofas don't get to run on top of them too easily. But the sofas themselves, they're looking for some damage. Anatan, he wants to attack, and Lucifer has to make him pull back.
That's the first villager killed in the whole game right there. I thought it would be the one on the Malian side, but instead, Lucifer does the damage. And now, because of this, again, this is the perfect thing to do as Malians. Poke back. Force the idle time. Look at that many vills chasing after. If you can just send a couple Sofa, force Anatan to go back to his base. If you can afford yourself the time, you're going to get ahead with the cows. He's got now 10 of 20. And Sofa do a pretty good job. And they're quick, they're darty, they're dangerous. You got to be aware of them. As you see, he's still trying to get onto more gold vills. Thankfully, with both villages there's plenty of room and plenty of housing to store all those villagers in time of peril. But as it is, I like what Lucifer's doing, trying to buy time.
Now, Lucifer is losing quite a few units with this. He's trying his best at microing them and making sure they land, but he's lost so many. The villagers now in position for the archers, but the archers are at the ready. We do have the backup right there. And a handful of sofas could be doing the trick, but he does let the archers back off for now. The reinforcements are just around the corner, though, and he cannot overcommit here without losing it all. He does need to be careful. The Donzers, though, they get a Lancer and quickly turn him into a kebab. Sofas get a little bit of a surround here on the archers, but these are veteran archers. They do take a little bit more damage before going down. And it does look like Anatan feels pretty confident about this fight, pushing forward now. And the Lance is going in quite deep here, right under the TC, but is this a little bit too heavy of an investment right now?
I think it is. I think he's overextending into this here. This has been some really good micro from Lucifer. It's a dangerous spot. This is the dangerous spot right here, is can Lucifer survive without taking too much damage? And I think he will. The Sofa are still on the field. The archers are going to start getting picked off by the TC, and the Sofa are there. There's no more spears here, and he's got to get out of there. That was a huge overcommitment there from Anatan.
Lucifer holding that pretty easily. Anatan overcommitting here, thinking that, hey, I've got the Lances, I can probably do this. But you have to respect the fact that Lucifer is still making units in feudal, and for some reason, Anatan just didn't anticipate that, thinking like, hey, the castle means that maybe I just get to be a little bit more greedy. But no, there was no H-up happening behind this. Lucifer invested, and now this will tell him, hey, maybe we think about castle from here on out, as we see the food starting to pile up, but responsibly. it looks like he's spending as many resources as he needs to make sure that he's got the army to attack or survive the next attack too. And especially investing into those Donzos.
I mean, so far, if I'm Lucifron, this worked swimmingly. That was an ideal dive to have happen to you, because Anatan threw away a lot and even lost 2 extra Lancers on the retreat. So they were able to harry his forces enough and get some more value out of it. And now cows, there's 12 of 20. Suddenly the cow boom is starting to really make an impact here. Look at the food per minute. Right now, Lucifron with 1100 a minute, only to 850 from Anatan. Now we start wondering, okay, how much more deer does Anatan have? He's got lots on gold. He still has a couple more deer, but those are going to start drying up. And when they dry up, you're going to see the wheels fall right off, and then a crash and burn could happen unless Anatan's really careful about where he's going to get his food and what expenses he throws away. As we see here, Lancer's diving to TC again. There's not really a lot of value here for it as the age up is happening. Grand Filani coming up right now, but that's a lot of Donzos. And yeah, these things are tanky, but I see 1 or 2 falling. I don't like this dive.
He was hoping to land a lot more damage here, but the villagers are in and out of that TC, and sure, the idle time is in their villagers fighting for their lives as well. Now, the Lancers, they do stay alive for a long time, and the villagers are idle under that TC, but is this enough for Lucifron to hold? Even if he idles out, of his whole economy is idled out, he's still going to be able to produce here, and we see more Donzos in queue. Villagers, though, they're all standing under that TC, hoping for better days. The archers, not enough to really take these down, but if he had another barracks, this could be so much harder.
That's the caveat right there. He just needs 1 more barracks, and he could be pumping out a little bit more. As it is, losing a lot. He hasn't lost a ton of vills, but the idle time is really bad. More Lancers coming in. It's the follow-up. Anatan doing a good job of trying to get the value out of this. Almost 10 villagers have gone down. The idle time is the most concerning thing for me right now, and the fact that there just isn't enough of the Donzos on the field, and now they're just wrapping around the villagers. Is there anything that can take care of them? 10, 11, 12 now villagers. This could be just enough. Anatan might be able to do it right here. The villagers have nowhere else to go.
And it shows you the power of production buildings. This man on 1 barracks almost held it.
Man.
So close, but the Lancers just never stopped coming, with the deer just giving him enough breathing room to survive until now. The villagers getting us around on that Lancer, but everything is falling. 22 villagers dead now, and unfortunately those Lancers, they are taking a lot of hits before going down with +2 ranged armor. Anatan knew he could do this, and honestly, for a second there, it looked like he threw, but I feel like Lucifron's production buildings just was his biggest enemy in that game.
If he just had another barracks, I think he could have maybe held that. And again, usually the demarcation line for me on if you've done enough damage to Malians is by castle age, can you get, once they get into castle, can you deal 20 villager deaths or more? If you can get more than 20 villagers killed, the full cow boom feels a little underwhelming then, I think. In this case, he was able to do it. And you can kind of see on the graph too, you can kind of see at the end there, 24 vills killed, and suddenly that little dotted line that shows kind of the true power of the economy, pretty close to even, and then the fact that he can't produce any military. That was just enough. That was close, but just enough. Not quite enough Donzos. I mean, goodness, 7 more Donzos, and I think we have a different game on our hands.
Now, with this, Lucifron will probably need to find a way to navigate from losing with the Malians, because Malians, like I said before, was one of the strongest picks at the moment in the current tournament scene. At the same time, though, Chinese still keeps up pretty well. And Anatan on China, we can see what this man can do. Now, I would love for us to see what is up next, because we still haven't had a lot of time to look at that draft, but it's right here in front of us. We see Frisian Marshes and Lucifron with the HRE. Tough luck not seeing the light of day on this map just yet.
Yeah, nobody wants to see those elephants on this map, and for good reason. It's a pretty good choice, so it'll be HRE instead. And again, Macedonians have been banned almost all. I don't think they've slipped through once. We haven't seen a single game. We've seen them chosen a lot, and every time they've been proffered up, they have been banned away. So clearly, no one wants to deal with them, but instead we'll have Mongols then into HRE. Mongols is pretty good on this map, I think. Frisian Marshes tends to be a pretty good map for them. HRE, it's an interesting choice on this map, but I don't think it's bad either. We'll see how that one plays out. Again, with so much food on the map, you can do a lot with HRE here, I think, as well. And obviously, Mongols has a pretty good time.
Now, what I'm excited to see is whether we have a little bit of Dark Age action on both sides, because, of course, we know Mongols. Mongols loves to get a few spears here in Dark Age, but HRE, they don't actually mind taking a fight like that, especially with them having that defender's advantage with the Prelate in the base too. It just allows you for a little bit more of those shenanigans. But before we head into the game, let's quickly take a look at this draft, because the draft right now is a little bit wild here. As we see, the bands are completely different, except for Ottomans, from the other games. So we see both of these players just saying Ottomans is not going to see the light of day, but the differentiating factor here is that Lucifron got China banned against him and first picked French, which is absolutely crazy to think about, that someone would pick French first in this draft, because Lucifron, he's an absolute god on French. I know this, but first picking it as well, you can see the value he puts into this civilization.
Well, it can afford him to pick, like, I mean, we saw that kind of happen with the Malians game on Dry Arabia. It didn't go his way, but he can throw out the French in any other civ he wants, and your opponent's almost always going to ban that French from Lucifron just because you're Lucifron with French. That's not someone you want anything of. You don't want to see that. So, I mean, we'd love to see it, of course, but as an opponent, you do not want to go against it. So very clearly a good choice for Lucifron. It's just kind of interesting how sometimes you can be so good with one civ that it just kind of tips the scales in your favor with it. But as it is, it'll be HRE and Mongols on Frisian Marshes here. I'm kind of hoping we see a Socotra game later, but we'll have to see. As first, we got to dive into this one. It's game number 2, Lucifron versus Anatan. Lucifron in the red right here. You're looking at it with a barracks coming out as the Holy Roman Empire. And Anatan has the Mongols in the yellow. He'll be in the south corner with the yellow Mongols. And does he have a barracks going to be coming out as well is the question. We're going to have some Dark Age shenanigans from Lucifron in just a couple moments.
And of course, this makes sense. You don't want to deal with a Mongol rush without the appropriate response. And Lucifron's response here is going to be what matters. The first spear already in queue. And luckily for Anatan, his Uwu is very safely placed under his TC here. So this is usually something that can be a little tricky, especially if you're up against a civ that also does Dark Age shenanigans. So that Uwu is not going to be targeted by any spear who wants to come out there alive. Now, water for both of these civilizations would usually make a lot of sense, but I don't think anyone's going to be taking any risks instead of just making pure spearmen for now.
Yeah, I agree. Water will be on the menu in a little bit. They'll definitely get out there eventually, but in the Dark Age, in the first couple minutes, they might hold off on just a moment. It's going to be some spear action coming right up, as 2 spears now on the field for Lucifron. I'm sure Anatan is going to follow with his own. There's the barracks just in time, as I mentioned it. I'm sure we'll see spears in the queue here momentarily.
And there they come. But now, usually the battle in the early game in this type of a matchup is about who has enough food to outsustain the other. Now, Lucifron, he's got a lot of food in the bank here, but we don't see him queuing up another spear. And this is a pretty smart move, of course, because you don't know how much your opponent is investing into this. So with your 2-2 spears, you should be able to handle most of what your opponent can do. But Anatan, we've already seen the Uwu out. What is that thing? The Gur. It's out here on the gold. And the spears, they are just putting a little bit of pressure down there so that Anatan knows he needs to invest even more. So, if this is a bait, it makes a lot of sense, but it's not. Lucifron says, I need to make more spears. I'm going to contest this. Don't you worry.
Oh, man. Sometimes the game presents itself as a Dark Age aggressive feast for us viewers here. Spears running home, though. It's kind of annoying with that Khan just doing some chip damage as they do. So that spear now down to about half health against 3. He definitely needs to regroup and get back with his buddies. Got another one back at home, and now the question is, can he get enough gold in time? Thankfully, he does also have the Prelate there. That'll help heal up, and that should change this in favor of Lucifron. As long as he doesn't lose one first. There we go. Get the healing on that, just like that. And then he can go and actually contest this and really fight, and then he will win this fight with the numbers he has.
And for a second there, I thought Anitan was saying, okay, I've made enough spears. I'm not going to overinvest into this. But no, he is. He's making more spears. Lucifer's the one that slowed down here. And we'll see if those 4 spears are going to be enough to actually keep this fight going. The Prelate doing some good work here. Lucifer now getting all the gold he needs to actually get those feudal age upgrades as well for the spears. So he doesn't need to be worried about this at all. Now, the spear numbers will start to get a little bit scarier, and this is going to be the point where Lucifer has to decide, I'm going to commit to this, or I'm just going to back off and hopefully survive the first stages of that feudal age. And one of the spears falling is massive.
They started threading the Prelate, right? And the micro. You could see the intense micro going back and forth here. The Prelate's trying to get in range. Another one drops to the arrow of the Khan, and suddenly it's 5 spears to 2. And even with the Prelate, that is not enough. So some unfortunate little misbits there from Lucifron. And these fights, they're just down to the wire when it gets this close, right? But the age up coming up, it is going to be the Minework Palace. Khan takes a good look at it over there. This should go up. That's a good number of spears. The problem is they cannot dive into the TC. The fire from that will take them out. And Deerstone's behind this from Anatand.
Now we do see that emergency repair coming in, ensuring that he doesn't get any of his bonuses from burning buildings. So he wants to keep that mining camp alive, and losing a spear was pretty tough. But at the same time now, you have the opportunity to hit that age up first and find a response. I still feel like this is a pretty good spot for Anatand though. Anatand, he's got the numbers, and he's up against some Minework Palace and a very HRE-starved man when it comes to gold.
Yeah, which is a pretty good spot to be in if you're Mongols. I would expect now behind this, once into the feudal age, we'll probably see Anatan move out to the fishing a little bit more. And then for Lucifron, he just needs to stabilize a little bit. This is a little precarious and doesn't feel great. But Anatan in a very dominant spot. And it always feels good when you can sit on your opponent's gold like this.
Oof. And those little charges are just paying off. He's trying to poke as much as he can. He needs to delay this mining camp too. This is the big part for Lucifron. He doesn't want him to get this burn damage down, because the moment he does, he gets that little bit of a bonus for taking down something that big. Now, with Lucifron, he's going to make that archery range. He doesn't have a lot of wood here though. All of the wood being used to repair this mining camp, not lose it this quickly, but another spear in danger, but will make it out alive, just barely.
Man, such thin margins going on right here. I mean, that mining camp, just really close to the edge. There's enough spears now. I mean, look at that one. How much health does that one have? That's got so low. It's one hit away essentially. Yeah, 3 HP in a dream. An emergency repairs for the second time, and this is why HRE sometimes is just so good. Able to outlast that is actually really impressive. And all this fighting for a very marginal amount of gold and a little bit of wood. I love this high level of play sometimes because of how down to the wire it can get. We've seen a couple things go that way today. We've seen a couple games come down to mere seconds, and this one already reaching the high expectations I had for it. So, but we're both underway now into feudal age. So now the dark age aggression kind of ends, and we kind of hit a spot where we reset. We reset, we reload, and we go again.
And I would like to know what that red dot is running towards one of those ponds over there. Is that a villager? Yeah, that's a sneaky boy villager just going to place down a dock to get that bit of a food boost. Now, the problem here is we are up against Mongols who love it when you move out onto the map and invest elsewhere, because their mass is scarier than yours most of the time. Now, we do have the archer numbers increasing for Anatan pretty heavily. But we have to keep in mind, we are still playing against HRE, and Lucifron, he's getting +1 attack now. This is going to mean a lot more investment into those archer numbers.
Yeah, and those will go well into both the spears and the archers of Mongols. So it's a good unit to have, and they'll even do some good damage against the Khan there. Keep him away. You see the bird taking some looks at what the base has to store.
Does need to be careful with this gold. And both of goals being on the same side, this is a tough one. You do not just get to have a few chops for free. You need to work for it. Now, the first fishing boat coming on out for him, Anatan does not even care about getting any water. He feels like the land mass is going to be enough, and he's going to make this matter.
Now, both golds in the front really does feel a little awkward. not ideal if you're Lucifron. You really got to get onto that while you have the chance. I'd almost love to see maybe like a forward outpost on that. That would almost be worth the wood, I would think, here, just to secure that, because you really need that. As HRE, you just need to have the gold. You don't want to stay in feudal for long. Your real power spike is going to be when you reach the third age.
Now, him getting that stable makes a lot of sense. You want to make sure that you can make a unit that handles everything your opponent has. And right now, everything is a bunch of archers. Your archers probably just aren't going to be doing the same amount of work without the movement speed that the HRE has. So him going for that beautiful stable is just going to mean a bunch of Keshiks in between if ever needed. You can see him getting +1 range defense as well. He knows the power of these archers and he knows how much this is going to hurt. Now, Lucifron also needs to find a way to secure that gold. And I wouldn't be surprised if he pops down a tower there at some point, because of course, you are going to be handling a lot of constant pressure coming your way. 16 archers now from Anatand, and nothing else in the queue just yet. There we go. More archers, he says. It's exactly what he needs. That prelate, though, is working overtime to keep all those villagers inspired.
And he needs the wood, too. I mean, he's got food. Wood is what he needs to make spears, to make more archers. Thankfully, he's been given a bit of a reprieve here from Anatand, who himself has now moved on to some water, getting a dock there on that closest pond. And meanwhile, Lucifron adding a second dock to his next pond. So, starting to move out on the eco. That could be a spot where Anatand can maybe try and go press if he doesn't want to press into the gold. At this point, it feels like things have stabilized pretty well now. I think Lucifron's back into a decent spot. He's got that tower up we were both talking about. And now this massive unit, it's kind of slow. This is the problem with walking it all the way back to your base, is it's kind of slow. These archers walked all the way back, and now they're walking all the way back across once more, giving Lucifron some more time to get ready. He's got 18 archers to Anatand's 23.
And very modestly investing onto these fishing bows, I say, as he builds yet another dock. Never mind, he is making more than enough fishing bows to ensure that this economy stays happy and healthy. But only 18 archers against 25. This is going to matter where the numbers are. And the villagers, they're standing forward. They're going to be the cannon fodder. And one pays the price, another one, and a third. That is massive.
That felt really bad. Yeah, that was not ideal. I almost wish that other tower be put a little forward. It's kind of in the back there. I would have moved it up a little bit to get better vision and then to be able to pop your villagers in just a little bit faster. As it was, they were caught out at a bit of an inopportune time and a bit of a slow pull there from Lucifron. Doesn't feel good to be down by 3. Mongols thrives on that kind of damage.
Now, with Lucifron getting 3 kills, it feels good for him. This is a decent spot for him to be in. But he has to keep in mind, or, well, he's about to find out, there are fishing boats here, so the damage is negated, at least a little bit for a while. But he will keep a close eye on that bunch of villagers there at the front, definitely. Not going to be making the same mistake. We do see that Anatand is trying to find where the docks may be, and if there are any. But not seeing one on the first dock just shows you how big brain Lucifron was here, ensuring that he does not give away anything. The villagers being out here on the berries just solidifies that idea. And he's like, oh yeah, you are a hungry, hungry man. You will be out here for the berries. This means you are starving, running out of food pretty quickly, aren't we?
It's kind of good for Lucifron that those docks haven't been spotted yet. Not really. Been pretty fortunate for him. If Anatand were to send some units up there, he could really disrupt it. As it is, though, food economy looking okay for both players at the moment. But this push, this looks dangerous here from Anatand. He's got a lot of units coming in, but a lot of archers here for Lucifron. The problem is he's just idling out a lot of villagers. I mean, goodness, everything's heading back to the TC. They're not on the berries anymore, and everything around the gold is just kind of being held up. Getting back onto it now, but again, with both gold veins being in the front, not much else Lucifron can do about it.
And losing the prelate in this case, it was actually a massive move here from Anatand. Anatand just getting rid of that means that early game relic pressure is completely gone. So once he starts aging up, this is not going to be a worry where you're like, oh, I need to shut this down quickly. No, it doesn't really matter. You do have more time and you get time to attack. And those archers, again, just getting yet another victim, which is going to force Lucifron to think about, hey, do I need another dock? And yes, he does. He says he goes for the 4th dock now. Absolutely capitalizing on every bit of food he can because he knows he's just that little bit behind.
Oh, but it's so sneaky because look at the 3 closer pawns. I mean, he went to the ones further away, The closest pawn doesn't have a dock. I love the sneakiness. I love how he snuck out and did that far away. It's kept it out of the vision of Anatan. He does not know and probably doesn't suspect that this Regnitz Cathedral is coming up right behind this. I mean, how could he know if he doesn't know that there's fishing going on up north? And I don't know that he does. I'm not sure that he has scouted that out yet. He certainly hasn't responded to it in any way, shape, or form. Lucifron obviously knows what Anatan's doing here. But yeah, it's hard to tell. As it is, Regnitz isn't going to come up. It is already going to be age 3, however, for Anatan. So in a couple seconds, he'll be getting his upgrades. We see the Archer upgrade, the first one he prioritizes. Gonna need that here in the coming moments. And Lucifron make this work. He's been on the back foot most of the game. He just needs to survive and maybe get some kind of bonus in Castle Age. He gets up now, getting his Archer upgrade as well. But then what's the follow-up?
Now, the follow-up is going to be the most important here for Lucifron. And I was going to say, getting those archers upgraded is so important, but he needs to find something that deals with other archers. And he finds it. He gets himself a knight to make sure that this is somewhat of an answer to a massive set of archers. The problem is just he doesn't have the food for anything else. And this is maybe where Anatan might run over him completely. Because all of these villagers here at the back, they're doing great on wood, but you can't make armies with just wood. Now, the Kurultai being this far forward tells you Anatan, he's looking for blood, and he is going to get it. There's no stone in the bank to reinforce these poor little towers either. So Lucifron, he is hoping for every single second he can get, but the villagers out here on the berries again telling you he is a starved young man. And another dead vill.
And 5 villager kills. Doesn't feel good. That's like not a catastrophic spot when you've got a lot of fishing behind it, but does not feel good. At this point, though, Kurultai right in your face. Doesn't feel nice. Feels very dangerous. I really wish he'd get some stone and maybe get some springald emplacements on those towers. That would go a long way to holding this position, I think. It's a bit of an investment, though. Obviously, he's trying to put all hands on deck to get food and wood and what gold he can gather. At what point do you start considering going up to that north gold maybe and trying to build up on that? But then again, it's just way too close to that Kurultai.
Now, with these towers, they're going to do pretty good damage against archers, but pretty good is not good enough when you're under a Kurultai, of course. And this is now the issue that Lucifron's facing. He's making more archers because this is all he can afford right now. But it's not going to be enough to actually stop this. And another villager going down. This is just the story of time. The archers not able to do anything here, and no single archer is falling. Lucifron now being a little bit desperate, going out onto the other ponds too. He knows he needs a bit of food, and he's just not able to find it. But Anatan now moving forward to build that tower, and this just tells us he is ready to think about that kill. Look at all these villagers on wood. Every single bit is going to a fishing boat, and they are struggling to just keep producing.
I think the game's about to be up. Keshik has scouted the first pond with fishing on it. So now Anatan knows. If he didn't before, he certainly knows now that there is indeed fishing down there. What is his reaction to be that? We'll see. There's a lot of archers now here for Lucifron. 38 to 32. The tricky thing is you got a Kurultai like right in front of your base. And with the Keshiks coming in behind this in numbers, there's nothing to deal with the Keshiks. There's just nothing there. He's got a couple of knights. I like that he's sending these out to go get aggressive onto Anatan, however. That is the one thing Lucifron needs, is to get back ahead. It's currently 8 to 2 as far as economy kills goes. Man, if he just had access to gold somewhere else, he'd be in a much better spot. He's getting the relics as best he can, but this is tricky. With the repairs helping out a little bit, I don't see how Lucifron's going to manage this without a really convincing fight that goes his way. These Keshiks, I think, are going to make the difference.
He is really trying his best at just getting those archer numbers up before he takes the fight. He knows he needs to one-shot them. The Kurultai is not going to let them just, go back and be injured. They're going to get healed up. They're going to push yet again. This is just a constant type of pressure that he doesn't have the answers for just yet. With the knight numbers, he's hoping to find that. The Keshiks now going to have 14 of them. That is an insane amount to handle. Now, he does eventually burn down one of these towers, but he is in a very, very tough place. Now, behind this, we see 900 wood per minute still coming on in, and he did get a few kills here. We have to consider the fact that those knights, they eventually were able to do something. They killed 3 villagers total, and that feels pretty good. But more
Oh,
villages
no.
are falling, and Lucifron is the one losing the numbers. Anatan looking to make this a 2-0 already. Very aggressive plays from him. And even though the eco count looks pretty even, we have to consider most of those are just a fishing ship difference.
Yeah, and what's more, Anatan is yoinking the forward relics. He's taking away what access to gold Lucifron has. At this point, Lucifron has just been trading for gold. He's been selling off that wood. That's about all he can do at this point. That's the only source of gold he has. He just can't seem to get things going. It's 12-3 Vil kills, and he's still got this massive army right on his doorstep. It's such a difficult spot to play under, and it's really hard to defend on something like that. And then to deal with the Kurlatai in particular, and then just to lose on the wings as well. This is just not going Lucifron's way. It feels like he's been looking for a lucky break and hasn't gotten enough of one.
You can see Lucifron's poor villager. He's built all the docks in the Empire, but he shall not be shutting down the docks on the other side. Anatan finding more villager kills, and now Lucifron, he knows that there's a timing here where he's going to be dead if he doesn't find a way to make this work. Ooh, and a Geshik does not go over. Never mind. I got too excited for that one.
Lucifron with 3 of those relics. That's the other income source of the gold. I mean, it's amazing he got that many under all this. I mean, I'm shocked that he's lasted as long as he has here. Villagers, though, running for the hills as now Anatan just dives straight in, straight back. Isn't worried at all. Keshik's trying to get a surround on the villagers. 21 Vil kills, 23, 24. The numbers keep rising. Up and up they go. This feels like it's just it.
Lucifron is...
some Lancers.
He's trying...
Yep, some...
No, it does look like this is an absolute destruction. We can see the knights doing everything they can to stop these villagers from dying, but 25 is a number you do not get back from Kurultai. Not plopped down right now, and it does look like he's trying to stop this as much as he can. That one archer blocking it. Is this maybe the fight he needed to be able to clean this up? And it does look like it will stop the Kurultai from plopping down, but the damage has been done, Socotra.
Yeah, it's the Vil kills is what I'm wondering about. This is a great fight. This is actually a really good fight. Denying the Kurultai is really good. The problem is if you wipe and trade all things being even, you're still down 27 Vils. It doesn't feel good, but a decent fight at least.
Yeah,
Victory.
The Kurultai, I feel like this was the MVP. Just the Kurultai block. Lucifron knows what he needed to do to give himself the best odds, and he did an amazing job at that, but he knows it's over. And Lucifron taps out. Anatan taking 2-0 now. Looking quite convincing here, and I don't want to jinx him, but Anatan's looking scary.
Yeah, he's looking really good right now. He's proved it 2 games in a row. Looking to prove it for a 3rd game, make this a clean sweep and move on. Lucifron, I mean, like I said earlier, looking for a lucky break somewhere. Couldn't quite get one. He was doing his best. He was able to hide that fishing for a while, but it just was not enough. HRA needs the gold, and he just couldn't get enough of it. And Anatan, he very well could go 3-0 here. We'll have to find out see if Lucifron's got some fight in him yet. Maybe he can try and get a number on the board, try and go for the reverse sweep, but he's got a very steep hill to climb.
Especially considering this map choice was his. And now he's going to ask himself, am I going to get French? Now, the Hill and Dale is the choice here, and him having 2 pretty strong picks here. We see Sengoku, Sengoku getting sniped. I always mix up Malian and Sengoku flags for some reason, so I have to do a brain check there for a second. But House of Lancaster coming out, and honestly, I'm excited to see what they could do. Golden Horde was not picked for this map, so I'm hoping to find out where he's saving that civilization for, but we see another Aeobits coming on out, and we've seen Aeobits on this map. It's pretty disgusting, but they have been beaten several times. So definitely an uphill battle because it's Hill and Dale. But if there's one man who can do it, it's definitely Lucifron.
A downhill battle that turns into an uphill battle. Hill and Dale. You know, I do like Aeobids on this map quite a bit. We'll see how House Lancaster can manage. I think that's just a good civ in general. So we'll see how it is to be played. Last time we saw Aeobids lose on this map today, lost to the Mongols. This time around, there's no trade to worry about. You just got to worry about those Lords of Lancaster, those heavy units. It's dangerous. It's a tricky play, I think, for Aeobids. I guess I'm trying to think of what wing I would most likely to go for. I'm thinking maybe just the dervishes just feels like a good choice. Just because of the healing and how good they are. But I could also see military wing being useful here, getting some extra desert raiders. Maybe you can try and kite lords, but I just feel like they're so tanky. The damage that the ranged units, the ranged attack for desert raiders have, it just isn't enough. It just isn't enough. So I would expect probably dervish wing from Ayubids, and we'll see how House Lancaster wants to go about it. I bet those lords will prove quite the issue for Anatian early on.
Yeah, the thing about Hill and Dale is you have a lot of places to get in, but once you have a pretty solid base built, it's hard to find the damage, at least in the, I would say in the feudal age when you start getting an extended one. Aeobids, they have an answer of getting out of feudal age pretty quickly. House of Lancaster, kind of the same thing. They also have a lot more cards up their sleeves. So with House of Lancaster on this map, I don't think we've seen a lot of it, but they do pretty well if you let them sit and dictate the pace of the game. The Lords don't have that same mobility as you get with the Camels, but yeah, we do see Dervishes being significant in all of these matchups. They've been doing an absolute amazing job at just turning the game every single time. But before we get to Helendale, I want us to take a look at what could be for the future here too, because we still have Socotra and Baldland left. So Baldland, I feel like Lucifron has two very solid choices here. We have, not House of Link, we have Golden Horde and we have French here for him, which both of them could be quite scary to play against. Well, Anatan on the other side has Byzantines and Delhi for those, which, again, also going to be pretty tough. Same with Macedonians, also a pretty common pick on this map.
Yeah, I feel like Macedonians is going to keep getting banned. It seems that nobody wants to have to deal with them. I expect them. I'd be surprised if we see a Macedonians game today, just because it seems like there's a consensus around the top of this league that everyone does not want to face them. But that said, Byzantines could be a good choice maybe for Baldland. We've seen them have success on that map. And I'm thinking Socotra, like Japanese could be good on Socotra. I'm thinking Delhi could be good on Socotra with a small space for Anatan. Lucifron, if he doesn't get French on Baldland, maybe he can sneak it in on Socotra there. Small rush distance could be really good with those knights. But that's dependent, of course, on the outcome of this game right here in Hill and Dale. Of course, Lucifron is hoping to get to game number 4, but that's not a guarantee right now. So we'll see.
Especially with Anatan. Anatan is someone who just... I don't feel like he's the man to get reverse sweep, right? GG Dog, how do you feel about this? Do you think Anatan, our Slavic brother, has a chance of getting reverse sweep? Oh, I don't know about you.
That was a maybe. That was a maybe. That was like a maybe.
That was a maybe. Do you believe that Lucifron can do this? Whoa.
That's a maybe.
That's a maybe as well, guys. Gigi Dog has spoken, and I don't want to question the Gigi Dog. She's pretty accurate with her GGs in general.
Well, there you have it, guys. The dog says there is a chance. And so while there is a chance, that's why we're here and why we cast these games, right? Like, just because you're up 2 does not... We've seen it happen before. We've seen reverse sweeps be done. They're rare, but they happen. And the dog seems to think, it's possible. Maybe there's a bit of a higher register there. Like, maybe. Like, you can't count them out just yet. But a chance there is. So now I'm really invested in this match, Wham, and I want to see, is it possible? Are we going to see Lucifron take it to Ayubids here? If the dog says, I believe. So.
If Gigi Dog says it, then anyone can believe. See, Twitch knows Gigi Dog. Twitch knows how powerful the prediction of the snoot is. This is one of the most powerful snoots we have in the scene. And you can see she's got a toy right behind her that is a direct mock-up of her. It's because her word is so powerful. So we believe in the GG. We believe in the dog and Lucifron. We believe in him to bring this back. Because what would be a 3-0 at this stage? We would like to see some close games. We want to be here all night. I know our production crew is sitting here thinking, 3-2, bring it on, baby. So guys, let's load on in. Hill and Dale, ready for us to roll. And let's go see what these boys have in store for us. So first things first, let's look at these spawns. Red. Oh, wait. Okay. No. Whoa. Unattanned. This man's not messing around. Look at that tiny wall. Wow. He's playing it safe.
I mean, that was what killed, was it? Valdemar was able to use that tiny gap and get through. I mean, that was the difference on this game for Ayubids series ago. You know, it was that tiny gap in the wall. Valdemar exploited that to high heaven and back. So I like that choice. I mean, a little bit of wood, a little bit of time, just secure it. Just don't even make it a worry. It's like having insurance for your house. You know, you want to make sure you don't have to worry if a flood happens or something. Just put that out of your mind. So that wall I actually really, really like.
Now, that wall was most likely also built because we're used to seeing House of Lancaster in Dark Age just being an absolute nightmare. And Anatand being respectful of that, especially considering that he's got his berries and his gold on the same side. You don't want to get yourself into a position where you're stopped from both. Now, like you said before, if they're out there on the berries with all the villagers on the one bush, we know we're not going to get an eco wing out of the man just yet. House of Wisdom coming on up, but the age up button is still very far from being clicked. Let's go take a look at these sheep. Lucifron, he went to scout that spawn. He knows exactly what's cooking over there. Picking up a few sheep here, but it does still feel a little bit barren, and he's about to trail the other scout.
Nothing feels worse. Oh, there's a lot of things I feel really bad in this game, and trailing someone else's scout has got to be in the top 5 worst feelings in this game. Top among them used to be when, you know, you'd have your trebuchet sniped by a springold back in the old days. But following someone else's scout is now rising the ranks, because that feels so bad. Not getting your sheep always bothers me, but as it is, Anatan getting the jump, running back behind.
Aging up with the 3 on gold means he's just not going to have gold for a while. So no crazy House of Lancaster plays coming on out, but we do see logistics coming instead. Now, Anatand is a smart man. He knows the strength of logistics. He knows that, hey, I can use 1 camel to do all the work I need, especially when I have dervishes healing them up. And when you're up against the House of Lancaster, you usually just need 1 or 2 answers to deal with that early pressure coming out of them. Now, Lucifron is also going for a stone. He is going to go get his manor, at least one of them. And Anatan, though, he's also got the villagers on the wood. He knows he needs to build something, but apparently that something is walls and not anything else.
Yeah, pretty defensive posture here from Anatan. I do like the choice to go logistics, though, because, again, the versatility that allows you to have. You can choose to be a little more aggressive. You can choose to be a little more defensive, go for a faster castle. Looks like he's opting to be a bit more on the defensive side. We see another wall planned on the north side as well. He's really looking to box in. The tricky thing is, if Lucifron really wants to, those lords are pretty tanky, and they can take a lot of beating and a lot of punishment on their way through those walls if they so desire. So Anatan hoping to buy himself time with these walls. The question is, will he get enough of it?
I feel like he will. He definitely will. The walls are so powerful in a situation like this, because every single time your opponent's like, hey, I can do this, they go in, they're like, ugh, that was a lot of shots, pulls back out, and you've already saved yourself another bunch of seconds there. So the villagers here from Lucifron now, we get it, our first manor being built, but there's only 1 lord. And that's the thing here, for now at least. So the rest of them moving out there on the deer, and this tells me that we might be getting a castle match, which is pretty wild to think about. Is that another production building that's being built from Lucifron, right next to the manor? Let's just take a quick look. No, he's not. He's just gonna go fast castle himself. Would he? No. I don't know, Socotra. I'm worried.
I'm not sure. Anatan is very concerned about it, however. Clearly, I've never seen so many walls in a base in Hill and Dale before. He is very, very adamant he will not have his stuff attacked here. And if Lucifron decides just to go castle without getting aggressive, I feel like that's going to play into Anatan's hands. However, this overinvestment in defenses might actually bite him back in the bottom here. Overinvesting in these walls might be a little unoptimal. Not quite as optimal as he maybe would like, but again, it's just saying, hey, you're not going to touch my villagers. These guys are safe, they're mine, and we're keeping them safe.
And that 1 lord is going to be a little bit of pressure out here, but Anatan doesn't need a single camel to keep this going. Lucifron now going for a stable. I like to see this. Now, getting your stable out means, we can get a hobbler. And those things will hop right along, make your life very, very difficult, because they just don't take range damage. They have armor that is just built for any TC fire that dares rain upon them. But those walls are going to make this so difficult for him to do. The next lord is in queue, and apparently the game is about to begin. But Anatan, with all of this safe building space, he's probably pretty ready for this. The third Lord coming out now too. He's got the stables at the ready to follow this up pretty quickly, but he's going to now see, hey, these walls are not that optimal for me.
Lord, taking a look at that little tiny wall. That's like literally 4 wood worth of walling right there. Gonna have to slow down that Lord for quite a while. But that's a lot of stables. Man, I mean, even with all those walls, a second one coming in. Man, Anatan making his base just impenetrable here with all these walls. He is saying, no, thank you. We are closed today. You know, I think that Ayubis is the better civ here, especially going into Castle Age if everything else is equal. But there's a real world here where if Lucifron could get enough of a mass and get a good timing push, it would be very dangerous for Anatan. He's playing so defensively. That said, if he gets to Castle and gets some camels out, I feel like he'd still be in a pretty good spot.
Now the question is, does he go for auto camels or does he go for villagers here to make said camels? But I feel like you have to... Oh, he goes for industry wing. Neither of the two, he says he wants production buildings. And this feels a little scary at the moment. No, you're going to be able to get your production buildings out. That's great. But does he have the food to sustain this? The thing is, he's still got all those deer that are killed next to his base. But you can't just be out on them. You're definitely going to get denied from them at least a little bit. So, Industry Wing coming in 1 minute 30 seconds, but Lucifron, he doesn't look like he's going to slow down whatsoever. Barracks coming on out. He knows what he's about to face, and getting spears here is going to make this a little bit more bearable.
Second wall's about to go down. Lucifron forcing his way in, forcing the issue, wants to get in there with those lords and with the hobbelars. And in they go. And this is where things get really tenuous for Anatan. Can he hold? Can he avoid taking too much damage in idle time? There's only 3 lords, but again, like, you're still seconds away, a minute away from Castle Age. Trying to get what he needs. He's only got like 1 spear there to defend. Nothing but Town Center Fire is going to help him here. Thankfully, Lucifron vacillating back and forth a little bit. Hasn't quite committed. Now it looks like he has. Going to get onto the barracks. Town Center Fire again does nothing to the hobbelars, really. So readjusting the fire to go to Lords of Lancaster instead. That'll take 1 down in a moment. A couple of spears just trying to slow things down, but the idle time being caused here is not great. Lucifron just really asserting himself here, forcing the issue. The hobbelars, there's just no answer to them. Could he have made this timing just right? Anatan was being so meticulous with all these walls, trying to be very careful and keep things safe, but instead is able to trap one of the dervishes. One goes down. That's a huge loss. Spears popping out now, trying to maintain things and push these hobbelars away. But again, all throughout this whole time, 15 of 15 inside that TC. So much idle time caused here. Is it going to be enough? It looks tenuous at best right now for Anatan.
Anatan has aged up. He's got the wood, but what does he do with the wood? He's got nothing else. Food is just a myth at this point. The villagers chopping wood inside there as well, hoping for a miracle. He doesn't even have his golden age up yet. That TC is firing. We can see him selling the wood he just got, trying to get a little bit of stone. Is he just going to build another TC? No. No, you wouldn't.
That would be so greedy. There's no way. That'd be so greedy.
Now he's trying his best at just getting a few spears out here. He's got 2 out now, but only 1 dervish left to carry him through. Trying to time this out perfectly, but Lucifron, he's not looking at slowing down. We see what Lords of Lancaster being built more and more. But now the villagers under that TC, they are still going to be in a bit of danger here. He does get an emplacement on one of his towers, and maybe this is exactly what Anatan was hoping he would have time for. Now the villagers, they do pop right inside, and we do have the TC fire trying its best, but these are still feudal-age spearmen. They're not going to do that great. The dervish needs to get to safety. The hobbelars get a beautiful surround, and the dervish is stuck. He's going to go down.
Brutal pickups here. Anatan just taking it on the chin. Lucifron just being absolutely surgical with these surrounds. Able to get both the dervishes. That's the entire feudal age that essentially was lost for Anatan. That whole age up. Those resources have been now drained down into the toilet and are gone. Lucifron is just completely in the driver's seat. There's only 1 military unit right now for Anatan. He's got 1 horseman. That is it. Lucifron just has unfettered access to the base. This is not looking good for Anatan.
Anatan is trying his best to just get every bit of food he can to make more spears. Getting a camel as well. That industry wing, I don't know how he feels about this after that. Maybe in a lot of this world, he might be thinking, hey, I could have gone for, you know, military wing maybe. This could keep me alive against all of this, but at the same time, would it? There were so many units that he had to handle. And now we see the yeoman follow up as well. We've got a dervish in the queue. Anatan is the one who is barely holding on. And now needs to find a way to kill something. Because right now, Lucifron is not losing anything to this. He's just causing idle time, making sure that the food that is under that TC is the only food that he ever gets to touch.
Military numbers are almost 10 to 1 right now. I mean, I don't know how you come back from this. Like, it's just cataclysmically, unfortunately bad for you. And, you know, this is the tricky thing with those Lords of Lancaster. If you don't have a good answer to really heavy units pretty early on in the game, you're kind of just toast. And I think going naked fast castle, just doesn't quite work against a determined House of Lancaster that wants to play this kind of strat. And the barracks they're reinforcing just right inside the base. I feel like Anatan needed to build units. He decided to go for walls. Unfortunately, walls don't fight back, and this is kind of the outcome.
Anatan is getting a bit more food here, a few more spears in the mix. He needs to find a way to handle those Hobbelars, and the Hobbelar numbers are getting a lot scarier because with those spears, they're going to break through them. But at the same time, with the right amount of yeomen, you're quickly going to tear them down. Lucifron is in a position now where he can also just decide, hey, I'm going to go castle. But for him, he doesn't need to. He just needs to keep this pressure up, and that's exactly what he's doing here. This is not the Castle Age matchup that you are worried about fighting. You've got the units, and you're ready to fight this. We do see not a single relic made its way back yet, even though we do have that mosque, and we have a unit out there, the dervish, looking for a little bit of a relic, but we do see some damage here coming out on the other side, but at the same time, this is very far from what he needs. He needs a lot of those little hits.
Villagers just running circles around the base, trying to stay alive. Having that Lancer in the back of Lucifron's base is actually a really good idea. I do really like that. Slow down, stem the tide from its source. Unfortunately, it just might not be enough at this point. He's so far behind. Definitely been placed behind the 8-ball here and just trying to wiggle his way out of it. He's doing a lot of good idle time, however. That one Lancer getting a lot of value. Again, though, the question is, can it do enough value to cover up a deficit of 30 plus units?
Now that tower really shows us how powerful an emplacement can be. Every single unit that runs under there is definitely not going to have a great time. This is a very important moment for Anatan, though. Picking off these units, this is what he needs. He needs to trade 1 for 5. And then he should be all right, at least for a while. But the problem is just that food. He doesn't have access to food. He's just going to starve himself out as time goes on. No access to the gold either. So Anatan now floating quite a bit of food here. I wonder if this is just one of those moments where he's like, I'm just going to build something, and hopefully it will be enough. The Hobbelar production has completely stopped, and now Yeoman is the army that you can see Lucifron is investing in.
I think he's in a tough spot here. I mean, now that he's got spears, he's going to have Yeoman running into his base. So the moment he gets the counter he needs, in come the Yeoman right here. And he's got a couple of camels, but just not nearly enough mass to do anything. Again, picking off the reinforcements and idling the vills was kind of the best use he could use for those 4. Because in a direct fight, he just doesn't have the manpower for it, frankly. And as we see here, just diving the base now, Lucifron kind of knowing that he could just do what he wants. There's that relic there, so you know, maybe something could happen. That dervish might have gotten killed, though. So again, just a really rough spot. I mean, just not much that Anatan can do, and that's been the way of the game for the last 5 minutes.
Anatan holding on by a thread here. Lucifron looking to start the reverse sweep. He wants to get this show on the road, but Anatan, he's giving it his all. He wants to keep this game going for as long as possible. The TC fire, hoping the yeomen will all die off so the spears can finally get some work done, but they're going straight for the tower too. They burn this thing down. No more units will fall, they say. And that's exactly what they're going for. A few villagers as a reward for breaking that down. Ooh, inside. Is that a camel?
Well, it
The
was
boys?
camel. It's now past tense entirely.
Emerald. And the the Gulam though. The Gulam is doing work, but there's a lot of yeomen here, so eventually that will not be enough. But the Gulams, they are working their way through villages migrating. Like, this is Serengeti, but they're trying their best. And the Gulam numbers, he just needs to keep these back and make sure that they attack at the right moment. Lucifron, he's invested a lot here, but look at those vills. They are just constantly running for their lives. And now they are the target, no longer the military units as priority. He does, I just need to kill these boys, and it's going to get even harder, because then you have nothing to put in your TC.
No, I'm starting to think your dog might be onto something there, Whammon. Doggo was saying, maybe. And so far we're seeing, well, a reverse sweep starts with one game. And so far, I would say for Lucifron, as far as our reverse sweep chances go, so good. And chances improved greatly. Winning 2 games after this seems a lot more reasonable than winning all 3. Getting the first one under his belt is a big pickup here. And I think we can almost all but confirm that this is going to be Lucifron's game. I don't know how he would lose it at this point. Anatan really dragging this one out, though, just kind of refusing to concede and move on to the next one. Clearly, though, the writing is on the wall. This game is just over.
He's done a pretty good job at keeping most of his villagers alive, and I want you guys to notice, in all of this chaos, only 6 villagers have fallen, and more stone is being gathered. So he cleaned up a significant amount of units here, but still, we have a ratio that speaks volumes, and a TC firing away at everything they can. Villagers now at 7 kills. And Anatan asking himself, okay, if I get Imperial, do I just go Eco-Wing and catch up? Yeah, that's
Honestly,
what he
it's
thinks.
down to 28 units. Like, that's not an unreasonable number. I'm kind of in awe. Like, I just kind of wrote this game off, but now I'm looking at it again going, it's only 28 units. I mean, it's not good. You've been idle for what feels like 5 years, but you're alive. The villagers are getting harried everywhere, but you still only are down about 10 villagers overall. Maybe you can work this one back. I mean, it's just the numbers are down to 27. I'm kind of impressed that Anatan has dragged it out this long, frankly.
Anatan is just showing us that he's very resilient and not going to be making the next games that easy for Lucifron either. Now, I like this about Lucifron. He's already got his manners up and running, but now floating quite a bit of wood here. And the question now becomes, what is he doing with that? Is this just because he's so focused on getting this pressure up and running? Is he planning something in Castle? And Castle is definitely what he's planning. As we can see, he's now floating some resources, ensuring he is going to be able to respond. But we do see some of these villagers out here already on the board to get every bit of resource they can. Anatan is doing his best at just raiding and causing villager kills. I love that between all of this, he still killed 2 vills. Beautiful play there by Anatan.
I mean, it's keeping things much more even than it has a right to be at this point. The White Tower is coming up for Lucifron. Looks like he slowed down the assault and the unit production to get to Castle H himself. And now we kind of move on. And, if Anatan comes back and wins this, it'll be one of the greatest comebacks of all time, I think. I mean, it just looked so dead. He still looks, to my mind, fairly dead with no military here. Lucifron really slowed things down. I think he just kind of ran out of food there and had to move out on some outside sources. But with Castle H coming up, and with the disparity, there's a disparity of vills there. He's up by about 10, and the military number's still in his favor. I mean, but then again, 7 Gulams and 2 camels against only 26 yeomen. Can Anatan do enough damage to get back in this game? It feels inconceivable, but if he does it, again, it'll be one of the greatest comebacks of all time.
Now, the problem is just Anatan does not have access to any food at this point. So for him, every food source has been cut off. Every bit of hope has been cut off. And unless he can build a ton of farms and have an eco untouched for ages, but the Hobblars are already standing at the ready at the berries. He knows exactly what he's going to be aiming for and says, nuh-uh, that's not going to happen today. But he does try to keep the action going. Lucifron now getting himself a few knights in the mix as well is going to make this a lot harder. With the Gulams, they don't do too well against the knights either. So with the charge, you can deal a lot of damage and handle most of this army. The camels, They are going to be a bit harder to deal with, but the crossbows are in the mix to make sure that this becomes not as big of a feat for Lucifron as he wants, or as Anatan wants it to be. Now that one Earl's God absolutely causing havoc just on this gold with the barracks being in the base. This is just going to be a constant annoyance for him. He should make a play to try and get it down, but Anatan's starting to catch up in military. The problem is just it's not sustainable.
Yeah, and if he loses what he has, it's just over. I mean, again, just not having access to food. He's got a little bit coming in now, but again, it feels like the damage has been done, and Anatan's on life support, but he's still technically alive, and you wonder, can he wake up from the coma? Can it happen? Like, he's doing a lot of the things right that you would need to do to get lucky into a comeback. He's getting out in the food, he's keeping units alive, he's trying to stay in it. It feels like, though, this is still Lucifron's game to lose. I mean, it feels like we're in a procedural amount of waiting time. We're just kind of, going through, dotting the I's, crossing the T's, waiting for everything to finish up here. But that said, Anatan is just not making it easy, and he's just kind of staying through it and staying the course. And I probably would have GG'd a while ago myself and just moved on to the next one. But he's not allowing any easy wins here for Lucifron. Really wants to get that 3-0. I just feel like the other foot's about to drop, and when it does, it's just going to be over.
Now, I love the fact that Lucifron is the one picking up the relics when Eobids is the one in castle first. Those dervishes brought one back home, but never got it quite inside. So Lucifron's slowly going to be cleaning up this map for the rest of those relics and hoping to get even further ahead. +2 ranged attack now in, and with the amount of yeomen he's got, this is going to be a pretty good call for him. Now, the camels, they are out here to shut down a few stray yeomen and the archers as well, but this should signal to Lucifron that the army is out of position and he can push in. But he says, nah, let's pull back, get our masses together, we've done the damage, we will get the attack at exactly the right time. A knight coming in now is just going to mean a little bit of idle time and maybe a vil kill or two if Anatan looks away.
One knight in there just wrecking havoc. It's only been 15 vil kills. I mean, you mentioned earlier when he was in the base that he only had like a handful of villagers killed, and I'm still just amazed that that was the case. I guess all those walls and the wood really kept him alive, which is really the reason Anatan is even still playing this game right now. He's picking off knights left and right. I'm waiting for, looking at the food income. Suddenly Anatan's back onto 800 food again. And now I'm sitting here scratching my head going, is he going to bring it? Can he bring it back? That would be just incredible.
Now, there is still a pretty big deer pack there in the south, on the east for him. So he can quickly jump onto there if he felt like it. But again, limited resources. And Lucifron, he's got the map control. So that's only if Lucifron allows him to get that. But we do see some red dots moving out to the food there on the east. So that is most likely also going to get shut down with those two yeomen wrecking a complete wood economy. Camel, on the other hand, doing the same. But now, Anatan's back where we saw him earlier, stuck in his base, waiting for a miracle.
He's definitely done everything he can to prepare himself for a miracle, but again, it just feels like Lucifron's just kind of, the map control's there. The infrastructure he needs is there. At this point, he just needs to get a big enough mass and end it. He's got double the military still. The army value is doubled. Somehow the destroyed value is a lot closer than it has a right to be, though. I think that's the crazy thing. I think Lucifron stood underneath the town center for so long and lost so many units. It put him a little further behind than maybe he thought he would be by doing this. But here he is once again back under the TC, trying to make a statement and end this game. Archers trying to stand up, but once the front line goes down, those knights are going to get on it, and that will be the game. So trying to wait for a miracle, but unfortunately for him, it'll be Anatan with the other win. Or sorry, Lucifron with the win.
And Lucifron definitely did not get that one easily. Anatan made him work for every bit of it. Anatan was like, I'm going to find a comeback mechanic. And honestly, I feel like for a lot of it, there was a bit of a moment where he started to breathe again. Lucifron then just taking a pan, smacking him right over the head, straight back onto the floor, and says, let's go to the next map, boy. I'll show you how it's done. Now, for the rest of this, Lucifron, he still has a few tricks up his sleeve. Now, sure, House of Lancaster is one of the civilizations that is feared at the pro scene right now, especially at the top level. So it is a pretty big civilization to win on. But he's got French on Socotra, and honestly, I didn't think that French would be the pick on Socotra, but it makes sense. You get a knight, you make things happen, but at the same time, the TC is so close to the wood line. This is a tough one, especially against the Macedonians.
Yeah, say interesting enough, Macedonians. So I said earlier I didn't think we'd see it, but I guess Lucifron really did not want the French Byzantines look. So Macedonian squeaks in, and Lucifron's French squeaks in on Socotra of all maps. We're in for a fun matchup here, and you know, I could believe in a reverse sweep. The doggo has spoken, and the doggo was right for this game. So I'm not putting my bets on either one. I definitely think this could go either way.
Now everyone believing.
That said,
yeah.
That said, Lucifron with French scares me a lot. So we'll see if the doggo thinks it's that possible. But
now keep in mind, Anatad. Oh, see, this is the problem. Whenever I say Anatad, I keep wanting to say Anochad because Anochad is the one who chose this map. He's like, Baldland, not for us, but Socotra, definitely. Now, Lucifron, he just killed the boar, and you can see the wolf has something to say about, you killed my wild friend, but you will go down too. And now, Lucifron going out on the boar, that feels pretty good. However, Anatand, he's already prepped him a sweet little answer.
this map is so wild to me. It just, everything feels so close.
That spearman is going to be enough to actually shut down the boar gathering here. And definitely, ooh, we do see a quick rush up on the... Oh no, this is so tough. Now, it might come up, but the villagers will be left so low, which just means Radari are going to have a lovely day against them a little bit later.
Yeah, pretty good value here for one spear, and the idle time you're causing as well. Again, this is the tricky thing about getting aggressive on the map like this early, is it really isn't hard to just run up. It's like a screen away, and that's how close these DCs are to each other, essentially. Screen and a half away, so getting there is just not going to take that long. Spearman waiting out there, just kind of being a spy now.
Now, it does force a reaction from the opponent, which makes sense. You want to delay the French as much as you can. Him building a tower was a pretty significant investment here, but you do see that second spear coming out too. And this now begs the question, are we going to see some action on the gold? Could we take a quick look at the red base? I just want to check how close that gold is. Press on the TC, please, sir. Oh no, that's definitely covered. No, there's no action on the gold anywhere today. This man has a safe gold. But at least there's two spears and a little bit of sneaky shenanigans here. Anatan tower rushing himself.
Oh. Trying to hide it in the stealth forest. I think the scout got a look at it though. But a fun, aggressive play trying to sneak this one in.
The tower also sees it.
Yeah, the tower also sees it.
But this is already a pretty good amount of value. The ball gathering is so fast, and you're already setting yourself up for a pretty solid transition with your, I was going to say, with your villagers being able to run back safely. But there's a spearman waiting around the corner who does want to get a little poke in on those vills. Now, there was a bit of idle time, but again, a significant investment here from the Macedonian dynasty. And Anatan now investing in a tower, 3 spearmen. He's definitely going to stop the ball, but it's a pretty big cost, especially considering those spears are going to take a while before they actually add value to anything else.
Man, look how close everything is on this map. I'm going to keep saying that because it feels, after some of these other maps like Baldland or Badlands and Baldlands, where it just feels so open and wide, this map is so claustrophobic. Spears moving on towards the tower. They're going to take some damage though, trying to get onto the vills. Not a lot there for them though. That one might go down. It's going to be close. Looks like he'll get away.
Now, I'm a little surprised to see him pulling those 2 villagers back to try, I guess, to save the tower. The one scout just not being enough for him to be able to stop that. But now, Lucifron, he is aging up, and getting that knight out is going to be great. However, this gold on this side is a lot more susceptible to raiding than the one we looked at on the other side. And that is the major difference here. We're in a position now where Lucifron's gold is completely covered by the TC. And I feel that Anatan does not have that same privilege, especially being the one playing against the Knight civilization.
Imperial Hippodrome coming up right now for Anatan. Meanwhile, School Cavalry is already over halfway there for Lucifron. We'll be getting into H2 really soon. Good look at the base right there. You know, I'm always tempted on this map to, and this is not viable. It really isn't. Maybe not unless this game somehow went way longer than it has a right to build like a dock and go send a warship around just to go mess with the gold vills. Which I guess, you know, it could be viable in some situations. I don't know how viable it'd be here at this level, though.
Players do that all the time, by the way. They do it, but you have to time it right. Because in the early game, when you invest resources into getting a warship out, you have to understand that this puts you behind on land significantly. So if there's a backup gold for him, he's very easily just going to translate over to that. And considering that this is Socotra, or EGC Socotra as far as I know, the gold, the backup gold is also next to the water. So it does leave a little bit of room for doing something that way. But as far as I know, players haven't been playing this version of Socotra for too long. I think it's been out for a week now. So it's not a playstyle that I think most people are used to. I think there's only one safe gold on this map right now that isn't next to the water.
Yeah, of course, the answer to that would you could always build some sprinkled towers and try and end off the ships a little bit, but definitely could get annoying there. We'll see if either player. But again, you mentioned the reason why you might not see that, and it's that the moment you stop investing into land, bad things tend to happen to you, which is why we probably won't see that coming up. But it's something to keep in mind in the back of your brains there. As we see the Hippodrome now popping out the first units. Meanwhile, one Royal Knight on the field, and wow, just like that, they're already facing off against each other. It's just that close of a distance. As the Knight trying to keep up, but he's a little heavier, a little slower, can't chase down the horseman.
Now, those two villagers being so far forward, they know that they're sitting ducks if they keep staying out here. The deer, moving out here on the deer, it speaks volumes. You're in a map where you need to move out for your food, at least in the early game. But Lucifron, he's got some shenanigans on the way, and you called it. He's going for that ship. But again, this means that he is delaying himself from something else. So he's going to be able to get the ship out, deny the gold. But what is this going to cost? Anatan's still investing on land. He's got a lot of spears. He's going to be able to stop most night raids. So Lucifron needs to get good value out of this.
I'm a little surprised. I would have thought that of the two, maybe Macedonians would have more to gain by denying the gold from French than the other way around. Because I feel like Macedonians can use the gold, but they're not the ones making Royal Knights. I was actually almost expecting it to be the other way around. So we'll see. That boat's now on its way around. I just don't know that it's going to get as much value as maybe it would against a French player.
Now, we do see the boat sneaking on in, finding his way around. He's getting nice and close, and I think it's about to be a pretty big surprise for him here. The scout definitely did not see that dock just yet. He's been stuck there with the army. Anatan now, he's got a pretty sizable army here, though, and that tower might be tickets. But the Knights, they charge in, hoping to get a little bit of work done. They get a horse, pays the price. But the spearmen will survive, or most of them at least, for another day.
Not as many Knights in the field because of that boat, which is almost there. I'm kind of keeping an eye on it now. Those Knights gathering up, and here it comes. There are a lot in gold now, though, because at first there wasn't, but now there is. And the first shot is a go. And wow, good damage, too, on those vills. Might get one down.
And one pays the price. Wow, yeah, getting a shot like that all feels pretty good. But the Knights, they're stuck between a few of these spears. No, luckily they make it out alive, and the archer will come out pretty soon and shut down the rest of this. But the Knights are charging in. He is controlling those so well, and this is why Lucifron is so feared on French. You can see how accurate this man is with every single charge he can get. Now going straight for... Ooh, hello there, Mr. Market. Are we buying stone?
Or at the very least needs to find an alternate source of gold now that that boat's sitting right on it. But it could be buying stone as well. Got a tower now coming up. I do like what Anton is doing on the field here. Really taking control of the map. Is moving out onto that board. It's all his now. And getting some forward production to boot. That's actually really fun.
Now, Anatan, with the extra horseman investment, he is going to double down on this. Lucifron wants to be sure he's safe. Keeps going for the archers. He's going to snipe out those spears, he says, between all of it. But right now, he needs to stop this thing from going up, because the moment it does, reinforcements are going to be so close, and that boar is going to feed the whole of the Macedonian dynasty army. Now, the ship doing some good work, also getting a house behind all of this. Anatan absolutely enjoying a little bit of this play here. But like I said, there's one safe goal that he could go for. And now my question is this something he prioritizes, or is he just going to double down on spearmen and horses?
It's kind of a good question, right? Does he need any gold for anything? Like, what does he need? I mean, he's not really making heavy units. He's nowhere near castle age. I don't know that he, again, that's kind of why I was a little surprised it was Lucifron going for it, because I don't know that Anatan needs the gold as much as Lucifron does. He seems to be doing pretty fine without so far, at any rate.
Now, that tower does pay off by getting one of those horses, and the army is in position. The knights, they do want to heal up a little bit. Lucifron kiting backwards, and you will know that Lucifron is going to target fire those spears. He does not want to lose this tower. He needs to be so careful. The villagers, they're in a little bit of danger. They get out, repair it, just to get a little bit more breathing room. And the archers get their damage done. The horses, though, they want to get on top. But the spear numbers are dwindling, and you can see Anatan frantically trying to reinvest into those numbers.
Yeah, the numbers of the knights looking kind of scary. And, you know, there's not a lot of silver coming in from Anatan. That is one thing I guess the gold doesn't provide anymore. Not getting extra silver for that. He has no upgrades either. At this point, once the knight numbers start getting scary, Lucifron kind of slowed himself down by getting that boat to begin with. But now that he's had some time to continue getting the gold he needs, the knight numbers are growing, and this is getting a little scary for Anatan. Lucifron with a bunch of Royal Knights is no pushover.
Now, the French archer numbers start to scare anyone, even a feudal age Radari that will be popping out pretty soon. Now, this is the problem where this map becomes huge. You are getting into a position where your opponent is going to be right on top. Oh my goodness, I say right on top, but that's Anatan. Anatan's right on top of those vills, gets 2 kills. But keep in mind, this is French. French, they get up villages a little bit faster than the Macedonian dynasty. So it is going to look like a pretty equal count here. Now, those horses are still looking for some damage there, but now Lucifron is the one out here on the ball, trying to get that, and he will need to be careful because all of a sudden the rest of the reinforcements are here, and our Radari has arrived. The archers trying their best at just sniping out all the spears so the knights can do the rest of the work.
That tower getting a lot of value right now, taking out those archers. And now, Horse is able to get on top as well. The cavalry doing their job. Now, are there enough spears to take care of the knights? It's a lot of knights. I don't know about that, but at least enough to push them back a little ways, which is all that Anatan needs. Getting onto that food is really critical. And if he just moves out, there is that one gold vein he could go and get out towards, because obviously there's that. He's right there. He could get onto the gold if he needed. But as it is, he's just pumping all of his stuff back into spears for the time being.
Now, that one ship definitely got its value.
Yes, most certainly. Getting a Vil and then denying that gold vein. A risky adventure to go for at the beginning, especially when you're trying to pump knights out, but I would say it's definitely paid for itself now.
I do see that the villagers here are still trying to capitalize on every bit of food. That is definitely something they're going to need, but all the horses, they are looking feisty. We see the archers just trying to target fire all they can. Villagers trying to be a little bit of a sneaky shenanigans here, trying to stay alive for as long as possible as the reinforcements need to arrive, and they do arrive, but none villagers go down. Oh my goodness, Lucifron just absolutely a micro god.
I don't know how he does it.
Safe gold.
He just refuses to let Vils die. It's actually, I mean, it's same thing with his knight too, his knight micro. He keeps them alive. It's not easy to do. It really isn't. You can see those Vils, some of them very low health, but hey, they're alive.
Now this push coming out here again, but we do see those military buildings just firing arrows. And you ask yourself, how is this even happening? But those archers now, again, overextending quite a bit here. It feels like he's very desperate to get this tower down, but Anatan's army is pretty scary. Now we're seeing a few of the upgrades coming on in, and Anatan, even though he hasn't had the gold, you do get that passive silver constantly. So it eventually starts adding up. Now the archer numbers from Lucifron not slowing down, and the knights are feeling pretty confident about this. They go far forward in again, and the archers perfectly sniping absolutely everything. The knight numbers are at a point now where you feel pretty confident about diving under a little tower.
Well, the one good thing for Anatan out of this is he has moved on to that one safe gold. However, I don't think it's actually that safe. We take a look at that right there towards the southwest. There seems to be some action. Some kind of unit was attacking over there. Looks like a knight was onto it, but getting some gold now, but also being attacked on the berries. There's a lot of back and forth, and this is why Socotra is such a fun map to watch. Just lots of action, everything's so close and jumbled up together. But Anatan has got gold. You can see the silver count rising as well. He's going to start getting some of those upgrades he probably really needs to continue on to this elongated feudal game that we're getting.
Now, with all of these villagers, they are equalizing. That's what I love to see. The 8 to 4, and we still have an equalized villager count. Lucifron, though, he's pretty fine with all of this. Now, Lucifron going for a ram. And finally, we're getting a little bit more ram action, and I'm happy to see this because he's been struggling with this tower, sacrificing a lot of his units into this.
Yeah, that tower has been a thorn in his side for a good couple minutes now. A ram, it says to me, I'm really sick of this thing. It's going down no matter what.
Now he does run out here and see what's going on out here on this very sneaky gold, but with all those spears in position, he's not able to capitalize on that just yet. Lucifron, though, he's running low on food. And he's got to ask himself, how long can I keep this push up? Oh, the ram going out forward, extending a bit too much. We do see the horses getting us around. They will be able to pick this off, but the horses might go down. It actually feels pretty worth it here. He definitely got a few horses behind all of this. The archers doing some good work. But now the knights are going to be in position for this. Archer sniping down another horse. And spearmen are next on the menu, but he does need to be careful here. The horse numbers are scary. And the knights, they keep running into the spears, but the trades are still looking good for Lucifron. Anatan, though, he's the one that has access to all that gold still and a lot of food on the rest of the map.
I find it so ironic that he spent all that time to build a ram. This is why they don't usually build rams. In case anyone at home is wondering, why don't these guys just build rams? Because that always happens, it feels like. These guys are so good at micro, and they're kind of lumbering and slow. I find it funny that the damage to that tower was only dealt by the knights there. The ram didn't even touch it.
Now, the ram was purely a bait.
It kind of was. And it worked. I mean, in that sense, it worked wonderfully, like you said. Got a couple of horsemen out of it. So 200 wood and a little bit of time for 3 horses. I take that trade just about any day.
This could be pretty devastating, though. This is a massive raid. So even if he just loses a handful of villas here, like 3, 4, it's about the food. The information that Lucifron now has is Anatan is as starved as I am, and he's willing to go out on the map. While this raid is going, another knight could pop out pretty easily anywhere. The knights get another nice round on a villager there, and the villager's out here on the gold, but not really the damage or not really the resource they need. They need food, and they need it now.
That's becoming a bit of a problem here. Food, as this game goes on, that's going to be a continued issue. There's just not a lot of places to go get food on this map, right? As the deer get consumed, as the berries get consumed, there's a lot of food on this map for the size, but none of it is safe. As we see here, even the town center is not very safe as horses and Radari and other things coming in, dealing damage, forcing the vills inside. But meanwhile, that's a lot of knights. 15 knights, 32 archers walking straight towards the Imperial Hippodrome, trying to catch the units of Anatan unaware and unready. They're running back to the base, trying to find refuge. They're going to walk right into the boat on the other side of this, ironically enough. It's just looking pretty good for Lucifron. The numbers are just in his favor, 54 to 26. It tells the story in my mind. If you look at the army value, almost doubled, actually more than doubled for Lucifron.
Now, Lucifron, he was struggling for food there for a bit, but with him being left alone, he is doing a happy recovery. Now picking off the villagers absolutely everywhere. The horses that killed his villagers just did not make up for that difference, and now he's the one in the lead. The boar definitely supplying a whole army of resources for a while, but now Anatan is running dry. He's getting more spears, not ready to back down just yet, but there's 5 villagers in there about to be swimming with the fishes, and that they are, all 5 of them dead. 21 villager kills now for Lucifron. He is on fire.
Yeah, this game is not looking good for Anatan, and I am once again brought back to the memory of your doggo going, maybe reverse sweep could be on the menu. It's very close to being a 2-2 game right now, an even series that'll go the distance. Your dog might have a prophetic gene inside, because it is so far saying that maybe is doing a lot of work as we see yet another ram popping up here for Lucifron. He wants to end it.
Now, Anatan, he's got the buildings to fire, but those buildings are countered by said Ram. And Ram right now is in a little bit of danger with all these archers that he's got here. He's quickly going to fire at anything that comes his way. 41 archers. People keep saying that Fuel H Radari is broken, but not if you throw 42 archers at it. Now the spearmen, they're going to be the front line. The knights pull back. He's kiting this perfectly. Lucifron doing an absolute amazing job at keeping most of these under control. He wants to pull the horses out so the knights can do the work. Archers focused on every single spear, and they are falling like flies.
That tower finally went down as well. You know this game is at a tipping point when that thing finally is swept off the map. And to your point, yeah, when you've got 40 archers, you can kind of throw them at almost any problem you have in AoE. If you got 40 to 50 archers, they'll take care of just about anything. And we're seeing that on display here, and in a good choke point too. Lucifron taking excellent fights. The writing is on the wall. This one is just about over as he starts chasing them all the way back to the base. The archers running towards the shores, but there's no boats except for enemy boats to help welcome them. Not going to be good, and that will end it. We have a 2-2 series. And again, I'm thinking your dog was onto something. This reverse sweep is looking very possible now.
Called by GG Dog, cursed by GG Dog, Anatan. Guys, this is very important now because keep in mind, what happens later this year is we have the Homestead Cup. And this means Anatan is going to come face to face with GG Dog. And he's going to need to confront GG Dog about these predictions that she made, possibly cursing him into this reverse sweep against Lucifron. But this means we have one more map left, and I am so happy that we get a 3-2 of this game, because a 3-0 just would not feel the same. So let's go see what that last matchup is for us soon enough, but I'm ready for it. I am so ready. Oh, and finally Byzantines, no Japanese. Lucifron says no Japanese, not at all.
We go with Sengoku Daimyo himself. And you know what? Anyone's game. Anyone's game. For those who don't know, Whammon's cute little doggo, we asked the doggo, the GG dog, if there was a chance for a reverse sweep. And she, not once, but twice, gave us the most clear maybe that there's a chance I've ever seen a dog give. It was clear as day. That dog was like, yeah, there's a chance. And we are seeing it on display here. Story of the day. I am beaming right now. You can't see my face right now, but I am just beaming at the thought of this dog being a prophetic influence in the Age of Empires 4 scene. This is what we need more of in AoE 4, is the dogs. We need more dogs.
If a Marine Lord's cat can win him at tournaments, then there has to be a representative on the other animal side as well. But I'm actually pretty interested in seeing the fact that Golden Horde was chosen as a civ they don't want to play against for this one. Sengoku being let through, because a lot of people, they're saying Golden Horde's good, but Sengoku is on another level. Apparently Baldland is just a map where you feel like Sengoku can be shut down, and it makes a lot of sense. You have your yatais all around the map. You don't have a very safe yatai because, of course, they are going to need to move out. Your Matsuri is not going to cover too many resources before it also runs out of its potential, I guess. Especially because the woodlines are so small. So this is maybe the reason that Anatan was like, hey, let's not do Golden Horde and let's just rather play against that Sengoku. But in 20 seconds, we'll find out what this opening is going to look like. But we've had a very clear picture today. Japan is not allowed. Not at all. This is just...
Nope.
Not in this world.
Byzantines on Baldland, I actually really like that choice. I think it's a very strong civ for this map in particular. Likewise, I think Sengoku is also a pretty good choice on this. I mean, I think Sengoku's a good choice almost anywhere, honestly. I feel like they're a very, very powerful civ. The Byzantines on Baldland, I've seen this played a number of times, and I've in tournaments like this, and with usually pretty good success. At the very least, it's always competitive. So I'm excited to see what these two civs have in store for each other. I think I like Sengoku here just a little bit better. But Anatan's also a really good player and has lost 2 in a row after winning 2 in a row. So we will see. We go the distance. Game number 5 as Anatan in yellow as Byzantines in the western corner faces off against Lucifron for the final time today, who's in the red as Sengoku Daimyo in the eastern half of the map. Oh boy, now, I am excited.
Anatan's giving us the Anatan special already. We've seen Anatan do this. Going for the Hippodrome pretty early on is is the name of the game for Anatant. He is not a man who shies away from the Hippodrome play, and with him starting out with that mill, we know that this is most likely in store for us. Now, Lucifron going here for a pretty interesting play, because what we're seeing here is him going for, of course, the wood line instead of the gold and reselling the gold. But of course, it makes sense. You're on a map where your gold is not as fruitful as on regular old ones. And Anatant on the Byzantines not going for a single drop of stone? Yeah, not at all. He's just going for a clean, fast feudal.
Yeah, this screams Hippodrome to my ears and my eyes. Going straight to the berries. Everything. It looks like we'll have a Hippodrome coming up. It's going to be aggressive from Anatan, which I like here. I think Sengoku, if you let them just do their thing, I think their eco scales way too well. You got to disrupt them somehow. So that seems to be what Anatan is thinking. Lucifron kind of understanding as keeping his first food cart very close to home. I'm curious how much it's getting right now. It's next to the berries and quite a number of sheep. We'll see how much it's sitting at. 60, so a full 60, so actually worth it to keep it right here, actually.
Now, we'll see how much that investment is still gonna go on with, but Anatan's horses, they will be able to shut down anything that dares step outside this base. And that's the issue here for the Sengoku dynasty, and I love this, because Anatan, he's picked a civilization that can handle most of what makes Sengoku good. So this Matsuri, he's got out, and the Yatai moving far out. This Yatai, it's going to be fine to move out, but you need to pull that thing back pretty quickly the moment you hear that feudal age coming on out. Now, I would like to take a moment to look at that Matsuri. Could we go and just observe its beauty? Matsuri, not Yatai. Matsuri. There we go, guys. We see the Matsuri, and we see another Yatai coming on out. So Yatais are those little cards that give you passive food over time based on how much food surrounds them. Now, after a while, they spawn this little trader that increases the Matsuri's influence. Now, looking at the Matsuri spawn, the Matsuri build position, you can see that this thing is only covering that tiny wood line, add another piece of a tiny wood line, but it takes a while to actually give you the bonus. So with this bad boy, he's not going to have this for too long in the range of influence before you need to move out on the map. So it just doesn't give you the same value as that we are used to. But this man actually just focusing on getting the age up, which is pretty surprising here, making sure that he gets this up as quickly as possible. I love this about Lucifron. He went and he put one sheep next to that Matsuri to make sure that the villagers had something to do. And the age up is ready to click. But he needs to know this is going to be a very dangerous one. Coco Township up with 5. He needs to find a way to deal with any horse that dares comes to his base. And we see more villagers onto the wood. He needs to get a production building out as fast as he can.
Yeah, I'm expecting Anatan to get very aggressive here in just a couple seconds. That Imperial Hippodrome with only one cistern, it's all hands on deck to pumping out aggressive units. The Coca Township's going to be helpful here for Lucifron. He's going to need every ounce he can get out of it. But unfortunately for him, Coca Township's not enough to go toe-to-toe with the Hippodrome, and he's going to need more production unit buildings, like you said. I'm curious what he's going to go for here. You're going to be going against cavalry. There's a temptation, I think, to want to go with your own cavalry, knowing that they do bonus damage. But in my experience, I don't know if it's going to be enough. He's definitely going to want to consider some spears here as well.
So this is a part where we need to listen to the pros. And I recently asked this question to Beastie. I was like, hey, how do I deal with Byzantines going for Hippodrome? And his answer was Yari. And I'm like, okay, but what if they go for Yari? I'm like, well, what if they go for Yari? The answer was always just Yari. You just make your own horses, and then you'll have an answer to most of what they do. Your horses eventually will run faster, eventually do bonus damage, but the most important part is that movement speed that you get from it.
Yeah.
So you paired with that Coca Township, you can handle most of what your opponent can throw at you. And we do see that. The stable is coming on out. Lucifron getting the same ideas as Beastie, saying Yari is the answer to everything. Now, those shinobis, they are just going to scare the horse off for now. That's not going to do permanent damage. You just want to make sure that it doesn't get you when you still need a drop of that gold to keep on going.
Yeah, we could see that with the changes, not enough damage there to take out the horsemen. but enough to slow it down, which is important. Both slow it down in terms of what it can do and literally just slow it down a little bit. But yeah, the Yachty are so good. They're one of the best cavalry units in the game. They're one of the most fun cavalry units to use in the game as well because of the difference they can make in those battles. I really love also the way this Yatai is just tucked away in the corner there. Getting the boar, the scout's sitting there, but he does see the food truck. But very aggressive. Lucifron went with a multiple, I think he went for all three Yatai right off the bat. So you can see the food truck now running home. It needs to get that thing home before the trader pops out. If that trader pops out, then the horseman could just kill it, and that would be very unfortunate for Lucifron. He wouldn't be able to get the plus 5% back at the Matsuri.
And that 5% is usually where things start to spiral out of control. But we don't see the horseman actually coming for the backup here. And that is just running even further away. He's trying to pull the horses as far away as possible. The trader, though, he might be paying a very, very hefty price, but it might just be the price that he's willing to do for this. Now, 2 horses already out for Lucifron. He's going, his own Yari will be having to head this way to try and stop this, but losing a Yatai this early on is massive. And that's exactly what Anatan was expecting to happen here. Now, that horse is really, really focused on it, but you can see this one is the first one who will fall today. And Anatan knows its value. He's going to get it before that trader pops out, and it just means a lot of wasted time.
Yeah, I would focus on the trader
Doesn't
right
notice. He doesn't notice.
Getting the trader through is such a huge thing. If he loses that, then that's just so much wasted. But that 5%, that's 5% to your eco right there. Oh, but now he knows. Now he's going for it. Will he get there in time? It's a long way to walk. I don't know if it's going to get home. Oh, Whammon, I don't think it's going to see the light of home again. It's going to be lost. Those horsemen on top of it, and you can kiss your 5% back on everything right there. That
And
feels rough.
losing both Yatai alongside this is massive. Anatan has gotten his value that he needs. And Lucifron, he is going to be in a little bit of a tougher spot here. We can see he wants to go castle, and going castle against the Byzantines, that is a very brave move there, because Anatan actually has a very special unit there on his side. So for Twitch chat, are we noticing those desert raiders? Yeah, no, desert raiders might just be the answer that he was looking for when dealing against those, or dealing with the Yaris, because they are going to make it a lot easier for the Yaris to just do less damage. But the mercenary desert raiders, they feel pretty good.
That completely negates what the Yachty do, right? I mean, minus 20% with the camel and ease. That's huge. That's absolutely huge. And that really does tip the scales a little bit in my mind.
And the villager survives. He gets 1 total, but the other one makes it out alive. The TC, though, that boy is feisty, and he takes out 2 of the... Oh, actually, just 1 camel for now. But this is a pretty massive loss. Now, the Limited are doing a good job at keeping this under control. But that 1 villager staying alive, Lucifron, he needs to find a little bit more damage here.
Yeah, it's tricky now that you gotta add desert. He was not anticipating desert raiders, that is for sure, and that does change the calculus. Thankfully for him, Anatan cannot produce those en masse. He just can't. He's restricted by how much olive oil he has and the time it takes to actually produce them. But it still throws a wrinkle in the plan, right? You gotta be mindful of when they're in the battle and when they're not. As it is, though, he does need to get some damage done, and it feels like a lot of damage has been done to him. He's only got plus 5% under his Matsuri. It really could be plus 15 or more. Unfortunately, it just isn't, and so he's left trying to figure things out from here. And all the while, Byzantines with their cisterns continues to slowly expand, and I like what Lucifron's doing here. Trying to get aggressive, trying to hit those berries in the back, the Limitane doing what they can to defend, so only able to get some idle time now. But you gotta be mindful, Byzantines can scale up and get really scary, even with just the Hippodrome. I mean, those cisterns work all the same.
Now, the cisterns are going to come out a little bit slower than we usually see for the Byzantines, because he hasn't invested that much onto the stone yet. But at the same time, a boost is a boost, and Lucifron just does not have that same boost with the Yatais going down. I do see a red dot there on the boar at the top. Is there another Yatai that has moved out there to try and collect some... Yeah, brand new Yatai, getting the food he needs, and hoping that he can get that bonus back to the base as well. But Lucifron, he's making units while at the same time having one thought in mind, and that thought is castle. We all have seen a mounted samurai do the work, and that's exactly what he's hoping to do here. Lucifron, He is going to go get us around here. Ooh, and
Excellent.
2 villagers get trapped.
Well played there by Lucifron. Excellent time to raid. Could even go get on that tower too. There's only 1 Limited right there. You can do some more damage. He's going to keep pressing. That's going to be another villager going down. Maybe another? He's got to get out of there. Too many Limited coming in now. So he's got to backtrack out. But hey, got quite a bit of damage done right there. A couple Vill kills. It's now 4-2. So not too bad, all things considered. And he's only seconds away from castle.
Seconds away from starting it, but the problem is there were some yellow dots out there in his base. The Sake Brewery coming out. Now, it's going to be in a pretty safe spot because, of course, you still have a lot of space around your TC. He has put his production buildings absolutely everywhere, though. But this safe gold on a map like this is massive. This just means that Anatan is going to be the one out here taking risks while Lucifron is safely sitting in his base getting all the gold that he... at least 5 mats thereof.
Yumi Ashigaru now entering the field of play. We got 15 of those sitting in the back of the base. I love seeing these units. I love seeing them used defensively here. I think that's their best use right now. Really good. I mean, and they'll get the bonuses eventually later. I'm sure that'll be the other Daimyo Manor that Lucifron decides to make. But for the time being, having some Yumi just in there to kind of shoo away any Limited, shoo away any Desert Raiders. They'll do really well into those as well. Nice play from there, and the Sake Brewery only seconds away from popping up. Meanwhile, Anatan starting to save up for his own, and Golden Horn Tower, as we see right there next to the cistern. So it looks like both players opting to take this one into Castle Age.
Now, Lucifron getting the castle, this feels pretty good for Sengoku, especially in that early stages where you feel like, hey, my mounted samurai are going to clap. You have to keep in mind, his opponent has camels, and this makes it a little bit harder to really get that damage done. And what I love about this is where you just sacrifice your Yari. You're like, hey, guys, it was great knowing you. I love the fact that you guys are horses, but we have better horses in the house now. Now we get a little bit of an archer upgrade here and there. And after that, mountedsamurais.com. These
Just
guys...
imagining that conversation, just like, hey guys, so it's been really fun, had a great feudal age, and you guys are great. It's not you, it's me, but I need you guys to go run off and die now.
You served your purpose, Jarl. It is time for you to die. And that's exactly what the boys are going to be doing. I would love to see the Matsuri's gather speed. Could we take a quick look at how far we are? It should be at 10%. Oh, 10%. Better than nothing, right? Better than nothing.
Is booming. Stonks. Absolute stonks right there. 10%. Love it. And about to be 15. So I'm going to get that trader back home here a little bit. 15% or more would be great for Lucifron.
Half an HRE.
Half an HRE, yeah. And probably not even holding a candle to level 5 cisterns with the nice new water animations in there. Byzantines is fully online and looking scary. The question now is, can your Mounted Samurai do better? Because Mounted Samurai are equally as scary, but TBD, we're going to find out as both players now firmly into Castle Age.
Now, we do see a little bit of plays with the Iki monks on the side of Lucifron, and Anatan also trying to follow that up, trying to get a little bit of a relic control here. That trader going to make his way back to the base, but there are some camels who might have something to say about that. They don't spot the villagers just yet. Oh, the villagers are going to get the tower up. Camels, they have their eyes set on something else. Other villagers.
Those villagers. Oh, man. How unlucky. They might catch those villas on the way back, though.
Now, another Yatai being in a little bit of an awkward position here. Villagers trying to desperately wall this thing off, and wall off they would do. The archers in position to try and snipe a horse or two. And this is definitely worth it. Oh, he breaks the wall. He wants the Yatai to survive. Beautiful play.
I would have thought that would have been pretty good just to sacrifice it and use the archers where they're nice and safe, but sacrificing it instead. Oh, but the traitor, no, kiss goodbye to 15%. It's gone. Stocks are crashing across the Sengoku Daimyo right now.
Anatan is just showing us exactly that this is not going to be an easy one for anyone. You're going to need to work for this. He picked up a ton of villagers on that berry area where the tower was being placed down, and it just was a massacre. Now the archers, though, the Yumis, they need to do some damage, but the Shinobis slow down everything, hoping for these archers to catch up, and they will get a camel and a scout, but definitely not what they envisioned. Now, the Mounted Samurai trying to find a little bit of damage, but the reinforcements are here to try and protect. So just not yeah, finding the same damage that he would need to equalize this, at least in villager count. Economically, Anatan's miles ahead.
Yeah, Anatan's looking really good here. And it's the camel, like the camels, the Desert Raiders. He's got 13 of them. That's a scary number. And now the Yumi Ashigaru can do pretty well into that. The problem is you've also got 9 cataphracts backing up those camels. If I'm Lucifron, I'm scratching my head going, man, like, what's the recourse? How do I navigate this? Because this is a tricky composition to deal with.
And we do see all the dead horses on the floor here. The bodies of those who remain. Horses now will run a little bit faster, as we can see him finally getting the upgrades and ensuring that his horses will just outrun the others. The camels, though, constantly raiding, and it shows you exactly Anatan is not ready to back down. Oh, and a relic being brought back for Lucifron. This must feel pretty good, but you can see these camels are doing the work they need and idling out a pretty big part of the food economy here, as we see Lucifron struggling for food quite a lot.
Yeah, Lucifron needs to close in. That wall has been nice, but it's not been enough. Leaking in camels, as it were. Good raids on the other side, but the problem here is up front and center. That's a lot of cataphracts. And with the camels behind that, your mounted samurai losing 20% from the debuff. Not great. And the Yumi Ashigaru walking right in front of the cataphracts. That was a brave posture. They back up and let the mounted samurai take over, but they really need to try and get onto those Desert Raiders. They're the only real good answer for that right now. And amidst all the cataphracts, it's actually kind of hard to see what is what between that. Taking their pot shots, trying to do what they can. These cataphracts just walking straight down the throat of the base.
And Shinobi's finally being clicked. He was waiting for that cooldown as he used them a little bit earlier. Cataphracts, though, they're not even being focused. You can see he's trying to snipe down every bit of camel he can to make sure that this fight turns a little bit even. Significant portion of this army goes down, but the cataphracts are so tanky, and there's more coming. These Yumis are barely making a dent in them, and you can see the cataphracts are on top. They're destroying everything. There's no static defense actually doing the work here. 18 dead villagers. Anatan says, you tried to make this a reverse sweep, but let me tell you, brother, this is gonna be not gonna be your day for that. So Anatan, he is doing amazing work here, killing so many vills and feeling like he's pretty much got this ready. The problem is just Lucifron has a lot of army here. He could try to counter push, but cataphracts should be able to take it.
I think so, but I mean, at the same time, mounted samurai can't underestimate them, and the Yumi Ashigaru, I'm pretty sure, have been upgraded, and so they're doing normal damage against cataphracts. That's still, paper cuts, but this dive cost Anatan a lot. A lot. All of his stuff is just gone now, and suddenly, even though there's only a couple mounted samurais, it resets the playing field. Lucifron has survived. He's down some eco is the problem. I think that's the biggest takeaway, is now he's down some 12 villagers to what Anatan has done. So he's on the back foot a little bit. He's going to have 2 of the 3 relics, so not getting the win there. And then the cisterns. I think the cisterns are just really carrying this for Anatan. I don't think Lucifron has gotten enough out of the Atai. I just don't think the food trucks have given him enough yet. Too many of those have been killed and brought down. And now we see Anatan, the result of that is he can make more of those cataphracts really quickly, whereas Lucifron's kind of struggling to keep that number up.
Now, you guys might be looking at this and saying like, okay, well, Anatan, he has got a lot of villages, but let me tell you guys, he's got even more with this economy of his. All those cisterns, they are making sure that this is just miles ahead. So every moment of breathing room that Lucifron gives him now just puts him even further ahead. And it feels like Lucifron is doing exactly that. He's giving him that breathing room that Anatan will happily take, just making sure that that economy gets even further ahead. So Anatan now ready to build up the cisterns, expanded over the rest of the map. And we have to ask ourselves about the food. So let's go take a quick look at that base of Anatan. Just want to see the farming situation we've got. Now that feels good. That is a lot of oil, ladies and gentlemen, and olive oil, we know, cook with it, it's delicious. Buy mercenaries with it, even better. And Anatan is just doing exactly that. Lucifron, though, he doesn't have that luxury. He's not farm transitioned. He is perfectly stuck in a position where he's desperately clawing at some deer.
Yeah, when the food runs out, bad things ensue. That's just kind of the short in front of it. Really, Lucifron needs to get some kind of damage done, needs to kind of get himself back into this game. He's got a pretty good massive Yumi, but I'm just really scared about those cataphracts. And Mounted Samurai can hold their own, but needs to get damage done here.
You might be scared of Mounted Samurai, but cataphracts as well. But those towers can quickly turn this game very one-sided. Now, keep in mind, Anatan's ahead, but he wants this little bit of breathing room. The Yumis, they're doing their best at just focus firing what I can in front of them. But now Lucifron, he is trying to do some damage, and he needs to find a significant amount of damage. But the cataphracts, they've got the archers in a little spot, and they don't even need to charge. They're just going to clean up everything in front of the Mounted Samurai, trying to take on the camels, but the camels are doing such a good job.
Lucifron's idling 38 behind this as well. His eco is completely stalled, and now his military is on the ropes. The Yumi Ashigaru are just gone. They're done. So long. Farewell. It's all Mounted Samurai, and that's it. Lucifron, it's in a rough spot, and the food I think is drying up by the second, so I don't know how he's going to maintain this. He's got a pretty good income at the moment, but I'm worried about what the follow-up is.
Oh, and we see the follow-up. The follow-up is an attack by Anatan. Anatan getting a beautiful surround. Ladies and gentlemen, look at those cataphracts. They are killing everything to break off. They're going for the pack of villagers. We might be looking at the samurai, yes. But what's really happening behind all of this is there's a bunch of villagers running for their lives, all dying one by one. The cataphracts doing an amazing job, but we do see those villager numbers falling to the ground. Cataphracts looking for more death, and more death they'll find as Anatant makes his way all the way through to the next round. Beautifully
thought
played.
It would be a 3-0 to start, and then your doggo, the GG dog, came in and said, well, maybe. And Lucifron definitely put this one with a big maybe as he went the distance and almost took it for himself. But Anatan comes back with a vengeance and wins it out, and we'll be moving on to the next round. So, man, what a series by both these players.
Now, it does feel like this set us up for our final series tonight for a lot of action. And guys, that's exactly what we will be getting tonight. One more set to go. And as we can see in the chat, Vortex versus Wham will be taking place next. And now that is a game I can't wait to see.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. Should be good. Oh man, I'm still reeling from the back and forth that this series was. What a set. What a set.
Now, seeing a little bit of these drafts, we can see these players have a different mindset when it comes to what is important and what isn't. But guys, we'll be hopping into an interview, so let's get over there.
Hey, congratulations
Yo.
on a well-fought series.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you a lot. It was a harsh series, but it will always pleasure to win, right? This kind of shit. And I think it's really harsh to lose, right?
Yeah, I mean, going up 2-0 and then Lucifron almost coming back there. We were actually joking. You wouldn't have known this, but Whammon's dog, we asked her dog on the stream if she thought there was a comeback, a reverse sweep was even possible. And the dog gave us kind of a maybe look. What were you feeling when into that last game when Lucifron had brought it back those last two?
I feel like my draft is okay, but I was so scared of Golden Horde. I don't know, like some people playing so very well. It's so I was scared of Golden Horde and went into this matchup. I think my draft was like so much better, but it was really hard. I doubt that he ever played I doubt that he ever played French on Socotra, but just destroyed me. Yeah,
that was a really tough back and forth. We've been seeing Macedonians be banned throughout the entire series, and that was the one game it kind of snuck through, and it still was a back and forth. What is it about Macedonians that top players are so averse to lately that they keep banning it?
I mean, it's really easy to play, right? You just can go easy fast castle and Mastery Dive, like some civs are so easy to play that even at pro level, it's super annoying to deal with them, right? I think like Bees, Golden Horde, Mali, Macedonian, they're pretty easy, right? Because of some stuff like free food, safe food, and yada yada yada.
Going in this last game, we're looking at the replay right here. You did a lot of damage to Lucifron's Yatai, dealing with all the food trucks. How important is that to slow down Sengoku?
I think it's fine, but then I lost like 5 wheels and I was like, okay, he lost 2 cars, I lost wheels, and I'm kinda behind, right? Yeah, I don't know, like his raids were so annoying, but I was really lucky to find some damage as well. I feel like if I didn't find damage, I'm dead.
Yeah. How important were the Desert Raiders there? That's kind of a fun play. You don't always see Byzantines using the markets to get those extra mercenaries, but using the Desert Raiders, how much did that help, do you think?
I think it won me game. Like, I think it's a pretty harsh matchup for Beats, but I just went for random shit and it's kinda when it's like match point, it's 2-2, like it's really hard to play and you can be a bit shaky, right? So I just whatever, I don't care. I will do like what my mind wants, and turns out
throw things at the wall, see what sticks.
Yeah,
I like it.
That's fine.
Well, congratulations on a win. This was a really, we were wondering if it'd be a 3-0, ends up going the distance, but you win it anyways. Sometimes it's not pretty, but a win's a win. So congratulations. And how do you feel moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was super even serious, and wow. To be honest, it's most happy. I'm like super happy after winning it. Like, for me, it's now best win of my 26th year, right? We'll see how it goes. I think Papi won, right? I don't mind to reach and play versus Papi again, right? He owned me 3-0, so I kinda want to revenge him, right?
Yeah.
We'll see how it goes.
Oh, we'll be looking forward to seeing you play in that one, and best of luck moving forward, and congratulations again on a really good series.
Thank you, my friend.
Yeah, have a good one.
Now, this means that we are going to take a very, very short break, and then we'll be back with our final set of today. So guys, get that last bit of popcorn ready. It's going to be a wild one. I'm sure of it. Socotra, we need to talk about your interviews. I need you to ask the players why everyone's going for Industry Wing and Castle. And losing. It's always Industry into loss. Industry into defeat. Industry into surrender. And Vortex, he's got AU-bids. So maybe today we get to learn a little bit more about that if Vortex goes for the Industry Wing.
I didn't want to push the loss. I don't like pushing losses on players who just won. Nothing's more lame in my opinion than like, hey, congratulations on a series win. Now about that loss of yours, we need to talk about that.
It's an important question. Why is everyone going for the Industry Wing? There's a lot of questions here.
Whammon. You live with Beastie. He could answer this for you. He surely must know. You could just ask him.
I could ask
my wife.
him.
She'll ask me. If I ask my wife about it, you know what she'll say? She'll be like, Socotra, what the heck is Industry Wing? Like, you've got... Anyways, let's take a look at our brackets here, where we stand right now. We've got, of course, one more to go. We're in Vortex and Wham is what we'll be casting here in just a second. But looks like Puppy Paw and Anatan have moved on to the semifinals, of course. BC and Balltoon is also on the docket. But we've got Vortex and Wham coming up. And I'm excited for that one. And we've got, of course, looking to see who's going to get the final later this weekend. You'll have to tune in tomorrow if you want to find out how this part of the bracket finishes up. Of course, we got some more weeks coming after that. But, oh gosh, there's my wife saying right now, what is the Industry Wing? Oh, called it. We dive in to our number one game here against Wham versus Vortex. Wham in the purple as Byzantines, Vortex in the red as Holy Roman Empire. Looks like we're on Bald Land, and it looks like we're going to get another Hippodrome play as we have a mill on the berries to start out for Wham.
But Vortex is aware, and we're seeing a little bit of HRE airtime on this map, though. And I'm kind of excited to see what that means. He might not go Hippodrome, though. Right? When you see the mill, it usually means that, but when you know your opponent is very prone to rushing, you want to deplete the berries anyway. Now, I do see, oh my goodness, look at that spawn behind it. I want us to quickly take a look at the Byzantine space with the double berries and the 2 golds. Now, imagine, a life, but Vortex won't allow that. Vortex is too good to allow something like this. So he might punish these berries, and we can see Wham was aware of this. He knew that something was coming, and he went on the outside berries first. So the spear will be landing, but he will not be landing exactly as hard as he wanted. So even if he does get a little bit of damage here, ooh, wait, we're doing a lot of damage there. That feels pretty good. So with all of this, we have a lot of pressure from Vortex. Even if it's just 2 spears investment, it is already something good to have because you're forcing Byzantines to react suboptimally. And now with him going for those outside berries, he's got safe berries right at the back there. Wham reading his opponent perfectly and understanding exactly how to react. Absolutely impressed with Wham already. I'm excited for this now. I thought Vortex was going to be a little bit too aggressive for Wham to handle, but already Wham knows what he was prepared for. He knew what was coming this series.
That's the fun part about these quarterfinals. Once we start getting kind of the creme de la creme in these matchups, we start seeing some really high level play, and we're seeing it right here. And it is going to be that Hippodrome, so the theory of mine that every time you see a mill, that holds true again once more. Going to be an aggressive play from Wham, but the spears, they've done some damage. They've gotten some work in, but maybe not quite enough. I'm sure Vortex would have liked a little bit more. Regardless, though, we'll be moving into H2. I'm curious what Vortex opts for. He's got to be just going for the Aachen Chapel, right? Is there any world where you think he goes mine work here?
Yes, a lot of people go for mine work.
Yeah, I just feel like Aachen's still so good.
Yeah, there we go.
That's mine work. There it is. Okay, yeah. I was wondering. I was kind of, it was coin flip in my mind. I was like, Aachen works here, but with the sparse wood, like maybe the mine work. I mean, it's such a typical follow up after going Dark Age with spears. All right, mine work it is, and into Hippodrome. So should be a fun, aggressive match on our hands then.
Now, getting into a position where you have mine work as well, that's great because you're getting those special upgrades on your units too. Now, that's what I love about this. The fact that HRE, they have prelates, right? And now when things get a little later, you also get mini arcane chapels all around. That's the beauty of the mine work now. There is a little bit of play around you usually having unlimited access to or now that you have unlimited access to chapels, it does feel a lot better. Now that prelate is going to need to spread around, and we might get a second one out there too. But at this point, it just feels very good for someone to be able to get those unique upgrades in there too. Now the spears here, they've definitely done the work. They've denied a lot of gold. There's not going to be no shenanigans with upgrades or anything like that. And it also forced Byzantines to not be able to invest in more cisterns. And that's exactly what happened here. We have one cistern, and that's it. It's going to be the only one for a while until he builds enough buildings to go around. Because right now we see 60 stone. Every single building he builds, it's going to eventually add up to that. But a mercenary house comes up next. Because, of course, when you go for the berries, you get access to as much as you can. And Royal Knights being there in the markets could be quite spicy.
Is that worth it is the question. I mean, Royal Knights, we've seen players do that before. Seen players take the Royal Knights and run with it. I think longbows would be really good here though as well.
Now, with all of this, we have horses on the field, of course. With Byzantines now, you want to make sure that you are out on the map and forcing Vortex to react to this. You want him to make more spears so that you get that bit of breathing room. Now, Wham has not committed just yet to a group of mercenaries. And Vortex, on the other hand, he is building a little bit of every production building he can. Now getting his own horse. Oh, not his own horse. He's just getting pro scouts, ladies and gentlemen. HRE with pro scouts. He wants to get the food back to base, and he wants it now. Now, longbows is going to be the choice of units. And this is going to mean that eventually, in the right amount of numbers, Vortex is going to need to be super careful.
Yeah, going pro scouts against Byzantine Hippodrome feels... I won't say gutsy, but maybe a little brave. Wham clearly already has a presence on the map. He's got his horseman with the scout running around, taking a look. So Vortex is going to be kind of hard-pressed to really keep those scouts alive. He does have some spears of his own, which we're seeing chase away the horseman and scout from Wham. But again, Wham's got a really nice 1-1-1 triple comp here. He's got some Limatine. He's got his horseman from the Hippodrome, and he's also got those longbows coming in. So he's going to have the ability to kind of push and pull in any which direction he wants. And with that triple combination, the only way to match that is really to do one of your own, which isn't always easy.
Now, Wham has spotted that double berry pack, and he's forming his thoughts around it. As we can see with that wall, he knows the Wham wall is going to be necessary. And I love that term. I remember seeing Wham walling pretty early on and coined that term right after, because this man... he walls very willingly and doesn't mind spending that little bit of wood to make sure that his eco is safe. It's been working for him because, of course, we know Wham. He's at the top of his game. For most tournaments, he ends up in the top 8. He never falls back down too hard and always makes his way back up. So with this, he knows how it works, and he is definitely feeling confident about getting that double berry at the back. That's just going to mean a lot more longbows.
I like these walls. And walling in general, some people really hate dealing with walls, which makes sense. But walls can be just annoying to your opponent. And when you have the extra wood and you can invest in it, being annoying and slowing things down is always such a good idea. As we see now, Pro Scouts getting slowed down. This is exactly what I was worried about for Vortex. Wham has a pretty good military presence on the field. It's 12 to 14 as far as military numbers go. But not going to be super easy for Vortex to get those the venison back home.
Now, the issue I have here is the fact that we only have one prelate. So this prelate is now going to be the man who's inspiring a handful of vills, and the rest of them are going to be just normal villagers. It's not the HRE powerhouse that we're used to. But this just shows us he's using every bit of gold he has into upgrades. He knows that those might just be the most important here. Now, the rest of these scouts, they do need to bring back some deer. And luckily the deer are pretty well spread around the map. So him sending 2 to the top makes a lot of sense, while the others are staying close to base. Because Wham cannot be anywhere or everywhere. He has a pretty immobile army for most of it, especially considering you want to keep those longbows safe.
Long engagement here, archers versus longbows. There's a little bit more archers than longbows, but they do have longer range. They can kite just a little more effectively. And the horsemen right there on top of them too. We have a back and forth. Again, we got 1-1-1 comps from both. So lots of cat and mouse to be had here. Archers forcing back though. The longbows, just that little extra range sometimes can go a really long way. As we see a couple archers are going to fall here because of that.
And this is massive, actually. Just picking off a bunch of these longbows is insane, because you finding access to those again is going to be so hard, especially with the winery. You just don't scale the same way into castle. And these archers, they are easily replaceable for Vortex. And that's exactly what he just did now. He destroyed most of these longbows. That first pack of longbows does not exist anymore. And this just means that Vortex is in a pretty good spot to start pushing.
Yeah, that was not a good engagement from Wham whatsoever. I really was hoping those longbows would focus down those archers. A lot of them really weak, but as long as they're alive, they hit just the same. So the damage of a 3 HP archer is the same as the damage of a 100% archer, right? So both do the same damage, and that's all that mattered here. The numbers in favor of Vortex now, regardless of the fact that some of those are just, a stiff breeze from toppling over. But man, getting rid of those longbows, like you said, they take forever to replace.
Now, with this little bit of a push, he's looking right at that wall, and Wham knows, I'm not going to do anything just sending my units back, but I will do something if I launch an attack. He gets a perfect surround, and 3 villagers are very much trapped here. The spear coming in, trying to make this fight a little bit more to his side, but very quickly gets deleted, and Archer gets deleted here as well. And we can see Triumph getting activated here. The Archers now going straight for the longbows. They know what's important, and that is killing these packs of units.
And so many of them are so weak too. If they can just get within the town center fire, they'll start getting shredded. But as it is, a lot of them get away scot-free. Some really good play from Vortex here to kind of stick the knife and twist it a little bit and get as much damage and value out of those archers as he can. Meanwhile, though, the Horseman did a pretty good job as well. Wham is actually up 4 villager kills. Vortex hasn't touched a single one. He's been focusing, like we said, on those longbows. But Wham getting a little bit of an eco edge here, and he turned that into a big enough gain. In a game like this, you really got to stack things together, right? Got to stack those little wins. You get those little wins from small engagements here and there. When you stack enough of those in your favor, that's when the scales really begin to tip. And we're trying to see who's going to get that right now, because at the moment, the numbers for Wham as far as range units isn't looking great, but a slight edge on the economy does feel nice. But man, a lot of weak archers, but still pumping out damage. Triumph activates again. Horseman on Horseman. The numbers, at least for horses, are looking pretty good for Wham as they try and wrap around.
This is a bit of an issue here. As we can see, the archers, they do pick off so many things, but the whole army here gets cleaned up from Vortex. And those horses, they're the very mobile army. They're going to outrun those 3 horses of poor Vortex and get a proper set of kills on those archers here. But we do see the reinforcements are here. He doesn't want to give this up for free. One spearman coming on in, trying his best at doing this right. We see the archers trying to focus fire all the low HP horses, and now the longbows are back on the menu for Vortex. But he pulls back, and he wants to save these for as long as he can, because, guys, we are looking at resources, and it's telling us a story. Both of these boys... Oh, never mind. Vortex changed his mind. Wham is thinking about Castle.
Wham's definitely thinking about it. I think Vortex is too. He just needed to reinvest a little bit after losing so much. Again, all those weak archers, they did a lot of damage. The unfortunate thing by having a lot of weak units is they get picked off pretty quickly once your front line collapses, and it did there. Vortex overstayed his welcome and had to back out and lost pretty much everything. Got just a couple of units left. But again, Castle is on everyone's mind. Wham's going to be there very shortly, and Vortex not too far behind.
Now, Vortex getting that double tower there as well. That feels pretty good. You know you're playing against the Byzantines. Byzantines, they love a good little cataphract raid when you're not watching, and Vortex has definitely paid some... he's definitely suffered under that. Oh my goodness. And now he will learn from all those horse raids earlier. He puts the 2 towers down, and getting the Regnus Cathedral up with 13, he wants this quickly. Now, that prelate needs to move into position pretty fast, because you want to make sure that you get that control as fast as possible, especially with Wham having 9 horses on the field. He's going to be able to shut you down pretty quickly. Now, the horses, though, they are spotted, and he does need to be careful here. Every bit of damage that Wham takes now, it's going to mean that Vortex is going to have an easier time the longer this goes.
Golden Horn Tower almost there. Regnitz Cathedral actually going to beat Wham up to Castle. He put 11 on that to Wham's 8. Looks like Vortex really rushed it up a little bit more. Gonna try and get on those relics as fast as he can. As HRE, you can see he's already planned ahead. He already has the guys sitting there waiting to go. The first prelate. He's only got the 1, but he's sitting there ready to grab it, and he'll have 1 in hand pretty soon, as of right now. But now, Wham's objective, of course, is to deny. Slow that down. Don't let him get that. And maybe he'll get 1, maybe he gets 2. I think if you can keep HRE to 2 relics, you're feeling pretty good. If they get 3, I feel like HRE is just cruising at that point. And if they, heaven forbid, get 4 or 5, you're in a kind of a world of hurt with the Regnits.
Now, that's exactly what I was hoping to see here. Vortex respects the fact that the attack is coming and instantly gets those towers upgraded. He knows those relics that he's about to bring back, they're going to need to make sure that those towers can withstand quite a punch. And that's exactly what we are looking at right now. Interestingly enough, is that just the arrow slits upgrade?
I believe it is.
That is a pretty interesting choice, especially considering his castle. And
I mean, I guess the thought is the gold is running out, right? How much gold is left in that even? Probably not a ton. Probably thinking maybe I could move out with that instead. Yeah, only 1,000 left. He's probably thinking long term he wants to put maybe heavier stuff, save some stone for later, which I actually think that makes sense here.
Oh, definitely. I didn't even think about that. The gold getting a little bit barren makes a lot of sense if you want to make sure that you invest every bit of stone you can onto those outside resources. Now, with that first relic being in the base, Wham hasn't even thought about it. He is still focused on making as many units as he can. No relic shenanigans just yet, but Vortex is the one with the knights in the composition here. Cataphracts also forming the party, but at the same time, you have a pretty solid army to handle most of this. Vortex has a few spears in the mix too, which should be able to do quite a bit here. And the archers now trying to focus fire any other spear that comes out of Wham too. Now we see them right on top of the longbows. And again, the longbow mass just cannot get built up because he keeps moving them out.
Yeah, once that longbow mass reaches a critical mass, this game could easily swing the other way. But as it is, I do like the way Wham's playing this. He's really microed this very well, picked off those spears in time for his cataphracts to now deal with the heavy units, and now sending the horsemen to the back, trying to get those archers out of the way, and now looking really good here in this fight. In fact, really, really good.
We see that relic being yoinked there at the back, but the knights are doing their best at making sure that the rest of these units fall. But the cataphracts, they're providing a pretty chunky front line. He ignored a lot of those longbows for a while there, just trying to save the archers that were running for their lives, but all of them getting picked off pretty quickly. Now the farm transition is in session here for Wham, and he needs this, because very shortly there's going to be no food available to him. We see him up there on a berry patch as well, but this is not going to last forever. And he doesn't want to go out all the way to the north and the south on this map, especially against an HRE.
Yeah, an HRE now with 3 relics in the base, looking to grab the next 2. The gold there running out, but moving immediately forward to the next one. That's not too far from home either.
It's pretty surprising to see, though, because now you can see that this gold is forward, but it leaves the back gold a little bit ripe for the taking for the later stages if Byzantine starts to get out of hand. So, smart move going out here all the way to try and just secure that. But 3 relics in the base already, that is pretty decent for Vortex here.
Yeah, his gold income's going to be looking really healthy here. At this point, with 3, maybe 4 he can maybe get. There's 1 in hand now for Wham. So if Wham really should try and secure both of those to give up any. I think if HRE with 3 relics, that feels like okay. Better than 5. I definitely don't want them to have any more. See engagement. I don't know about this fight here from Vortex. It kind of needs to keep his gold build safe, but taking a lot of hits in the cataphracts, trying to get on the long step back, and they do. And in come the knights again, really trying to get onto those longbows. The cataphracts trying kind of a slow, heavy slog fight. I think the numbers are in for Vortex here. He needs to get onto the longbows. No spears here to slow him down. Oh, but the Lance Connect could do seriously good damage right now. Ooh, Lance Connect cleaning that up with the cataphracts, but a lot of longbows have been spent. In fact, all but 3. That Vortex wanted for the longbows, which doesn't feel great, but does slow down what Byzantine wants. However, the cataphract numbers are starting to look pretty okay for Wham. Up to 7. If he keeps pumping those out, he'll be in a good spot.
Now, it does look like a Vortex will survive it for now. Wham, though, he needs to get a double production here, and as Rakocast has turned into a robot, we will just assume that beep, 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 beep will mean that we are in for another big fight with these cataphracts coming back on. Now, I'm excited to see how this looks like for Wham transitioning out of this. The wheelbarrow coming in now, you know, he's ready to get raided. He knows that the risk is there, but at the same time, he's the one doing exactly the same. And surprisingly enough, he hasn't been utilizing prelate numbers to inspire villagers. And I'm absolutely shocked by this, because that's the beauty of the HRE army. The HRE whole civilization is just the inspired villagers you have to ensure that your eco is so much stronger. But now, Wham is still pushing forward, and Vortex has not really reinforced that goal just yet. So it does feel like these villagers could be sitting ducks.
Do I sound better? Am I still a robot now, or do I sound better?
Oh well, you turned back human. Welcome back.
Sometimes I don't. Funny how it hits every caster at some point. We go robot for a little bit and then we come back. Strange. But yeah, this is quite the back and forth we've had. A lot of knights now for Vortex, and the crossbows behind it. I actually like that choice to deal with the cataphracts, because they're just going to get wilted away. In fact, the numbers don't look great for Wham. He does have a couple of Limitine and a couple of Lance Connect behind this. But back and forth we continue.
And it does look like Vortex wants to make a little bit of a play there for the sacred side. Every bit of income helps here. Switching back to archers behind this, though. And getting on a map with such little wood, this is a pretty tough switch to make it back all the way there. So this eco of him, it looks a little bit scuffed. As far as HRE ecos go, this is not something that I thought we would see today. It's a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit everywhere, but what it's really good for is getting raided, and Vortex needs to be so careful. He's got no walls, and we see some pings going off on the map. Wham is aware of this setup.
Wham is aware, and he's going to be continuing to do that too. That's something that Wham is particularly good at, I think, is mid to late game raids. You'll see him do it a lot, and right here, just as I say it, in with the cataphracts he goes, and these things are just so good for raiding because it feels like nothing takes them down.
Now the Knights are in position to try and contest this, and a poor scout will pay the price for daring to look at those villagers in any menacing way. But Vortex is aware that there is movement out on the map, and Wham, even though he's got a farm transition going-ish, he's moving out on the map and trying to capitalize on every bit of resource he can. Cataphracts now stepping quite far forward, and the crossbows are just target firing everything in their sight. But again, this forward gold, I'm really surprised he hasn't reinforced it at all. He's spending every bit of resource he can.
It's a bit risky for sure, but his military mass, I mean, if you got enough of a military mass, you don't need to, right? You can just keep him at bay. That only works as long as you have that military. Meanwhile, though, Wham walking back to his base, now standing right next to the Hippodrome. In comes Vortex. It's been a while since he's been in this base, but he's coming back to say hello once more. He thinks he can dive, and he's going to. Or maybe not. He kind of stutter steps, thinks twice about it. And now Wham, the cat and mouse continues, but again, getting some raids on back and forth. Both sides trying to raid the other.
These cataphracts are looking like they're pretty hard to kill. Vortex just not believing in the way of the wall yet. Making sure that those cataphracts get their value in idle time here. But the Knights, they get a connection, and the crossbows are not the greatest counter against these spears. He has to target fire perfectly, and it doesn't look like he's able to do so. The cataphracts are getting on top of the archers, and the Knights, they're running right into the spears.
Yeah, great engagement for Wham. The archers, the longbows, able to deal with the backline as well, cleaning up the crossbows. That crossbow was really the only true answer to these cataphracts. But with the spears limited A now, if they should get onto those Knights, longbows need to stay alive and kind of back around, move away around those spears to stay alive. But as it is, Knights trying to do the best they can. You're actually cutting through quite a couple longbows though. But Vortex, looking at the writing on the wall, says, I can't keep producing and I'm losing this fight. Number one goes to Wham.
And losing HRE in this matchup should not be the biggest defeat here for Vortex. Getting Byzantines out of the way, definitely something most players did not even want to face for a second. But now, Byzantines is out. Vortex just losing his HRE does not feel like the biggest defeat just yet. But Wham looking strong, ensuring that these raids are really landing at exactly the right times. Now, we do see a few of these early engagements coming out. The longbows were doing a pretty decent job, but Vortex knew exactly what he needed to kill. And he did pretty well for a while. But the Byzantines' economy, after a while, it just explodes.
Coming up after this one, it's going to be Vortex and Wham on King of the Hill. Vortex is going to have a Ubids. Wham's going to have the Malians. This should be a Interesting matchup. We've seen the Ubids played on King of the Hill once before today. We're going to see them again. This will be the first time we've seen Malians on King of the Hill, as of today at least. What do you make of this matchup? Who do you prefer to have in this matchup, Whammon?
When I see Aeobids on this map, I think of some pretty bad defeats we've seen in this tournament
Industry
so far.
wing.
Aeobids has not been doing its best recently in a lot of these matchups. So we've seen a lot of them on Hill and Dale. We've seen a lot of them on King of the Hill. And I don't recall a single time we've seen a victory out of them just yet. So Aeobids definitely a strong civilization on these maps. But at this level, it feels like these guys just know exactly what to do to stop them from, you know, completely driving the game into one direction. So you may have your dervishes, but we keep getting industry wing and I keep having question marks because it just doesn't seem to land every single time. But guys, it looks like the game is about ready, unless the timer is a little stuck. No, it is not, guys. We are back and we are seeing pretty stacked gold already.
Yep. Got a bunch of houses on a pit mine. No surprises there. We got villagers who've already consumed an entire bush. It's going to be Culture Wing Logistics, of course. I think Logistics is the right call here. I'm not sure which Civ I prefer in this matchup. Even if everything was even not on King of the Hill, like let's say Dry Arabia, all things being equal, I actually don't know who I prefer. I think both of these Civs are really good. Now, obviously, we've seen Aeobids kind of flounder today a little bit, not be as dominant as maybe it has in weeks past. Malians, though, have we seen Malians win today either? I feel like the one game we saw with Malians, they didn't do too hot as well against China. So we'll see who ends up on top between the two. As it is right now, the Mansaquari going up with 4. Culture Wing Logistics has 1 minute and 12 seconds left, and we'll see who ends up being King of the Hill.
Now, getting the Culture Wing Logistics out, we know exactly what we see from the others. And usually it's one little camel trying to do a little bit of work while being healed up to full pretty easily. It forces an appropriate reaction out of the Malians and gets them into a position where they're spending resources on things other than cows and upgrades. So you would definitely want Vortex to do something like that against this. But while I say that, I just don't see him investing anything in wood just yet. How many villages do we have on wood? Can we just take a quick look at his TC? Just a little bit up. No villages on wood. Up until... This might just be a clean, fast castle. The man says, I'm not planning to invest anything. Malians is going to get that eco up and running anyway.
Bold move, Cotton. Bold move. I feel like letting Malians just do their thing. I don't know that a Aeobids is fast enough just to say, I'm just going to go castle and then destroy everything. I feel like maybe in a world they can, but I think it's a bold move. I feel like just letting Malians get away with it feels a bit dangerous.
Now, Malians getting that age up. Let's go see the first thing they do, because there's some wood in the bank. To be fair, if your opponent's not doing anything, you might as well just go for that second pit mine, right? But I feel like Wham is a responsible boy. He's not going to be going... he's not going to be going just for a cleanup, a second pit mine there. Most likely we're going to be seeing some form of a production building coming on out. But Vortex, he's strongly on his way to castle already. Completely naked. In front of everyone. Cannot believe this.
The audacity. The utter audacity. The scout just slowly burning the mining camp there, not doing too much. Yeah, I'm really curious to see how well this works out for Vortex. There's definitely a world where if you get moving fast enough and if your opponent doesn't capitalize on the fact that they're not getting pressured right now, maybe you can get enough done. Maybe Vortex can get enough done, tie the series up. It's a kind of a long distance to go over that hill and to get into the base. So yeah, you can get castle age, but I feel like Malians does such a good job of just defending. And when they get a chance to boom unabated for a little bit, I feel like they do really, really well. So we'll see how this goes. As it is, he should be clicking up here relatively soon. Maybe just another half minute more of resources should get him there.
Now, him aging up here is great, but it takes forever. So even though he's going to get that age up, Wham is going to be able to make an appropriate response based on what that scout sees. And that scout, he's standing in position because he knows he needs to get this information. Donzo making his way through industry, coming out again. And I'm really excited to see if it'll do anything this time. But this time we don't have a lot of, I was about to say we don't have a lot of villagers on wood. So maybe the wood will actually be useful in this scenario. But the man says industry is my answer. And I feel like I'm missing something. You get the wood. And what else do you get?
I mean, you get the wood. I mean, it also, if we can hover over it too, there's something else that it does as well. I'm forgetting off the top of my head that the industry wing does. I want to say it increases the build speed potentially. I might be wrong on that.
Observer
But
is not sure either as he's looking at our gold.
the top left.
Okay, observer.
Top left. Economic wing. I wanted to see what exactly it does. I'm
Click on
pretty
it.
sure it does.
Build faster. Great.
Okay, so construction speed. And there is stone. There's also stone you can sell away. So, alrighty.
And
But
villagers
some
are actually
extra
going
benefit to
down.
that. Wow.
Now, with this, you losing a villager, that's pretty big, especially against Malians. They're the serve that doesn't really, they don't really suffer if they lose a villager too much at this point of the game. Although this is not the same variety of Malians that we usually see. Guys, Wham might be very sneaky here, not going for a single cow and just capitalizing on every resource out on the map as far as he can. Because now you have to keep in mind, Vortex, he's going to be in a pretty tough spot here. He's building a market already. He knows how tough this is going to be. The industry wing coming out, it's going to mean he's going to be able to build a tower to try and defend if he so pleases. But he's going to be starved from food for quite a bit here. The berries have just run out. The sheep, not too sure how many sheep we have here. Our sheep counter currently not functioning. But this is going to mean he needs to find a lot of answers pretty quickly to a very big army starting to form. And it doesn't matter what he builds. He sells a little bit of the wood. Let's go see what he gets.
Sold off the stone, and now he's building the production buildings. We've seen this build from time to time. It's definitely become a mainstay, I feel like, of the Spanish bros. They seem to really like this build. They must have something on it that they really, really enjoy. We see a couple of stables, a couple of archery ranges. And it does give you a lot of tempo right off the bat. You can start just pumping out units, you know, the entire time your villagers have been gathering food, they've been gathering gold, should have a lot of resources to propel you into Castle Age. The question is it enough to win the game? And it is interesting that only now we have one cow out for Wham, so a very delayed cow boom. But on the flip side, he's gotten aggressive, seeing that his opponent has decided just to go castle. He's just kind of knocking on the doorstep and boxing Vortex in slowly and surely. Question is now, will Vortex be able to break out now that he's in castle?
I'm just very surprised to see that Vortex hasn't been able to secure a single relic. One of the relics making its way back to the base now, but that second one that we usually see with an instant pickup, not too lucky with that just yet. And this is a sneaky relic at that. It's going to take a while to get back to the base. Archer upgrades now coming out for Vortex. And this dervish does need to be careful, but the gold is completely denied here. 2 cows for Wham. This man, he's snacking tonight.
Someone in the Malians base is going, where's the beef? It's taking a little while, but it's on its way eventually, as we see the Donzos and Javelin Throwers kind of marching around. The relic denial has been really impressive, though. Wham, just not letting Vortex get those in. Meanwhile, the cow boom's starting slowly. We're still kind of this wait-and-see mode. Vortex is in Castle Age, but Wham's going to start catching up here at this rate.
Now, Vortex, with all of those camels, he probably needs to find a spot to actually land. Now, the fact that Wham is the first pro we've seen in a while that goes for javelin throwers tells me he feels confident in them. And with the amount of cows we see, I don't think we're going to be getting javelineers, but a girl can dream after all. He started to get those cow numbers up and running, and that first relic is finally on its way back. But Vortex is still stuck in the base. He's still denied off of the gold, and he needs to think about what does he do to get out of this situation.
Deleting the wall. Not even going to make him go around. He wants that in right now. That's actually really funny to me. You know, it would have taken an extra 2 seconds for it to walk around, but nope, just has to flash the micro there and delete the wall right there.
He needs to be able to get the gold now.
Needs it right now. Every millisecond, you know, day trading levels of micromanagement. I love it. Love to see it.
And now with Wham feeling like, hey, he needs to spend some resources, he backs off a little bit here. The Javelin Thrower is doing a pretty good job against these archers, but the Camel Lancers, they are stepping forward, taking quite a bit of damage here. The Scout pays the price, though, and the archers are getting picked off, but not perfectly just yet. Doing a lot of good work here against the Donzos. The Javelins are just not cleaning them up fast enough.
That's a lot of Camel Lancers, and they get a good connect, good charge onto the Javelin Throwers, but none go down. But again, the Archers just picking off the Donzos. Javs are thinning out those numbers as well. It's kind of just a back and forth. The Camel Lancers trying to get on top of those Javs. We'll get another one. Another charge gets off. Donzos turn around. Good back and forth and good micro from both these players. And oh, I like this. Great pickup from Vortex, just getting a little extra, knocking out those Donzos with the camels. That feels really, really good in this situation.
Now, one of these camels will pay the price, but maybe a second one even. But it feels like Wham has gotten his momentum stopped from that Malian's push. And him thinking about that Castle Age doesn't seem that realistic anymore. Vortex is now back onto gold. He's no longer denied, and he's got 2 relics with a 3rd on the way. The cow economy, definitely not where you need it to survive here.
That was an interesting choice from Wham to delay the cow boom. He definitely went for some aggression early. I'm not 100% sure what that netted him. Like, what did he get out of that? He slowed Vortex down a little bit, but ultimately Vortex is still in castle and still, you know, threatening to attack his base. So I wonder if delaying the cows was great or not. I mean, obviously he's still in this. It's not like he's lost the game by any means, but it definitely has made this game play out in a bit different fashion than we tend to see from Malians.
Now, the Javelin Throwers, there's more than enough here to deal with these archers, but at the same time, the micro here from the archers, they don't care about the Javelins. They might die, but the Camel Lancers are here to do the work, and you see them perfectly target firing those Donzos, falling like flies. The Camel's feeling a little bit more confident to get on top now, and another one, again, getting a very, very low here, but Wham is running out of firepower, and losing Malians against Aeobids is not the bingo card I was expecting to pull today.
Especially with the industry wing, right?
I can see the value of industry wing, especially when you want to get that tempo going. It just hasn't been working out for a lot of players here because people knew how to respond to it. So with this, Wham, he knew how to respond. He just wasn't able to do enough damage with this. And we've seen this before on this map. Earlier today, when we saw Order of the Dragon building that second TC, it feels so difficult to really do the damage against your opponent when they sit back and just have a lovely time.
At this point, Wham is starting to consider Castle Age now. He's just about got the gold. The food, if you look at it now, the cow boom is basically online. So it was delayed, but inevitable it seems to be. It's here now. The question is now, can Vortex do damage? Because he's been in H3 for a while. He's now got 4 of the relics. He's been knocking on the door, but there's still a pretty healthy mass here from Wham. Can Vortex do enough damage now? Because the cow boom's going to start covering up some distance really quick and really propel Wham forward. You see, he's just seconds away from clicking into Castle Age.
Now, with all of those resources going into a Castle Age, this is okay for Malians. You want to be able, with the Malians, to get a little bit of breathing room to just mass up yet again. But Vortex, he's in a very peculiar position here. He's got control in the middle. Now, if he reinforces this is where it starts to become harder and harder for the Malians. They usually don't have an answer to dealing with a huge mass themselves unless they go for siege, which is something most of the time they cannot afford. They are drowning in food, not in other resources. But with the Grand Fulani coming up, we know this is when they are the weakest, and the archers are ready on top of these Donzos, and we can see the camels are just trying to focus on as much of these javelins as they can. But a little bit of a deep commit here by Vortex. They're getting right on top. The Donzos are doing a lot of work here, but the archers, as few as are left, they are trying to pick up every man with the stick they see.
Last time we saw Malians be played, they didn't have enough Erics to keep up the Donzo production. But here that is not the case. Wham, like you said earlier, a good person. What was the term you used? Like the good player he is, has enough production buildings to really mass those Donzos, which is what he needs to keep those camels at bay. And now he's basically up into Castle Age. And so this is where things get really interesting, because look at the food per minute. He's getting close to 1,400 food a minute over there. Over 1,000 for sure. Vortex only around 600 to 700. And so Yeah, he's got lots of gold, but Wham can start really pumping units, and being in Castle Age, this is where things get kind of tricky, and there's only 8 minutes on the Sacred Site left, so that's still quite a bit of time. I like what Vortex is doing, though, going for the Manganiques. This is the way to go. Just the mass spread of damage you can do could really clear up this massive chaff that Wham is producing.
Now, this is where the big question mark comes in. Is this the overcommit from Vortex that ends the game for him? Because what he did earlier, ooh, hello there, Manganique, shooting all the way from China, we see. But with this, Wham has been given that little bit of breathing room, at least for a moment now, to let that food economy do the ticking. Manganique are going to get a pretty good shot off yet again, with those fireballs just hitting everything. But Vortex lost a lot of units here, so this is something that can snowball pretty quickly. And at the same time, Vortex can fireball pretty quickly onto these houses and stop that momentum from Malians if he doesn't get a bunch of houses up pretty soon.
Yeah, those Manganiques are, frankly, a bit of a win condition in my opinion. You can see what they're doing to the houses right there, just absolute destruction. And moreover, they could do the same to the units. If he gets one more in there especially, he's going to be cruising. And really, Wham doesn't have a unit that can really answer this. He's got 4 Sofa in the queue now. He realizes, oh, I need to deal with these, and the only way I can really close that gap is with a heavy front line of cavalry. Because you better bet Vortex is going to try and keep those safe, but takes down the pit mine. That's a big pickup there for Vortex, and he's just going to keep pressing in. There's that third one right there.
It pop caps the Malians for such a long time as well, because your houses, you only get 5 pop per house. So it does stack up pretty quickly, but he sees the stables. He's going to need to be ready for this. And Vortex, we can see, he's not playing this like a standard Aeobids. Aeobids, up until now, they've been pulling back and they've just been sitting on the sacred site. And every single time, it hasn't worked out. This is an aggressive Vortex who's actually trying to force mistakes out of his opponent. But those javelin throwers, they are still doing a good job against these archers. But 24 archers, that's a lot more than we saw before.
Oh, just look at the spread on these fire shots. Look how much ground they cover. This is why they're so good, is that mangonels now, you just can't hit your targets against a good microing player. These Manganiques don't give a crap. They just rain fire down from on high, and they cover so much. Even though they don't do a lot of damage each spread, it's when you've got 2 or 3 of those just continually dropping fire on that huge spread. It's just a massive area effect that starts really adding up after every single hit. We see here a huge engagement. The front line knows what matters the most. The Sofa getting onto the Manganique in the back, and they are going to find one. Can they get to the other one? Looks like they will. That's a huge loss for Vortex, and Wham, holding by the skin of his teeth, denying Vortex an easy victory. Going to make him have to go back to the drawing board and maybe try again or dive something else and kind of look for another answer. But for the time being, that was a big pickup from Wham. Looks like the Sofa choice was a great one.
The Sofa switch always hits really hard because you can see Vortex was not prepared for this. Getting a bunch of archers, great against Donzos, against a bunch of Sofas. These things barely make a dent in them. Camels, though, causing a little bit of unease, but it just doesn't feel like it's doing anything else. The Camel Lancers not doing the greatest of jobs here, but the pullback is perfect, and Vortex re-engages yet again. The Camels, though, it feels like they are just letting that charge do the work, and the archers are performing miracles on these Donzos.
Yeah, this comp now favors Vortex just a little bit there. The Sofa are really tanky and really powerful with the imported armor especially, but that camel unease cannot be understated.
He's not producing any villagers. Oh, never mind. Vortex is back. He realizes that TC was a little bit idle there for a moment, and you can see
Down
that's
by 5.
Yeah, that's a 5 villager idle. Ooh, that is a massive difference, especially up against Malians, who has 14 cows. I notice now that Wham is a hungry boy, just getting the cows out, eating them one by one. He is in a little bit of a pickle. He knows how much he needs to produce. There's only 4 minutes left on the Sacred Site timer. And all of a sudden, we're asking ourselves, was this what Aeobids was missing all along? That little bit of aggression after all this time.
It's hard to compare sometimes, right? Because Malians just don't have the same frontline units that Roos did in that other matchup we saw with Aeobids on this map. For Roos, they can, make some front heavy units. For Malians, they don't really have that option, And so they're left with just going for the Sofas, which against the Camels don't feel as good. These Manganiques, they got so much value in before. They're looking to do so again. I like that Vortex has backed up a little bit and then remade those, because having those on the field is such a game changer. As we see just more fire shots, really just love watching those go.
The fire shots are doing work, and especially with them aiming their cells right at the cows. Now, those cows can also melt into tiny, tiny pieces with those fire shots on them. And you can see that the cow bodies hit the floor, and this feels pretty good for Vortex. But another engagement comes out, and that's a lot of Donzo Socotra.
Yes, indeed. And they find a Manjanique for the effort. Probably going to get the other one as well. Sacred Site down to 3 minutes. Wham, really playing out of his mind, trying to hold this and make something happen. It's not been an easy go for him. You could say it's been a very uphill battle in every sense of the word.
Now, he is doing his best at microing these, but you can see the camels are really struggling against this mass of Donzos here. Well, I'm not really reinvesting into all of these javelin throwers, but the Sacred Site has not been decapped, and there's not a single tower to support this. It felt like there was a moment there where he would have probably been able to do so, but all of a sudden, Wham's mass is just getting smaller and smaller, even though he has the Marlion's economy.
Vortex is almost out of food. He's like doesn't have anything in the bank. He's got some coming in, but he's just sitting on wood and gold. If Wham could just clear these camels out of the way, he'd have some time to breathe, but he needs to get on that Sacred Site. 2 minutes and 30 seconds and counting. Meanwhile, this front fight looking pretty okay here for Wham, but losing a little by little. Again, the camel unease just comes in so hard.
You can see the camels, those are so expensive, and they're falling pretty heavily as well. You see him trying to get every charge he can, but now all the archers are done, and that looks to be it. Wham survived. Wham
2
did
minutes. He has pulled just enough. Again, it was lack of food. There's just not enough food coming in a minute for Vortex. He is just so hungry. He spent everything there. He just spent all that wood and gold that he had. He's remassing, but this gives Wham the hugest of opportunities. He has done just enough to crawl himself back in. That Sacred Site was about to be very, very problematic. Instead, it's being decapped as we speak. And now a lot of Camel Lancers coming back, but we'll probably get the decap before they get there.
Now, even if he decaps this, we have to keep in mind, this is a Marlians with insane amounts of food. We also have a position here where Vortex does not have a food transition whatsoever, but he's got 5 relics. And 5 relics, that's a pretty decent income, but is it going to be enough?
It's just not. It just isn't. Malians, or sorry, Ayubids just kind of gets hit by a brick wall when they run out of food, especially if they don't have a backup plan, if they haven't started with the farm transition. This is what we're looking at right here is it. This is it. Once this is gone, Vortex has nothing, and he needs to get that farm transition. Unfortunately for him, now Wham is 100% online. 17 of 20 cows. He's on top of the hill. He's building infrastructure, and now he's raiding your base. This is where things get really difficult. And with Malians as a Ubids as a tempo civ, when the tempo's in your favor, things are great. The moment you trip up a little bit, the tempo loses you, and you kind of end up tripping and falling on your face. And that's kind of what happens with the Ubids. It's really tough to claw into a really long game against a powerhouse like Malians once the tempo is lost.
Now with these camels, Vortex knows he needs to find a real damage, because up until now, the damage has just not been found. Javelin throwers here at the front, picking off again a bunch of these archers, but now there's a keep to help this as well. And that archer mass is just not going to be hitting the same way, but we do see him trying for this anyway. Manjanique's in position yet again. He wants to keep this fight going, and Vortex, even with the villager deficit, losing the vills, forgetting to make the vills, he's still holding strong, and he wants to make this work. He does need to be careful with those Manjaniques, because if he loses those, he is not going to be able to afford to remake them too easily.
Well, there goes one. Second one, gonna just squeak through for the time being. Needs to get some shots out, but those fire shots in one shot, you can see doesn't do a whole lot there. You really need to have a couple of those to really get that punch you're looking for.
Now, Wham has fully recovered with all those pit mines, and now with this control in the middle, this feels pretty good. He hasn't been able to secure the Sacred Site just yet, but 2,000 food per minute. He's out here on the deer, getting all of those resources too. The Camel Lancers now looking for a bit of damage, but the problem is this army cannot easily be remade. And if Wham picks this off, which he looks very excited to do so, we see him going straight for that Manjanique. Archers trying to body block, but archers are not the front line you should be looking for. The camels trying to perform miracles here, but they know if they get them down, that pit mine is going to live another day. The Donzos making their way forward. With all these sofas, you just cannot target fire these without using every bit of your APM.
And they're backing themselves into a corner. There's nowhere to go. That's walled in. They might not even realize it yet. Trying to back on and kite this out as best they can, but wham, look at the food a minute. 1,600 a minute to Vortex's 900. They are just in full control, and Vortex knows it, calls it GG, and we'll try again in the next one. Game number 2 goes to Wham.
And Wham looking pretty solid here. After last week, I was a little bit worried about Wham qualifying through all of these, but now this is him fighting pretty convincingly to get into that top 4. Vortex has his work cut out for him, but is this the time for Vortex to be just like his brother and almost force a reverse sweep? We'll have to see, because now Wham has gotten 2 pretty strong civs out of the way. But let's see what Vortex has in store for the rest of them. 5 relics was just not enough to feed that army.
The tricky thing with getting the strong civs out of the way is then you're down 0-2, right? So Wham using some strong civs, but getting wins out of them, doing really, really well here. Coming up next, Vortex is going to have his French, which he's pretty dang good with, but Wham going to be using the Golden Horde. We have not yet gotten to see them today, and we're going to be on Front Range, also a map we have not gotten to cast today. So some new stuff coming on the horizon. I'm excited for it.
Yeah, Front Range, definitely haven't seen a lot of what some civs can do with this, because a lot of players, they go for that early aggression onto the ball to try and force something. Both of them in front of us today, neither civilizations are really Dark Age civilizations. Mongols, you know, the dad civ of the Golden Horde, not the same story for them. They love getting a little bit of Dark Age action, but French and Golden Horde, they just don't do Dark Age. So we'll see who's brave enough to go for that middle boar, and I'm honestly hoping it will be Vortex, because favors, what is the bravery favors the bold? What is that expression that you have in the US?
The bold,
Fortune. Yeah. Thank you. My English teacher for the day.
Yeah. Well, I gotta ask, why is Mongols the dad civ?
I guess because they're the OG.
Okay,
They're
that makes sense.
The father.
I gotcha.
The father. Yeah. Also because they're very lame, right? That was, there we go. Dad joke into I worked hard on that one.
I like it. I think that works. That works for me. Oh,
now,
goodness.
with Front Range, we've been seeing a lot of players make slight bit of a misstep here and there with not properly getting control of the top. And that's usually where things start to fall apart. And Golden Horde on here, they have looked pretty spicy, especially with those big towers. They get to place everywhere. They get control of that middle part of the map pretty easily. While French, on the other hand, they're so food hungry. If they don't find a way to get control, this can spiral out of control quickly. And I feel like I've said that word way too many times now. So at this point, Socotra, just take it out of my mouth so you can...
I gotcha. No, I agree. French, to me, it's so interesting because they can be such a powerhouse at times when you get someone who's really good at microing them. Someone actually like Vortex, who's really good with his knights, really a good aggressive player. The tricky thing is, and I always say this, the best way to slow them down is to hit their economy. They're kind of like the schoolyard bully. Once you push them back a little bit and you hit them in the economy where it hurts, suddenly they don't look so powerful. And part of the reason they're so good is they get that slightly faster villager production speed. So they're slowly kind of edging a vill lead in front of you. And the knights everywhere seem really intimidating. Once you can get some damage back and hit their food a little bit, hit the gold a little bit, it becomes really difficult for them to replace those knights when they get lost. So I think Golden Horde has got a really good chance, especially the way they take the middle of the map where there's so many different resources sitting right there. You got the deer, you got the boar, all those things kind of just sit in the middle. You can deny that, force French into kind of a difficult spot, put them on the back foot, and it's a whole different ball game.
And we'll see exactly what these guys have in store for us as we are loading on in. Let's see, is anyone moving to the middle? Nope. Everyone's playing it safe. That is not what I expected to see here. Vortex, what's going on, man? Going for the deer, though. So at least being a little bit spicy here.
You might as well with a faster gathering speed when it's right there next to your base. I like it.
So with this, we see survival techniques coming in, which means no wheelbarrow for the poor man. Makes a lot of sense, though. You are now just gathering from all the hunt that you can. But what makes this a little bit harder for Golden Horde, in my opinion, is the fact that you are going to struggle with the faster age up from French. Now, Wham is going to need a little bit of time, and the Khan and the Torguds, they just don't do as well against knights as you would want them to. But as we said before, they do have a better way of getting around the map and trying to get a bit of control out there with those towers of theirs. They are more expensive though. So French on other maps, they pretty much destroy Golden Horde. But here, I feel like there is a little bit more of shenanigans at play. Wham can definitely use a lot more strategy to get out of here against the French.
Yeah, most definitely. We'll see how it goes out. I feel like Golden Horde really does have a good ability of kind of, claiming the map as they want. This map's really interesting too. This is our first look today at Front Range, and it's such a fascinating map to me because I don't feel like I've seen this game, a game on this map, go longer than like 25 minutes. So often that whole northwest part of the map doesn't get utilized a whole lot. Most of the action's just kind of down here in the foothills, not up in the mountains. And so it's interesting to see how players have adapted to this map because it plays a little bit differently than some, especially with all the stealth forests and all that gold hidden up in there. But most of the action always kind of ends up being just down below. So I'm always fascinated to see if a game goes long enough when players start to move north.
Now, what I like here about Vortex's position, especially with the gold, he's got a gold out there, but at the same time, he's got a gold downwards as well. So he does have two very different positions to move to. And 1,600 gold, it's not a lot. It's going to last you a few nights and a few more hopes and dreams. But it's going to force him to turn. And this makes sure that Wham needs to put pressure on a different side from the original spawn side. So Wham needs to read this and be sure that he follows through with that pretty well. Vortex, he does get that point to get a little bit of vision, and Wham not doing the same with his scout at the moment, just still running around. And Khan and Thorgut's coming on out with School of Cavalry being built up with 5. We are definitely going to see French hitting it a little bit earlier. And this at the same time while getting both wheelbarrow and survival techniques.
Looks like he's using his scout to still push the deer. You can nerf this to the ground. People will still push the deer around a little bit, as we see Wham doing with expert care. A couple of venison chops for the villagers of the Golden Horn. That'll be nice for him. Yeah, it's funny to me how much they nerf the deer pushing and how much we still can see it in this day and age. It'll never be gone. They'll never get rid of it.
Oh, we believe. With the deer pushing, every bit of jump just really pays off here. And the pro players, they have the extra APM. They might as well use it. So this is going to be a big question mark, though, because Vortex now, he's going to be able to get that first night out. We can see the timing working out pretty well here with all the resources. He's actually got enough to get those first 2 nights out. And now the question is, where does he land with this? With the Khan, you have a unit that is not going to trade too well against the Knights, but they will eventually be able to heal up. And we see a barracks coming on out here from Wham, pretty far forward.
I like this. Kind of aggressive, but kind of fun. Gets a quicker march speed over to your opponent's base. Of course, immediately scattered out by Vortex, but it'll still get up. Meanwhile, the first night... Oh, sorry. The first night coming in here any second, and then, I guess, what do you look to pressure? Do you try and wrap around and get that, that back base right there, the back gold? I feel like it's the best place to go at the moment, but you gotta be on the lookout for those outside food resources eventually, too. The gold, it's kind of lucky for Wham. Both of those golds tucked nicely in the back.
Now, this is the beauty of French. You go where the villagers go. So for him, that means shutting down villagers on both that gold. With one knight, you can easily do something like that. On the other hand, you want to send your knight straight to the Uwu so that you can try and shut down a villager from trying to build that. And we have 2 knights on the way. We see with Vortex that micro is coming in clutch, dragging the spearman away. And the knight, he knows where his victim lies, but the Khan spots it, and the Khan is going for a little bit of raiding himself. Vortex needs to be careful here. If those spearmen get a connect, that's a pretty expensive, useless knight for quite a while.
I say, yeah, no way Wham lets that knight get that poor villager. Those spears are in the perfect spot to defend it. And defend it they will do, as the knight has to just go back home and deal with their own problems they have in their base.
Now we do see the knight facing off against the Khan. And the Khan looks like he's made of paper in this trial of battles. It looks like an absolute destruction for this poor guy. He is going to need to pull back, but another knight. He just does get a good charge off.
Yeah, Vortex with a nice little pincer maneuver. Not enough knights there to really fully body block, but hey, a little extra damage goes a long way.
Now with the barracks out there on the he is going to be able to double produce the spears. Oh, wait, they double produce the spears anyway. Why would you put the barracks out with the... Ooh, it doesn't work like Mongols, but as you said, you have a very short walking distance here. The villagers getting that ball control, and this is what we mean, ladies and gentlemen. That ball control is going to be the factor of night production.
I wonder if that barracks, I'm just thinking back to that. I think it was just a matter of convenience, right? Use the villager to build the Uvu, and then you just kind of go ahead and build the barracks right next to it because your villager's already there. I feel like that's just a matter of convenience. But meanwhile, some night-on-night action. It is a night meta, as we've said from the beginning. The board, I think they might have almost got a Vil, but it didn't quite die.
Oh, the scout does pay the price, though. And it's interesting to me. It feels like Vortex went and fired elsewhere. Oh, yes, because the core goods, they protect the Khan. Now, the Khan is going to slowly heal up, and that feels like a pretty decent situation for him here. Now, the Knights, oh, they are trying to do a little bit of damage, but it feels like there was a little bit of a block there as the Spearman barely takes a dent in him. And the Knights, they are the ones with the low HP pulling back. But with all those spears that he has here at the front, he's easily able to push back the Knights that dare look at the gold, even slightly in a funny way.
Both players very firmly in feudal age here. No thought about castle yet. I mean, food barely above 200, not even above 200 for either player at the moment. Gold just barely above 200 for Wham. They are firmly set on having a feudal fight here on the front range. And we can see that, you know, lots of cavalry going both ways. Wham's adding a couple more spears into the mix as well. A little bit slower, and now in turn Vortex adding some archers to go with it. So we're kind of seeing the cat and mouse both strategically and physically on the board being played out.
Now, with these archers, he does need to be careful. They're very strongly moving out, very confidently trying to shoot at things. The Knights, though, they're in position. And it looks like Wham looks away for a second. And the archers, they will get a victim after all.
That's a nice pickup there for Vortex.
And a villager. Vortex showing us what... So Vortex, I believe he's doing a little bit better on average than his brother. Both of these guys, though, they are menaces on French, and they're showing us why people don't let them play French, after all. Now getting chivalry, and we know exactly what this looks like afterwards. This is just going to be non-stop night raids with all the low HP Knights being pulled back perfectly, as they always do. The Knights are ready for another charge here, but the horses will back out just in time.
Yeah, it feels like things are starting to slow down just a little bit here for both players. Both kind of just stocking up their militaries, expanding what they have. It's 15 to 19 as far as military numbers go. Economy numbers ever so slightly ahead for Vortex here. That's going to be in part because French has a faster build speed, and also because they've gotten a villager kill to go with it. So a little bit ahead there. A little engagement here from these Knights trying to knock something down if they can. I don't think Wham wants to stand and fight. Only 2 units to 2, and they've got a little bit less health.
Now, these Knights are trying to catch up and do something, but the Khan just running around, healing himself, having a lovely day here. Villagers out here on the berries tells Vortex, okay, or tells Wham, hey, this man is also struggling for food, but we already knew that. That's the beauty of the map. Everyone's struggling for food. And the difference is now who gets to raid the other one and make it expensive to be out here anyway. We do see a purple blob moving forward towards that deer, and I'm wondering to myself, is this just a spearman? Yes, it's just a spearman mass moving on out. The scout does not spot them just yet, but they are split up quite a bit here.
Ooh, this could be dangerous, though. Splitting those up at the worst time, because there's some archers behind those Knights. Hopefully Wham has an answer for that. His horses are moving towards the enemy base. They're backing all the way back into theirs, and the Knights will go ahead and attack the Ovo instead.
Now the villagers on that boar, they're still having a lovely time with all of that meat. And Wham is asking himself, what happens to me when those deer run out? Because now Vortex still has access to that back deer that he has. He has another berry bush there at the back too. So for him, this feels okay. You have to keep in mind that Vortex, though, he's playing French, right? This is a serve that is scaling already. And Wham, he doesn't have those resources stocked up just yet from all these Uwus to get the upgrades that he needs to produce units, basically that extra bit for free.
Well, that's a big difference too, as you mentioned the upgrades. I mean, Wheelbarrow already in for Vortex, just now still being researched by Wham as we see this fight starting to unfold before us. Remember, a couple of blacksmith upgrades already in for Vortex as the fight ensues. Spears trying to get onto the Knights. Meanwhile, Wham trying to get onto the archers with his cavalry.
And Vortex is sniping everything perfectly. We see those spearman numbers falling so low, and the knights are ready to stand at the front lines almost, he says. Just give us one more second. Another spear going down, and another one. And now we're down to 5 spears, and this is looking really good for Vortex here. The knight mass is just too much, and it looks like Vortex is about to start pushing back. And the moment you start pushing back, this is where the food is under siege, and everything else falls right after.
Yeah, not having any spears to fend off those knights anymore. And the problem is those archers. Wham just can't get on top of those archers. He really needs some of his own, but just can't really afford them right now. Because when you're going against a 1-1 comp, it's just really difficult to deal with when you don't have one of every single thing. And now Vortex is starting to have his way with the map control. The best that Wham can do now is maybe try and pick off reinforcements, maybe try and go get a raid of his own done while he has a little bit of time. You can see he's starting to mass up some units on the berries, trying to see what he can do. That pink blob now, sorry, that purple blob moving across the map again, looking for reinforcements, looking for some vill kills, heading straight to the villagers on the deer.
And they will find a lot of villagers to be taken care of, but only one falling down so far. We do see another one going to be going down, but the knights are in position and only 2 falling in that exchange. Absolutely perfect here by Vortex, making sure that he loses as little as possible, and the villager count's still very much even.
That was such a smart, quick reaction there. Now, what this does for Wham, though, is it gives him a little more time to figure out his dire food situation. He's working on it. He's actually got a lot of food coming in a minute. It's just what happens when that runs out, right? Meanwhile, Vortex starting to run out of food himself. He's finally moved on to that deer pack down to the south. Wham slowing down those vills on the board does help a little bit. Both these civs kind of run into the same problem eventually, right? Where they run out of food, and then what do? There's not a lot on this map.
You can see this tower needs to perform miracles. Now the villagers are trying their best at just repairing it and keeping it alive as long as possible. Trying to focus fire on those low HP units. You can see with all of these horses, he's doing his best at frontlining, but the French knights are the army that you want in this scenario. And the knights now on top of the vills, he's going to go and equalize those villager kills. Them just popping in and out as much as they can, but the archer numbers are still superior here. And we have 0 spearmen on the board. And soon enough, 0 units overall for Mr. Wham. This is a destruction.
Yeah, that was not good for Wham whatsoever. Vortex very much in the driver's seat now. You got 34 units to the 10, 13 knights to only 3 cavalry or so units for Wham, and the 17 archers. I mean, that's the real issue too, is behind this, you can try and produce spears, you can try and counter those knights, but with the archer mass behind, especially in a choke point like that, the DPS was insane for Vortex right there.
Now, both of these guys doing a pretty good job at keeping the villagers as alive as possible. As you can see, again, the villager count, even with this massive pickup, we had the tour goods doing some work at the back there too. Oh, wait, no, those are just Keshiks. But they were cleaning up what they can, a few stray villagers being picked up, and Wham, he's struggling. We can see the resources per minute telling us the story of a man who is starving, but they're pretty much even in that starving situation for themselves. Do you see some villagers moving out there to the D in the south, and Vortex, this opens them up to a little bit of a raiding too.
And the difference here is they're both starving, and they both have about the same number of villagers. The difference is that Wham lost that fight. And that's kind of where, well, as long as Vortex has that mass, he doesn't need to worry about replacing it. He's doing great. So Wham now trying to remass and get something going. He's got 22 units now. That's respectable here, at least to scare away, but he doesn't really want to fight those knights. I mean, 18 royal knights, doesn't feel good to fight in any shape or form when you don't have that many numbers.
And the archers are also just trying to snipe the spears here from Vortex. He only has a handful, but a handful is enough, with the French knights being the real problem at front here. And the Khan goes down, and you know what Lenok once said, Khan die, I die. And this is exactly telling us what's happening to Wham here, as the tower is now under siege to some villagers on the berries there, just minding their own business, hoping that food will feed a whole army. But we know exactly what Vortex wants. He wants these defenses down, and he wants to kill everything in his sight.
You got to remember too that this is a civ that's really good with Vortex. He's just one of the best French players in the world. It's just what he's good at, you know? He's good with his knight micro, good at these fights. Wham knows it, we know it. Viewers at home, I'm sure you know it. That's going to be game. Vortex gets on the board, so now it makes it a 2-1 series.
And maybe this is the momentum that Vortex was looking for. Getting his, I would say, one of his top civilizations out on a map like this feels pretty good, especially considering that with this map, you are struggling for food. It didn't look like this man struggled for food. It looked like he was fully fed, ready to roll, and doing the work that French needs to do. So we'll hop over and see the draft to see what's left in a moment, because this next one is going to be critical. And we see Japan getting sniped yet again. Everyone telling us the same story again and again. Japan shall not pass onto any map. And House of Lancaster being chosen above that. But at the same time, I'm a little bit surprised here to see that Vortex is sniping Rus. Because the Macedonians has been a much higher priority for bans up until now. And Rus, it hasn't been looking that great in competitive play.
Yeah, a little bit surprising. Maybe he just doesn't... Again, sometimes you just don't like seeing certain civs, you know? Maybe he just doesn't like playing against Rus, doesn't mind Macedonians. But kind of like we were hearing, I believe it was from Baltoon, just saying, you know, Macedonians is just really easy. It's an easy civ to play with, and it's also pretty strong. And so Wham looking to, you know, make this a finalized series and win it out. Or maybe he can do it on Dry Arabia. It'd be a good one to do it. But Vortex going for a reverse sweep of his own. He's got one on the board now. And, you know, House Lancaster's not a pushover by any length of imagination. So we'll see how this goes. We dive into game number 4. Vortex as House Lancaster in the red. Wham playing the Macedonian dynasty here in the purple. He's in the eastern corner. Vortex in the western corner.
Now, a standard House of Lancaster opening we see with the barracks and the 2 spears going out there to make life difficult again. He wants to slow down as much as he can from Wham, and we've seen this time and time again. This is so critical when you're playing against the Macedonian dynasty. You need to find a way to slow them down. But luckily, Wham was blessed and got a backwards gold. On the other hand, he wasn't blessed too much, as his other 2 golds are right on top of one another. They're a little bit to the right. So if Vortex gets that control of one side, it's going to be pretty hard to grab it back.
Looking at this here. Spear's almost there. Walking the long walk to get across. Again, another back gold for Wham, so it's going to be a very long walk to start messing with that. Vortex is going to have have a lot of steps, and that villager's going to hit his daily goal of steps today for sure.
Now, with your spears, again, it doesn't really matter if you get the damage done to actually kill a villager. You just want to slow things down. And this is exactly what he's preparing for. Wham already has the gold he needs to age up. So for him, he's got enough. But he has to ask himself now, how much more do I want out of this? One of the villagers getting pulled back here, already taking a bit of a beating. Oh, never mind. He opts in to stay. And now the second spearman arrives. This is leaving villagers a little bit low. And you do not want to do that when you have 2 spears very happily body blocking. But the age up will come in, and the Imperial Hippodrome is en route.
Wham playing with a little bit of fire there, but showing us that he knows how to do his pyromaniac stuff with safety. Keeping those vills just alive. That one's, what's the health on that one? That's like got to be 1 hit away, right? Maybe 2. It's close either way, but the Hippodrome coming up, no surprises at all. That should be the good choice for this. Macedonians is interesting in that their Hippodrome gives you such good units. Like, this is a really good landmark, in my opinion. Like, what it can afford you to do on the field of play is really, really good. But likewise, House Lancaster has the lords, and can Macedonians stop these lords, these lords of Lancaster? Because we've seen them in action today a couple times, and they're so tanky and so difficult to bring down, especially because they come out in feudal age. I think it makes it really, really difficult.
Now, with the Imperial Hippodrome, you have an answer to a lot of what House of Lancaster can do. Because, of course, you have free units, but you also have the mobility. And usually that is where House of Lancaster struggles a bit, especially when trying to reinforce that pressure that they've got going. So now we do see that Wham is building a nice little production building up here, which is very nice because it will shoot at anything that dares step under it once the upgrades come on out. But Wham wants to make sure that this gold stays alive. He wants to ensure that this is not going to be denied for too long. And it makes sense. You want to make sure that you have access to your resources to get the upgrades you need when you're playing against House of Lancaster, because you need every single upgrade you can get to deal with those lords. They are made of tank. What is that? Absolute steel, right? What do we make tanks out of? Steel?
Steel. Yeah, they made a steel. Let's
Okay.
say steel.
There we go.
What's
So you
bigger
wanna
than
make sure-
made of diamonds? Or made of diamonds? Or made of whatever you want to call them. Whatever's unbreakable. These guys are just pure Kevlar wrapped in anger. They are dangerous.
Now, it does look like the first unit coming on out is a Bogmajir. I don't know how to say this name, and I'm really glad you don't know either. You don't know, right?
No, I'm an American. I don't know
Okay.
how to pronounce weird words like that.
Bogmajir is the archer, as they will
Wolfmathir
now
or
be
something like
referred.
that. Yeah. Something
They
like
will
that.
now be referred to. Bogmajir.
Bogmajir.
There we go.
Yeah.
Bogmajir.
That's a weird. What does that D with a line in it mean? I don't know how to say that.
So in modern language, in Serbian, we would say j. But in this case, I don't know how this was in the ancient times.
Like it looks like a thorn almost, like a thorn symbol, which is more like a sound. So like Bogmuther. Something along those lines, I think.
Archers. So the
Archers.
archers from Web, these archers from Web, they are looking feisty already against the spears, but that's fine. Vortex behind this, he's getting his manner. Love that for him. But the villagers, though, they're working really hard to retrieve the wood as we see those bills running from all the way on the other side of that wood line to deliver. Now the horse, this horse is just ready to wreck some villagers who dare step out and just able to get a little bit of information here, running back now. But you have to ask yourself, what does Wham do with this? So he's got control of his wood back. He is going for the double broadaxe first, and just telling us this is what is priority for him. He's going to be needing a lot of wood. So I'm expecting a lot more of those archers.
I think you're right. I think he will go for some more ranged units coming in. I think you got to figure out like what your answer to these lords are, especially if you're going to play some feudal. Having some kind of frontline helps, but having a lot of DPS behind it, even if they're not doing a lot of damage individually, you can pump a bunch of those archers out, do a lot of damage at once, snipe out those lords as you kite them backwards. There could be some back and forth there, and Wham can do that as well as anyone. So I would not be surprised to see him adding a couple more into the foray here. As it is right now, though, there's nothing in the queue.
Now, what's pretty interesting here, and this is the natural response. You know that your opponent has gone for a handful of archers. So, of course, you're just going to go for your horses on the side of House of Lancaster. These Hobblars, again, they've got the best ranged armor. They're not going to mind a little bit of arrow fire coming their way. But Wham knows this and gets Spearman himself to be able to handle all of those. But Vortex is ready to double down and get a ton of yeomen to show Wham exactly what real English archers can feel like.
This feels like one of those like magic games where someone pulls out like an instant, like, I'm going to counter your card. Well, I'm going to counter that counter. Well, I'm going to counter the counter that's countering my card. Each of these guys making units that counter the other one that they're producing. And we've got now, basically, we've walked into a triple comp again, where each guy's got horses, they've got infantry, they've got range. And they're going to need all three to deal with the other.
Now the Hobblars are trying to make their way across the map to just go and poke a little bit at any villager they could see out here. Now the Spearman's already getting into position. Very proud of this man, knowing exactly where the Hobblars are planning to strike. But the yeoman numbers are going to start getting scarier and scarier. There's a reason that longbows and yeomen are such a wonderful unit to have. Ooh, Varangian Stronghold also getting upgraded here so that it can fire any villager that dares stand near it. But they're trying to get a connection. Villagers are fighting back though and instantly pushing these off. Now, this just means that Hobbler is actually ripe for the taking if the archers so desire.
Serious back and forth. Both players looking to raid the other. So far, I don't think we've had a single villager drop dead yet. Nope, not a single one. Even though Wham's come close to losing one. Keeps them alive for the time being. Both these players being very meticulous.
Now, it does look like the Hobbler numbers are not going to be the main investment here either. He sees that, hey, there are some resources out here on the map that people are very happily going for. And we get the tower upgraded as well. This is pretty interesting to me. But of course, the tower upgrade makes sense. Now, your strongholds getting spread out all around the map, that feels even better though, because you get the upgrade once and all of them will fire. So Wham, he's the one out on the map. He's the one that can get raided. But Vortex, he's looking about doing some real damage here. With all of those kings in position, all the lords at least, he's going to go straight for the food source, and let's see how Wham responds. He's got a few horses here.
Yeah, getting his archer upgrades right now. He's going to need that. He's only got 9 of them, but he's getting his 10th in the moment. He's going to need that +1 desperately. And meanwhile, we've already got +1/+1 coming in for Vortex. He's got his ranged damage. He's getting his under Iron Mesh right now as well. So he's going to be ready for a fight with range units. And with the Hobblars in the lead, they're just not going to take much damage at all. They're going to try and dive in, catch a couple of these vills if they can. Not much there. Rest of the units coming in. He's got the lords who can eventually take down this tower, but it is going to shoot some extra arrows. That was kind of a good addition, but see how quickly it gets melted down there. Half health already. Losing a horse. He's going to back off for the time being. Lose another. That's a scout. Yeah. So that tower already kind of paying off the investment right there, I think.
Now, that feels like a little bit of an overcommitment here from Vortex, just thinking that these could be melting pretty quickly. But apparently +1 is not the answer. You need to deal with these Hobblars. You just need to have enough villagers inside that tower. Now, the villagers are still out here, though, onto the food. And the problem is they didn't repair this. So this second push might just hit much, much harder. But, oof, he's got all the archers in position. And these guys debuff. So those kings are not going to be as tanky as we'd want them to be. But you can see the horse mass trying to get on top of these yeomen. This is going to be a tough one for Vortex.
And the Hobblars aren't really meant for this kind of fight either. They don't do as well into other horses. They're really meant to take down villagers and archers if they can. So they immediately just are gone, essentially. There's one left I think I see right there. And besides that, the only units really left are those lords and the archers behind him. And the lords, 2 of them looking a little rough around their edges on one of them in particular, really close to dying. He's got 4 of them. And the archer mass is still alive, and that's the scary part, right? The DPS behind this is what's going to allow him to continue to do damage.
I cannot believe that Wham didn't manage to do so much more with the archers that he had. It felt like his army was going to be just enough to handle all of these, but the perfect micro from Vortex showed us exactly what he needed to focus. And what he needed to focus is getting rid of those Bogmajir, and he did that perfectly. So apparently Vortex just out here to really fight, and now that army mass from Vortex is going to get scarier and scarier because we just see more yeomen in queue. There's one issue though, and that is a Rodari that is now joining the ranks of all these units. But you can see this is a pretty tough spot to be in because you don't have a lot more food behind this. We do see another gear pack that he has there at the back, but it looks like a pretty heavy commitment here. The horses are in position and the spears. We want to get to the front here, but Vortex is perfectly ready at sniping everything down. Villagers getting stuck in the crossfire.
Lord goes down. Man, the emplacement on that tower has really paid for itself and then some. It is, however, under fire. Villagers trying to repair it, trying to keep it up. It's imperative that it stays up. It's a large, massive archer still underneath this. Vortex really showing his advantage with numbers right now. Lamb just doing his best to stay alive. A lot of those archers are very low health. The villagers pull out again to try and repair the tower. Again, every shot that thing takes is just extra value it's getting from the cost you put into it. We see archers, again, look at that. 4 or 5 archers, pretty low on health, and the tower stays up. So once again, Wham, against all odds, holding on here and doing a really good job of being defensive.
This is the most worth tower I've seen in my life. That poor thing has fired more arrows than any tower has in any of other gold game it's ever played. So Wham definitely getting his value here, but you also have to ask, is Vortex just going to keep trying to take down that tower? We see more Hobblars making their way to that side of the map, but there's another deer pack that could use some attention here. Vortex now getting 6 more yeomen, but we have to keep in mind, Wham is switching things up. I see he just cancelled a bunch of them, but Varangian gods are in queue as well, or now singular god. He's opted for a few more horsemen, because horsemen, they also do pretty well against the yeomen. But look at those Hobblars, they are ready to go find some damage.
You know the definition of insanity, right? Mm-hmm. The same thing again
but this
and again.
Time it's different.
This time it's different. This time it's different.
Yes.
Well, this time he's going around from the back. So.
Exactly. And only Hobblars, so no more archers ready to be sacrificed. He's only sacrificing the Hobblars. But the horse is now on the side of Vortex's map as well. So he does need to be careful here. And he doesn't really know that this is coming. We can see his wood line not moving just yet, and there are some horses all around at the top from the bottom wood line as well. Wham being on every corner of the map. Villagers in a lot of danger.
I like the raids here from Wham. He needs to do that. That's what you got to do. Slow up the game, get yourself ahead. He's been on the defensive for so long that really even the idle time has been some damage dealt, technically. So getting some Vil kills back, it's got to feel good. But once again, Definition of Insanity rears its ugly head as Vortex trying once again to take that tower down. Villagers this time looks like they left. And now, at the same time though, Wham raiding behind this.
Now, with all these units just being spread around, you can see the raids are coming from every angle, but the Hobelas, they don't actually fight the villagers. They're just running away. The villagers have their shivs out. They're ready to fight. But the villagers on the backside here, Wham is the one actually getting the kills that he needs, but he does sacrifice a few horses for this.
Man, everywhere, all at once. They are just all across the map. And this is what we say when we talk about it being an aggressive meta, a knight meta. This is what we talk about. Just cavalry raiding each other's bases while skirmishes happen in the middle. These Lords of Lancaster finally getting that tower down, but the villagers had long since left. So Wham had, I think, he just eaten enough of the deer. He felt like he could just back off of that position. And besides, he's raiding behind this. More villagers going down. Another one. And now it's 5-1 Vil kills. Wham is starting to edge a little bit of a lead as far as economy goes.
Now, economy might feel that way, but we have to keep in mind, House of Lancaster with 3 manors, he does have a little bit of a bonus there. Could we click on that manor and see the income that that bad boy is bringing us per minute? So we do see 64 and another 36. That is almost, yeah, that's a lot of resources. We're getting there to 3 villages.
That is a lot. Wow. The tower now, another tower coming up. So, and this is something that Macedonians and Byzantines are really good at with those towers, especially when you can get those mangonel towers later. But in the meantime, a big fight in the middle here. Lots of infantry, lots of cavalry duking it out. Archers behind this exchanging blows. Vortex has a huge ranged mass. 28 of those big boys in the back launching their arrows, doing devastating results. This is a tough spot for Wham to hold.
And Wham is trying to hold it. You can see with all those yeomen, they are target firing every single thing they can. But it looks like the Hobelas will push forward. Only 2 of them, though. The Kings will be the front line here. Horses getting on top of them, though. He needs to be careful. There's a lot of spears in this mix, too. But he feels pretty confident about going in on this. The archer numbers are not there to focus fire the spears. But the Kings are falling like flies. Only 1 now left. And it does feel like Wham is pushing this back a little bit, but at the same time, those spears just don't have an answer just yet.
Taking down the Lords is actually really huge here. Again, the problem is those archers are still there. And as long as a couple of these spears survive, but I'm thinking that the Varangian guards are pulling through here. There's 10 of those on the field, and they're the ones who are dealing the damage. The archers don't actually do that much to these guys. You see, they're only about maybe 2 or 3 tapping these guys. And with the front line all but non-existent, if Wham turns and takes us around, he could do some serious damage.
Him getting rid of the Radari as well, it is a big loss here. Now, those Yoba numbers are going to be the decider. As we can see, the Varangian guards all falling 1 by 1. And the food income is the big question now. Because the deer, it's starting to get a little barren. We do see that Vortex is also out here on the berries. And some idle villagers out here on a handful of farms. This is telling us we might be in feudal for a little while longer for poor little Wham. But Vortex, he's thinking about building something against Wham that we just call... he's going to make some whams himself. He's going to wham.
Gonna wham. We got the siege engineering coming in, so the first rams are underway. He has said, I've had enough of this in your silly towers. I'm going to ram them down if it kills me. And it might, but we'll find out. Meanwhile, Wham, though, his food situation has been kind of dire. We can see he's down to 300 food a minute towards Vortex. He's getting some farms in now, though, which, again, I just want to point out, feels really weird to look at with a Byzantines variant having just normal farms. Still feels funny, but alas, I digress. He needs the farms regardless. He needs the food. The berries almost depleted, and in come the Rams, in come the archers with the Lord of Lancaster behind them. The tower still doing good damage. This is a new tower, not the same one. But these Rams should be able to make quick work of it if they can connect.
Now, the Rams are getting targeted by the front line, though. Those poor Rams are just getting deleted. And the Kings now, they are the front line. The Radari champion is back, and he takes quite a few shots, so definitely a worthy investment, especially here in Feudal. The villagers, though, they're of the spicy variety, quickly taking care of the horsemen that try to raid them. One ram still alive, but the Varangian gods are all focused on that ram, and it takes away the attention from that backline that they need to take care of.
All the while, those 5 villagers inside that are just shooting arrows off at the spears, trying to pick them off one by one. That ram finally gets at least one hit in. That's 400 resources to get one shot of the ram on a tower. It feels a little rough, but it did buy time. And they were great punching bags for a while as Wham threw his military at that. And the range mass is still alive for Vortex. However, Horsemen trying to catch up onto it now. But thankfully for Vortex, he's got Lord of Lancaster and a couple of spears still alive. And they're going to double down. Again, definition of insanity. If it doesn't work once, it better work twice. If it doesn't work twice, maybe it'll work thrice. And after that, I don't think it rhymes. So there you have it.
So the poor rams will be sacrificed yet again, but Macedonian dynasty, a civ that loves just making remaking units. As the more die, the more come back for free. So Wham now getting another 2 rams right at his base, ready to just destroy this tower. But will it be any different? That Radari champion taking a good shot here from the yeoman, but they do need to be careful to overextend here. That's a lot of horses they can get on top, and the spear numbers aren't as healthy as we saw them before. We saw how these Varangian gods are doing work. The rams, though, they're doing the real work. Villagers struggling to repair it. And finally, will the tower...
No, it won't. It stays up somehow. It is Vortex against the impossible tower. How is this thing still above water? Oh my goodness, it somehow is still up. Can he repair it in time, or is it going to burn? He keeps it up. Wow. Oh my goodness. Meanwhile, the front lines are dwindling, and the archer mass still survives for Vortex, but a lot of them looking pretty weak. This game has kept going. This is like watching a wave crash into the rocks time and time again, trying to grind it down into sand, but just not able to do it in a quick enough manner.
Well, with 3 manners, he's tried to find a way to tripling down yet again, getting 2 more rams built here. He knows that Wham is struggling for food, but he's struggling for food a little bit, but he knows I'm House of Lancaster. I got this. I have passive food. I'm perfectly set up already. So now a 3rd ram being added, and 3 is that magic number, Socotra. 3 is the number you're looking for. Yes, 3 rams. Because with 3 rams, you can actually kill stuff. And this is exactly what Vortex read in a guide somewhere. At some point, he's like, okay, maybe the guide was right. We are doing it with the right amount of rams. And more yeomen are made. We can now see with the lords, he's just replenishing those. They have been the best frontline a man could wish for.
I mean, this is if they connect. 3 will do it if they connect. That's not a guarantee here. If they can all land their shots, that tower will melt. But we'll see. They're being left lead the charge and immediately get met by the front line of Wham. 1 ram half health, another one a little bit down, but they're going to try and get onto it. 1 ram almost goes down, gets a landing hit, and backs away, and that one's going to turn into confetti here in a second. There it goes.
Now, the problem is this... these rams are absorbing shots, but you have to keep in mind, this is not about just getting the shots. He doesn't just want to get this tower down. This is good for Wham in the sense that he is getting a long feudal. And you guys, you know exactly what Macedonians will do with a long feudal. We see him already getting those 2nd tier upgrades here. And Vortex is going to struggle being able to snipe them down at this rate. But he knows this. And he stops trying to invest in rams.
I was going to say he should go for 4 rams this time, If 3 won't do it, surely 4 will do it.
We gotta get to the end point at some point, boys. But he's gonna go for that age up, and I'm pretty interested to see where he puts that down, because he needs to secure gold for himself. At this point, this feudal age has been the longest feudal age of my life, but he gets it right in the middle of the map, on the wood line, for pretty safe wood, and very nice control of that sacred site.
Yeah, sure enough, the White Tower in a nice little spot. I like how forward it is, and it's close to that sacred site. Feels pretty good too. Finally, we get a break. The feudal age will end. Wham, though, he's still a couple minutes away. He's still investing in resources. I wonder if this is going to catch him by surprise. I mean, Vortex has been relentless so far, and only now making a change of pace, kind of pivoting off of what he's been doing.
We can see Wham trying to suck up every bit of food he can on this map. He's got a handful of farms, but Vortex, he's the one moving out on the map. He's the one getting control out here. The thing is, he's on 350 food per minute. it feels pretty tough. Could we take a quick look at that English base? Oh, never mind. We want to take a look at these yeomen just firing at these horses. But they do have that extra bit of HP between all of this, so they will survive a bit longer.
Farms now coming in for Vortex. Both players getting up for a late game here now, adding some farms. No walls though, no wham walls, only a one small one there in the corner. So Dry Arabia, nice and open for the taking. Lots of exposed villagers everywhere. Man, some raids could go a long way here.
And it's pretty surprising to see that Vortex hasn't thought of that himself. He has been out here trying to do a little bit of damage to some cheeky villagers, but it just hasn't felt just right. Oh, but the Golden Horn Towers are going to secure all of these farms, and that is so critical. Just like that, he now gets a safe farming economy that Vortex cannot do a thing about. But he goes back to that tower.
Too. That tower is a beefy. Like, I don't have it in my psyche to think that that's a dangerous landmark like a white tower, but it really is. But archers laying waste to those villagers on the landmark. Wham, though, has his front line trying to push them back. Did lose a couple doing that, but now backlines firing on backlines. A lot of those archers are still pretty dang weak. A lot of low health ones. If he could just, man, like imagine a Manganjanique shot just spraying on those. They'd be all dead in an instant. But as it is right now, the Lords of Lancaster are the big meat shields for the moment. And the archers for Vortex, he'll still get some pot shots off. That's going to force Wham back.
Now, Wham is depleting another food source, as we can see, 1,300 food per minute, but his farming eco looks pretty good. This is not the worst position for Wham to be in. He's got the upgrades. He's now getting some free crossbows in there as well. And this is pretty decent, but the problem is he's not making anything else. What is Wham doing? Oh, never mind. He was just waiting for a little bit of resources for some upgrades. So here we go. We get ourselves some horses as well. Radari have joined the party, and this is going to start getting a lot harder for Vortex to do real damage to them.
Well, Vortex is deciding to go for some rams again. Not 4 this time, but 5. 5 rams. Surely that will do it, he says this time.
And it's pretty wild to me that he's still going for exactly the same spot every time. But Wham, at this point, he's looking for damage. He's been seeing those raids, learning from it, and trying to find damage himself. He does get another villager kill here, but the horses do take quite a bit of damage with that +2 attack. The rams, though, they're looking pretty powerful here.
It looks like a pretty dangerous mass. I mean, I guess maybe 5 is the critical mass of rams. As we see there immediately, that tower melted, finally goes down. I'm sure Vortex is feeling very good about that. You know, sometimes it's interesting how lower level players do this all the time. And even I do this all the time. I'm sure you do this from time to time, where you kind of tunnel vision in on one spot a little bit in a game. You just, everything's in the middle of the map, or this one angle you keep attacking again and again and again and again. Sometimes it can be kind of hard. And I guess even at this level, sometimes we see players kind of tunnel vision in on one spot. What Wham's doing here is actually really smart. Trying to broaden the map up, trying to go in different angles, trying to poke and prod, but in the end, there's still this big fight happening right in the middle of the base.
Well, these yeomen are going to hit quite hard, but these rams are not going to be the answer you need to that pseudo white tower. That Golden Horn Tower shoots crossbow shots. It does not take much damage. Yeah. It is so much better. And the thing is, he keeps attacking this, and the question is just, what is he going to damage? Does he believe that these rams are the answer to that building? Or is he actually trying to do some eco damage? Because right now, it just doesn't feel like he's going straight for eco damage.
I mean, taking down the farms would be some wood wasted away for Wham, but yeah, it feels like they're kind of lumbering around, not doing as much as maybe you'd like them to do. Yeah, that Golden Horn Tower, it's hard for me to conceptualize again that it's actually as dangerous as it is, because we're so used to having Byzantines where it doesn't do anything, right? I mean, it just kind of stands there. Obviously, it helps your opponent. It makes them more mercenaries, but with this one, when it's shooting out those crossbow shots, it is dangerous.
Now it does look like he's going for the eco for once, but the Radari are in position, and those Radari are barely taking any damage from all of these yeomen. They are getting tickled right now. The Kings falling pretty quickly here. The spearman numbers not as high as you need them to be to deal with this heavy front mass. We don't see any target firing from the yeomen either. Just A moving, and now a handful focus on the archers in the back line.
This feels like an overextension here from Vortex. Doesn't have enough of a front line to deal with this. The Rams, that's 2, 4, 6, 8. That's 1,000 wood down the drain in an instant.
And those could have been the best farms a woman could ask for. Just imagine all of those around the White Tower to ensure that you can make more spears and more horses to actually answer to this. But Vortex says, this is what I wanted. I wanted to commit to this. The rams were a way to keep him under control. But you can see the villager kills. It's not showing us the story of the eco that we see in front of us here. And I'm honestly a little bit surprised to see that.
At this point, not having a front line becomes the problem. Wham has been waiting to surround these archers entirely with his horses for some time, and it looks like he's getting close to that point. The front line just dwindling for Vortex. He's trying to reinforce it as he kites back, but looking a little rough. This game has been pretty grindy for both sides, but look at the numbers, 15 to 14 villager kills. Things are pretty neck and neck right now.
Now we do see a little bit of a movement still from Vortex forward. He says it's going to work. Radari, though, they are looking for actual damage. Wham realizes, and he's been finding it constantly. Every now and then, just getting a pick off, while we see Vortex just running straight into the front of the base every single time and not finding the vills that he needs.
More raids happening here. This is what Wham does really good, and this is what will differentiate him. And if he wins a series, this will be the difference maker, I think, is going out of his way to find more vills, to poke and prod outside of the main fight. But at the same time, of course, Vortex is moving in a little bit as well on the other side of the map, looking to push in. But I like that Wham is not just raiding in one spot, he's raiding in multiple. We're seeing, look at all this idle time caused. Villagers upon villagers running for the hills. This is such good gamesmanship from Wham to do this.
Wham is getting every bit of damage that he needs here. The villager idle time is massive. Now going to be running into a bunch more villagers here. And even if he doesn't get the kill, again, these are huge parts of idle time. And you could see they had to run pretty far. There's no safe tower for anyone to run in. It's just a bunch of idle villagers. Even if it doesn't show up, you can see that in the resources per minute. Vortex at 600 food per minute, while Wham is floating very happily on much higher numbers.
Yeah, 23 to 14 now. Idling a little bit there on the gold, but that's not a huge issue. The number's now 79 to 60, so I think there might have been a little bit of idle time from Vortex as well on the TC. Wham now up about 20 villagers, looking really good, and that's enough of a difference in villager count that could win you a game.
And it feels like we watched this a little bit earlier as well. Vortex idled out his TC in one of the previous matches as well. So I'm wondering if this is just because Wham is constantly raiding, or if he's actively making this choice to just invest in the military for that attack to hit just right. But Vortex has so much wood here. He needs to do something with this. Or he had. Now all of a sudden he has absolutely nothing, and the Radari are still raiding. Wham just not letting down. He is constantly raiding. The purple dots are everywhere, and the next Radari mass knows exactly where all the food is.
This is where the lack of walls really comes into play, right? Wham, the moment he's done raiding, he just comes right back again. You know, drive you over with my car, and I'm going to back up too. He just keeps coming through, doing it again and again and again. It's going to force Vortex to respond somehow, and if he doesn't, he'll just die from it. So Wham, just keeping up the pressure, and now the two armies kind of marching back and forth in the middle of the fight here, looking to maybe take a fight, and they might. Vortex doesn't want really anything of it, goes towards the White Tower, and Wham, of course, doesn't want to fight under there, so backs away as well. But again, like that mass, if that mass disappears, it gets difficult to replace it when you're under duress in your base as well.
Now, Vortex, you would have imagined that after the first 20 horses may have gone to his base to raid, he would invest in a wall or two. But the man says, I am not Wham, I'm not walling. I know exactly where the strength lies, and it's in raiding. I will do it myself. But the problem is just when your opponent is this crazy of a raider, there's not much you can do. The purple blob is looking for a connect, and at the same time, Wham is on top of every single side here. That farming eco looks so juicy to get on top of.
That White Tower is not much help out here either. Without any walls to funnel the troops in that way, he can take an open fight and just ignore the White Tower directly. I mean, why take a fight there when you can just literally go right around it? And that's kind of what Wham's angling to do here. Just kind of posturing back there. Meanwhile, again, just continuing to slip some knights behind. And now, yeah, as our observer, shout out to Vodka, is pointing out 28 gold in the bank and nothing coming in. He just now got onto an 8k gold up in the corner. He's going to hope that Wham doesn't see it.
And the amount of Radari here strikes fear into the heart of anyone. And that White Tower, for once, Yeah, I feel like this White Tower is going to look like it's made of paper. It does look like that Wololo will just be an ode to the skies, as now Wham is reminded, oh yes, relics do exist in this game, and I possibly could go for those. Vortex instantly cancelling the wall as he realizes this goes against everything he believes in.
White Tower not looking like it's able to put much of a fight against all the Radari. Sure enough, catches fire and will be down in just seconds. I mean, I was saying he could go around it, but I guess he can just go through it too when you got that many Radari.
And I wonder if this game could have been any different if Vortex did not lose as many units as he did to that one singular tower holding this whole game in its hands. But Wham now, he is looking for some blood. He doesn't know about this gold just yet, but the army is split up. White Tower just now completely obliterated. It does look like Wham is going north. Oh, never mind. He turned her back around. Lucky, lucky boy. Oh, never mind.
He's gonna find him. And he found him. Oh, that is gonna be game. There's no coming back from that. You needed the gold, and now you've lost. I mean, what is that? 12 villagers right there. He's gonna get this full surround. Can he save them, though? Trying to get some saving help, but I think it's gonna be too late. Too many villagers going down. This is catastrophic. Losing a whole bunch. Now it's 37 to 14 vill kills and 90 to 56 in the numbers. Wham just pulling so far ahead economically.
And Wham finally feeling confident enough to move out with just a bunch of Bogmajir and crossbows to end that farming eco here at the back. He's got the handful to handle this, and all the farms being completely exposed. The Wham now, though, he's playing it very safe here with the army on the side of his base as well. And I see the army count is completely even. We know, of course, Radari, they do have a little bit more value in all of this. So Wham makes a decision. He pushes forward because, again, Vortex is pulled to the landmark. It's like it's a magnet. He's like, I need to fight into landmark. I need to go into TC. Arrow fire must stop.
He's definitely going to dive into Radari standing right there. They don't want to dive into the spears in a choke point, which is probably a good call, but able to chuck their stuff at him anyways. And synchronized shot coming in. Oh my gosh, I'd forgotten all about that ability. Didn't seem to do too much though. These Radari it's just paper cuts to them really. And now with kind of a pincer maneuver happening, Wham kind of boxing in this military, cutting him off from reinforcements. There's nowhere else to run. This is going to be it. Vortex stands and dies alone right here, right now. Wham surrounds, taking out the units, and there's no hope. That will end it. That will end the series. And Wham will take the win 3-1.
And Wham looking pretty solid here. Now, Wham, he's looking feisty. I'm excited to see where Wham goes from this. But this does mean he goes into the semis with his arch nemesis, I would say, as Beastie has not lost the series to Wham in a very long time. So Wham, he's got a day to prepare for this. And he has a lot of preparation to do. But after destroying Vortex the way he did, I'm feeling pretty excited about seeing that game tomorrow.
Yeah, it should be that'll be one of the better series tomorrow. I mean, we got a lot of good ones on the docket, but that one's going to be one to definitely put a pin on and take a look at later. Man, the amount of rams that Vortex made. Oh, so crazy. But we've got Wham in for an interview here in just a second, and we'll congratulate him and see his thoughts on the games. Well, congratulations, Wham, on a really well-played series. What did you think of all the rams there from Vortex?
You can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good. Oh man, I was surprised he was playing this aggressive. I was happy that he was running into my emplacements and stuff, but at the same time, like, if he didn't do that, I feel like I probably would have died, to be honest.
Yeah, I felt like he had a lot of momentum there going in. I mean, obviously, Lancaster's a really, really powerful civ, hard to deal with. But hey, he kept making rams, he kept defending. It was a good game. Take me through the Malians game and towards the beginning there. Felt like you kind of delayed your cow boom. What was your thought process going into that game against the Ubids?
I wanted to be super aggressive against him, but I soon realized that, a few walls and I really couldn't attack his back, like his villages at the back. So that was the purpose, was to play super, super aggressive. And I did kind of keep him off his gold for a little bit. But honestly, another game there where I think I played fine, but like my strategy at the start, not going Caliboom, I think, did put me in a precarious situation. Like in the mid game here, you can see it was kind of very messy. Like.
It was a fun one to watch too, but you pulled it through and were able to win that one, which was it was an impressive hold, impressive stand. Those Manjaniques were so good. How did you feel you played this series just overall?
I think I played okay. I wouldn't say I played like the best I've ever could play, but I didn't panic when I was in bad situations, and it's very easy to panic in bad situations, like the Malian game and the House of Lancaster game.
Mhm.
So I played okay, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. How do you feel moving forward then? You got Beastie on the docket. That's not going to be an easy series by any length. How are you feeling? I mean, obviously, Wham! I wasn't too sure how you do against Vortex today, but you've come out looking really strong. How do you think you'll do tomorrow?
Well, I normally do pretty decent versus Vortex, I think. Like, at least 50%. Versus BC, I seem to struggle a little bit more. I mean, obviously I can win any series. Like, not that, you know, I'm favored every single time, but I can definitely win. So I'm feeling okay. As long as I play, you know, my best, I think I can win for sure.
Yeah. Well, you looked really good today, and you had a couple of really good games. Wasn't quite a 3-0, but I think I'd take a 3-1 any day. It was really impressive stuff, and you've been playing really well so far. Congratulations again on the win. We won't keep too much of your time, so we'll let you go. But again, congrats on a really well-fought series.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you. Take care.
Now, guys, this means that our games for today have concluded. We're going to take a quick look at the bracket so that we can see exactly what's in store for us tomorrow. But you must know, we have North Americas versus Europe right now. On both sides, you have the bracket. Papipo against our Slavic brother from Belarus, Anatand, and Wham against our Slavic brother from Serbia, Beastie. So we have two of our Europeans representing against the Canadians. Will a European secure that second spot, or will one of the Canadians reign supreme? So it is going to be an action-packed one with Papipo and Anatand starting off first, and then Wham versus Beastie right thereafter.
It'll be a fun event. I'm excited for it. In the meantime, though, that pretty much concludes us here today. We wrap up and call it a day. So, Wham, been fun. And I'll catch you in the next one, I'm sure.
See you guys tomorrow. Bye.